this program, one-day program for the students on communication skill is already with us. Just a very quick recall from all the centers. MM College of Pharmacy, Maulana, are you able to hear us? Probably, I am able to see now. I think you are able to hear us. Speaker on हो गया फिर मैडम स्पीकर ऑन है
Yeah, we are able to hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Manish Mehta ji at JCD College of Engineering Sirsa. Okay, उनकी प्रॉब्लम चल रही है. Okay, no problem. RBIENT होशियारपुर. Jaipur Engineering College, Jaipur. Yes. Are you able to hear us, sir? आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही शायद आपका फोन जो कंप्यूटर है म्यूट पे होगा शायद.
Yes sir, you are clearly audible sir.
Okay, thank you so much. And RVIT Bijnor, Dr. Aarti.
Yes sir, good morning sir.
Okay,
We can hear you properly.
Okay, thank you so much. And Ganga Technical Institute. Ganga Technical Institute, is there somebody there? आपका शायद से लैपटॉप से या पीसी से स्पीकर जो है म्यूट पे होगा. गंगा टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूट काइंडली रिस्पॉन्ड टू अस. At Ganga Technical Institute, are you able to hear us? ये अभी जुड़ी I think we can go ahead with the program. Well, friends, as we know that today we have all assembled here for a one-day program on communication skills.
Hello.
JCD.
Am I audible now?
अभी आपकी आवाज आ रही है.
Doctor sir, am I audible sir?
Yes, बिल्कुल clearly sir.
Thank you sir.
You are also able to hear us. मेहता साहब, आपके यहाँ पे कितने स्टूडेंट्स हैं? JCD.
सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही मेरे पास.
ओ मैम देखिए जरा, आपका स्पीकर शायद ऑफ ना हो कहीं पे. अभी नहीं आ रही है आपको आवाज हमारी मेहता साहब? इनका तो फोन है. JCDM, आपको हमारी आवाज नहीं आ रही अभी भी?
केबल कटी थी आपका.
क्या कह रहे हैं मैडम? हाँ मैं तो सर हाँ मेरे को आपकी आवाज आ रही है. आपको देखिए आपके स्पीकर कहीं ऑफ ना करे हों या ओके, वी विल जस्ट ट्राई टू सॉर्ट इट आउट सो दैट वी कैन स्टार्ट द प्रोग्राम. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही, बाकी आवाजें आ रही है. तो बाकी सेंटर रिस्पॉन्ड कर रहे होंगे ऐसे कैसे? बाकी सेंटर को हमारी आवाज आ रही है, इसका मतलब हमारा ये
जेडी आउट आएगी ना,
वहीं पे फिर दिक्कत है. उनकी आवाज ना आ रही है. JCDM आपको अभी आवाज आ रही है हमारी? JCDM Sirsa. Okay, let me go back to again Jaipur Engineering College.
Yeah,
Jaipur.
sir. Sir, am I audible right now?
Yes.
Yeah, your voice is also coming. Thank you very much, sir.
आप कहाँ से बोल रहे हैं?
मनीष बोल रहा हूँ सर, JCD सिरसा से.
Okay, okay, ठीक है सर. बस ठीक हो गया.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Now we'll go ahead. Well, friends, once again I welcome all of you to this one-day program for the students of engineering colleges and polytechnics on communication skills. Let me briefly explain it to you, the program details. We are having just now a session by our chief guest of the day, Dr. MP Punia ji. He will be engaging you in one session and give you an inaugural address also. And after that, we have a session on significance, verbal and non-verbal aspects of communication, followed by a very interesting session on resume writing, which will be taken by Mrs. Sudhiti Jindal. In the afternoon, we are having two very important sessions on group discussion and interview techniques by Mrs. Meera Anand. So this is how we have planned one-day program, which can be very, very useful for the students, for their placements, and also when they are placed in the industry, they will Now, without wasting much of time, we are already little delayed. I will request our worthy director, Dr. MP Punia ji, kindly address the audience at this occasion.
Good morning, friends. First of all, I welcome you all in this very important program that is being conducted by NITR Chandigarh. Professor P.K. Singla will be looking after this whole day activity. And I hope this program will be a wonderful addition in your knowledge, in your experience. Our institute, it is National Institute. It is situated at Chandigarh. And our mandate is basically to train teachers. तो भारत के टीचर्स हैं तकनीकी शिक्षा के उन टीचर्स को ट्रेन करना इट्स आवर रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बट इफ टीचर्स आर बीइंग ट्रेन्ड देन सर्टेनली आवर रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इज टुवर्ड्स स्टूडेंट्स आल्सो so very special initiative has been taken by our institute yes okay so the target of this program is how confidence building of the students can be as far as our country is concerned. We are the largest country in terms of population, more or less. Just in our competition, we are having China. We are having democratic setup, huge population base, 1.2 billion population. 1.2 billion means 120 crore हम लोगों की population. And strength of this nation is it's a young nation. The majority of the population which we are having, it is of your age group. जो friends आप लोग हैं, उस age group का ये देश है. So certainly population which we are having, it is young, means it is having lot of energy in terms of our young students. Our GDP of this nation, around 60% GDP contribution is coming from service sector, जिसमें आप लोग काम करेंगे. जो चाहे जो सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट है या बाकी सर्विसेज आप दे रहे हैं, बैंक्स हैं, हॉस्पिटल्स, एवरीवन हु इज कंट्रीब्यूटिंग towards GDP is around 60%. So certainly contribution of this young nation is very, very high. And our GDP, which is growing in last 6-7 years, if you have observed, it is increasing by 9%, 8%. So huge GDP growth is also there. So this is a huge country. We were dominating in education, not only today, in last 1500 years, 2000 years, we people were dominating. Our education system, if you see, it's huge education system we are having. जिस तरह की यूनिवर्सिटीज कॉलेजेस में पढ़ रहे हैं आप लोग, इस एजुकेशन को अपन हायर एजुकेशन कहते हैं. जब आप 12th के बाद जो भी एजुकेशन लेते हैं, that is coming in the category of higher education. We are having more than 700 universities. करीब 40,000 कॉलेजेस हमारे पास में हैं जिसमें आप लोग शिक्षा लेते हैं. Around 14,000 ITIs, then other institutes in terms of commerce college or science college, like that one. So huge education system we people are having in this country. Every day students like you 5,000 students are being added into this higher education every day. आप सोचे कितना बड़ा देश है जिसमें 5,000 बच्चे हर दिन इस हायर एजुकेशन में ऐड हो रहे हैं. And in higher education, number of students who are entering, suppose with respect to your 12th class examination, suppose 100 students have appeared in 12th class examination, only 22 are entering into higher education. In India, our gross enrollment ratio is only 22%. Means 78% students are not entering in higher education at all. We don't know where they have gone. गांव में वो खेती कर रहे हैं या कहीं श्रमिक बन रहे हैं, we don't know. So even education system is very large, but still the opportunities which students are having in this country for higher education, it is still very low. Every day 9 institutes in higher education are being added. And our gross enrollment ratio, the definition which I have given, suppose 100 students have passed 12th class examination, only 22 are entering into higher education. So you people are very lucky. The students who have got the opportunity to enter into higher education, आप सबसे भाग्यशाली बच्चे हैं जिनको हायर एजुकेशन में आने का मौका मिला है. करीब 2.5 करोड़ बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो हर साल हायर एजुकेशन में एडमिशन लेते हैं. इंजीनियरिंग, आपकी दूसरी तरह की जितनी एजुकेशन है, बेसिक साइंसेज हैं, आर्ट्स हैं, दूसरे सब कोर्सेज मिला के करीब 2.5 करोड़ बच्चों का यहाँ पे एडमिशन होता है. ये इतना बड़ा सेटअप है कि जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया की पॉपुलेशन है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया की पॉपुलेशन 2 करोड़ है और आपके 2.5 करोड़ बच्चे तो सिर्फ एजुकेशन के लिए एडमिशन लेते हैं. एंड huge number of education institutes we people are having. So great, very large education system we are having. But with this one, the problems which we people are facing, the problems which we people are facing, that during last 10 years huge expansion in technical education we have observed. देखो संस्थान कितनी बढ़ गई हैं, आपके पॉलिटेक्निक, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस पिछले 10 सालों में कितने बढ़ गए हैं. But still in our country education is very costly. If you are comparing all the nations of the world, in India education is very costly. Around 90% education is in private hands. And with respect to our per capita income, more or less, in general if I am saying per capita income in India is around 50,000. एक आदमी की जो कमाई है साल की वो 50,000 है. लेकिन जब वो बच्चे को पढ़ाता है हायर एजुकेशन में, more or less he'll have to pay 1.5 lakhs to 2 lakhs. So the with respect to the earnings, the expenditures in higher education which India is having, it is huge. So equity means everyone is not getting opportunity to enter into higher education because education is very costly. And third one, very serious issue again, कि आपने शिक्षा तो ले ली, 4 साल आपने इंजीनियरिंग कर लिया, 3 साल पॉलिटेक्निक कर ली, but when acceptance in the society is concerned, जो recruitment होता है, आपका इंडस्ट्रीज आती है आपको जॉब देने के लिए, they are saying the quality of students are poor. That is termed as excellence. आपकी क्वालिटी जो है स्टूडेंट्स की, वो क्वालिटी पे वो डाउट करते हैं कि जिस तरह के हमें बच्चे चाहिए वैसी क्वालिटी नहीं है. So क्वालिटी नहीं है तो आपको जॉब भी नहीं मिल रहा है. So 4 E's are there. One, expansion of the education. Another one, equity for giving opportunity to everyone. Then excellence part, आपकी क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन. कहीं पे टीचर्स नहीं है, कहीं पे बिल्डिंगें नहीं है, कहीं पे इक्विपमेंट्स नहीं है, कहीं पे टीचर्स पढ़ाते नहीं है, कहीं स्टूडेंट्स की इच्छा शक्ति नहीं है. So many parameters are there which are adversely affecting the quality of education, and finally it is affecting the employability. जॉब जो मिलने की बात है, 4 साल आपके पेरेंट्स ने बहुत ज़्यादा पैसा खर्च किया और जब आप नौकरी करने जाते हैं तो इंडस्ट्रीज कहती है आप हमारे काम के नहीं हो. So सिर्फ सीरियस चैलेंज, बच्चा कहाँ जाएगा फिर जब उसने 4 साल मेहनत की, पढ़ा, उसने पैसा लगाया और अगर जॉब नहीं मिल रहा है तो अगेन इट्स a very challenging issue for us. And industries are saying only 10 to 12% are employable. जो ऊपर देखो फिल्टर जो हो रहा है आपका, इसमें छलनी में जा रहे हैं स्टूडेंट्स, only 10 to 12 they are coming out. 90% they are saying they are not employable. They have not been trained according to the requirements of the industry. So what we people are doing in ITER Chandigarh, many of the times when we are conducting these programs, we are inviting industry people here. और इंडस्ट्रीज वालों से ये पूछते हैं कि आप हमें बताओ कि आप लोगों को कैसे बच्चे चाहिए. आप ये तो कह रहे हैं कि बच्चे एम्प्लॉयबल नहीं हैं, तो हम आपसे ये पूछना चाहते हैं कि बच्चों में कमियां क्या हैं. वो कमियां तो आप बताओ कि जिसकी वजह से बच्चे आप रिजेक्ट कर रहे हैं. क्या वो टेक्निकली साउंड नहीं है, या उनकी बोलने की क्षमताएं अच्छी नहीं है, या उनका बिहेवियर अच्छा नहीं है, या उनका जो है लीडरशिप की क्वालिटीज अच्छी नहीं है, या कमिटमेंट अच्छा नहीं है. So when we are inviting them, some of the suggestions, some of the shortcomings they are mentioning to this one, I'll be explaining those shortcomings which industry people are saying, and out of that one serious issue is which Professor Singla is taking, that is communication skills. वो जो कमियां बताते हैं, हमारे बच्चों में जो कमियां बताते हैं जिसकी वजह से जॉब नहीं दे रहे हैं, उसमें एक पार्ट कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स का है. उसके ऊपर आज पूरे दिन हम चर्चा करेंगे. So the serious part which is there, that between job and you, what is coming. You have been trained for 4 years. When question of serving to nation is coming, the nation is denying that yes, students are not ready according to the requirement of the nation. For the requirement of the development of the nation, students are not ready. So what is there which is coming in between? So first of all, the selection which is being done today, when you are being selected, it is not on the basis of the examination marks which you obtained. You may be having 80% marks in your engineering degree. Industry people are not looking towards that mark sheet at all. उनको वो चीज़ नहीं देखनी है. वो कह रहे हैं हमें इसके अंदर इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, मार्कशीट के अंदर हमारा कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. Our interest is what you people are having, what skills you people are having with you, what you are carrying, and that is termed as outcome based education. ऐसी एजुकेशन जिसमें जब आप कॉलेज से निकलते हैं तो अपने साथ क्या लेके जा रहे हैं, आपके हाथ में क्या है. जस्ट एग्जांपल ऑफ दिस आउटकम बेस्ड एजुकेशन आई एम गिविंग इन चंडीगढ़. इफ आई वांट टू अपॉइंट ए ड्राइवर, एक मेरे को गाड़ी चलाने के लिए ड्राइवर चाहिए, आई एम पेइंग 25,000 रुपीज, बट स्किल ड्राइवर्स आर नॉट अवेलेबल. But another side, if I'm putting one advertisement in the newspaper that we need one MBA, मेरे को एक MBA किया हुआ लड़का चाहिए, हम 5,000 रुपए देंगे. Hundreds of applications are available. So difference between driver and MBA is, even I'm saying for drivers I'm paying 25,000 rupees, drivers are not available, but other side MBAs are huge in number, they are available. Difference is driver is having some skill, उसके पास ऐसा skill है, उसके हाथ में कुछ कला है. So इंडस्ट्री वाले सबसे बड़ा जो ब्लेम हम लोगों पे कर रहे हैं कि the education which you are imparting, it is not outcome based education. आपने सी प्रोग्रामिंग सिखा दी, उसको क्वेश्चन पे उसको जो है पढ़ा दिया, आपने किताब में पढ़ा दिया, उसका थ्योरी का एग्जाम ले लिया, बट व्हेन वी आर गिविंग a program to him that you write a program, you make an objective file, finally execute this one, give the results. So जब उसको प्रोग्राम को एग्जीक्यूट करने की वाली बात आती है, वो एग्जीक्यूट करने में जो है बच्चा वो एग्जीक्यूट नहीं कर पा रहा है उसको. सो वट एवर लर्निंग ही इज हैविंग, इट इज थ्योरेटिकल. एज फार एज यूजफुल आउटपुट इज कंसर्न फॉर द पर्पज ऑफ डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द नेशन और द इंडस्ट्री और द सोसाइटी, वो उसके पास हाथ में नहीं है. सो आने वाले टाइम में जब आप इंजीनियरिंग करके निकलेंगे, जो टाइम आ रहा है अभी जहाँ पे कम्पीट करना है, no recruiter will be asking you that what subject you have studied during your engineering. आपने कंप्यूटर इंजीनियरिंग में कौन से सब्जेक्ट पढ़े हैं, सिविल इंजीनियरिंग में कौन से सब्जेक्ट पढ़े हैं. they will be asking you what you are knowing. In fact, we are not interested what marks you are having, what subjects you have studied. हम इसमें इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है, आपके हाथ में क्या है. इट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इन फैक्ट सो आपके अंदर जो ढूंढ रहा है, जो एम्प्लॉयर ढूंढ रहा है, he wants that the job which I'll be having for that purpose, for doing that job I need a best person. और ऐसा आदमी सिर्फ एक ही जॉब नहीं कर पाए, साइमल्टेनियसली वो 10 जॉब कर सके. Just example of Dhoni I am giving. Dhoni, who is captain of our cricket team, is very popular. Is very popular and is termed as Harfan Mola, all-rounder जिसको कहते हैं. The industry people are needing the students who are all-rounder. Meaning of all-rounder is when Dhoni is behind the wickets, he is taking very good catches. When he is holding the bat, his batting capabilities are also very good. When question of leadership is coming, he is doing wonderful leadership for 11 players who are playing with them. When question of speaking in front of media is concerned, जो उसकी communication skills की बात है, वो उनको जो है मीडिया के सामने भी बहुत अच्छा बोलता है. is a very good orator. Even when question of modeling is coming, अच्छा सा आज सुबह फोटो आई हुई थी जब वो एयरपोर्ट से उतर रहे हैं, you see his dressing sense, everything is fitness. उनको वैसे लोग चाहिए. इंडस्ट्री वाले कह रहे हैं कि हमें फिजिकली भी फिट हो, मेंटली भी स्ट्रॉन्ग हो, अपने आप को प्रेजेंट भी अच्छा कर पाएं, उनके अंदर इंथुजियाज्म भी बहुत अच्छा हो, दे शुड बी कमिटेड, दे शुड बी ऑनेस्ट. मतलब एक आदमी के अंदर सारी क्वालिटी होनी चाहिए. एक परिपूर्ण नागरिक जिसको कहते हैं अपन, परफेक्ट ह्यूमन बीइंग जो है, उस तरह का उन लोगों को आदमी चाहिए. सिर्फ किताबी ज्ञान रखने वाले व्यक्ति की उनको जरूरत नहीं है. सो एम्प्लॉयर आपकी जब टेस्टिंग करता है, जब आपका इंटरव्यू लेता है, वो सारी चीजें देखता है. छोटा सा पार्ट आपका टेक्निकल पार्ट है, बाकी चीजें तो आपका जो एटीट्यूड है, आपका बिहेवियर है, आपका बोलने का तरीका है, आपका काम करने का तरीका जो उनको दिखता है, आपकी ईमानदारी है, ऑल दोस ट्रेट्स ही इज लुकिंग इनटू यू. आपके अंदर वो तीन चीजें चाहता है, आपके अंदर तीन चीजें चाहता है. यस, वन ही वांट्स स्किल्स, जो हाथ से काम करने की आपकी क्षमताएं हैं. अनदर वन ही वांट्स नॉलेज, जो दिमाग से सोच के अपन काम करते हैं. एंड फाइनली थर्ड वन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, इट इज एटीट्यूड. एटीट्यूड का मतलब ये है कि आपको क्लास में तो भेज दिया, सपोज अटेंडेंस हमने कंपलसरी कर दी इंस्टीट्यूट में कि देयर इज 75% अटेंडेंस, विदाउट 75% अटेंडेंस यू वोंट बी एबल टू सिट इनटू द एग्जामिनेशन. आपको धक्के से हमने क्लास में भेज तो दिया, बट ये इंश्योर कौन करेगा कि आप सीख भी रहे हैं? दैट इज गवर्न्ड बाय योर एटीट्यूड. आपका अगर एटीट्यूड होगा तो सीखेंगे, एटीट्यूड नहीं है तो आपको चाहे क्लास में बैठा दें, यू वोंट लर्न. सो थ्री इश्यूज दे आर डिस्कसिंग. वन, दे आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट स्किल्स, जिसमें आप कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स की भी बात करेंगे, आपकी कोर स्किल्स की भी बात करेंगे. आज जो पूरे दिन बात करेंगे ये स्किल वाले इशू को हम टच करेंगे. अनदर वन इज knowledge, your thinking capabilities, your designing, your assessing, your product development. So those issues are coming under the category of knowledge. And finally आपका attitude, आपकी सोच, आपके विचार, आपका नजरिया जिस जो है उसको अपन एटीट्यूड कहते हैं. तो इन तीन बातों के लिए वो आप हम लोगों से डिस्कस करते हैं. तो एक तो ये फंडामेंटल नॉलेज, वो ये कह रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्री वाले कह रहे हैं कि हम जॉब कैसे दें बच्चों को. उनके जो सब्जेक्ट के फंडामेंटल्स हैं वो उन फंडामेंटल्स में दे आर वेरी वीक. मीनिंग ऑफ फंडामेंटल्स आर, सपोज यू आर डन मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग एंड व्हेन यू आर गोइंग फॉर द इंटरव्यू, फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन जो इंडस्ट्री पीपल आर आस्किंग यू, सपोज यू आर एंटरिंग इनटू सम पावर प्लांट, फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन दे बी आस्किंग यू, यू डिफाइन और यू एक्सप्लेन सेकंड लॉ ऑफ थर्मोडायनेमिक्स का दूसरा जो जो नियम है उसको आप एक्सप्लेन करिए. बॉयज गर्ल्स आर अनेबल टू एक्सप्लेन दैट वन. बेसिक थर्मोडायनेमिक्स वो नहीं जानते हैं, बेसिक फ्लूइड मैकेनिक्स वो नहीं जानते हैं, बेसिक मेटल साइंस वो नहीं जानते हैं, बेसिक स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ मेटल वो नहीं जानते हैं, थ्योरी ऑफ मशीन्स वो नहीं जानते हैं. जो फंडामेंटल सब्जेक्ट्स हैं उस सब्जेक्ट का फंडामेंटल ज्ञान है, मूल ज्ञान जो है, स्टूडेंट्स आर अनेबल टू एक्सप्लेन. समवन हैज डन सिविल इंजीनियरिंग एंड व्हेन क्वेश्चन रिलेटेड टू brick is being asked, what is the brick material? If you are having a brick, how construction will be doing? What are the construction technologies? What are the construction equipments? सीमेंट क्या होता है, सीमेंट की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैसे होती है, सीमेंट की क्वालिटीज क्या होती हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि ये फंडामेंटल चीजें बच्चों को पता नहीं. इवन दे आर टू अंडरस्टैंड दी ड्राइंग्स, जो ड्राइंग आपको सिविल इंजीनियर, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर, इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियर को ड्राइंग आनी चाहिए. इवन दे आर सेइंग दैट स्टूडेंट्स डजंट नो अबाउट द बेसिक. सो foremost thing is, if you want to get it recruited by the industries, your subject knowledge, basic knowledge. I am not saying application part. आप, हम ये नहीं चाहते कि आप हाई टेक, आपको अगर लेथ मशीन आती है ऑटोमेटिकली यू बी एबल टू लर्न टू सीएनसी मशीन, बट आपको लेथ मशीन आएगी तभी तो आप सीएनसी सीखोगे. दे आर सेइंग वी डोंट वांट सीएनसी मशीन ऑपरेशन, वी वांट दैट बेसिक मशीन्स व्हिच आर बीइंग यूटिलाइज्ड इन द वर्कशॉप, एटलीस्ट देयर नॉलेज हैज टू बी. तो फंडामेंटल नॉलेज की बात करते हैं, वो कमी आप लोगों में बताते हैं. और दूसरा वो ये कह रहे हैं कि स्किल पार्ट, आपके हाथ में जो स्किल होनी चाहिए. ये देखो, तीरंदाज जो तीर चला रहा है, तीर कहाँ पे लगना चाहिए? बिल्कुल सेंटर में लगना चाहिए. लेकिन वो कह रहे हैं कि हमारे बच्चों के पास स्किल, जो तीरंदाजी वाली स्किल है, हमारे पास जो इंजीनियरिंग का ज्ञान है, इन दैट नॉलेज दे आर हाईली डेविएटेड. इनफैक्ट ये कोई भी सर्किल में वो कह रहे हैं इनका तीर नहीं लग रहा है. दैट इज क्वाइट अवे फ्रॉम दैट. So the foremost part is your skill, and in this skill the communication skill is also coming. There are two types of skills, in fact. One is core skills related to your area in which you have worked for 4 years. Another one is how you are presenting yourself. और इसके साथ साथ आजकल जो नया नाम इन्होंने दिया है, that is soft skills. आपको पढ़ाई के अलावा जितनी भी बाकी स्किल्स हैं, आपने अगर कंप्यूटर इंजीनियरिंग की है, कंप्यूटर के नॉलेज के अलावा जितने भी आपके पास सद्गुण हैं, that is coming in the category of soft skills. आप कैसे बैठते हैं, कैसे कपड़े पहनते हैं, कैसे चलते हैं, कैसे साथियों के साथ व्यवहार करते हैं, कैसे इंडस्ट्री की तरफ कमिटमेंट है, कैसी आपकी बोलने की क्षमताएं, एवरीथिंग इज कमिंग इनटू द कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स पार्ट. सो ये जो पार्ट है आपका स्किल्स वाला पार्ट है, दे आर डाउटिंग ऑन दैट वन. सो वन, दे आर डाउटिंग ऑन योर फंडामेंटल नॉलेज, अनदर वन दे आर डाउटिंग ऑन योर स्किल्स, द कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स एज वेल एज कोर स्किल्स, इसके ऊपर, जिसको एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी स्किल्स भी कह रहे हैं. एंड थर्ड वन दे आर सेइंग आपका एटीट्यूड. आपका एटीट्यूड, प्रीवियस वन, yes, आपके एटीट्यूड की, एटीट्यूड में आपका कॉन्फिडेंस. जस्ट यू सी दिस व्यू, one cat is there, when that cat looks herself into mirror, she is so confident, she looks herself just like one lion. इतना कॉन्फिडेंस कि अगर इतना बड़ा भी काम मेरे को करना पड़े, I'll be able to do. But they are saying your students, it is reverse. In fact, lion when looks into mirror, he looks himself just like a cat. So reverse phenomena they are observing. They are saying students are not confident. उनका कॉन्फिडेंस जो है जगना है. वो कह रहे हैं कि जरूरी नहीं कि हमारी सारी चीजें उन बच्चों को आती हो, बट एटलीस्ट दे लेट टू हैव कॉन्फिडेंस, जस्ट सम गाइडेंस इफ यू हैव गिवन टू देम, दे शुड बी एबल टू डू दैट वन। हमने थोड़ी सी कोई बात बताई, नई चीज बताई, एटलीस्ट दे शुड बी फॉलो टू दैट वन। सो एक बच्चा जो हमारे पास आता है उसका एटीट्यूड इस तरह का हो जिससे सीखने की इच्छाएं हो, एंड ही शुड बी committed to organization, more or less commitment. If you see, or this staying in an organization is concerned, they are saying the boys and girls are not stable. On an average in India, if someone is entering into any organization, their average stability in an organization is 8 months. 8 महीने से ज़्यादा वो उस organization में नहीं रुक रहा है। तो वो करेंगे, जब तक हम ट्रेंड करते हैं उनको, तब तक ये दूसरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चेंज कर लेते हैं। दे आर हाईली मटेरियलिस्टिक, जस्ट 2000 3000 this jump is there, they are crossing the borders of their organization. So वो ये कह रहे हैं कि बच्चों का एटीट्यूड जैसा होना चाहिए वैसा एटीट्यूड उनका नहीं है। तो आपके इंटरव्यू के अंदर सिर्फ आपके टेक्निकल बातें नहीं पूछ रहे, वो सारी चीजें आपके ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं। आई एम सेइंग इवन इफ यू आर टेक्निकली यू आर वीक, योर कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स आर वीक, एवरीथिंग इज वीक, बट इफ योर एटीट्यूड इज गुड, आपकी सीखने की क्षमता, आप अगर उनको इंश्योर कर पाए कि सर इस लेवल पे मेरा नॉलेज कम है, बट इफ यू विल बी गिविंग अपॉर्चुनिटी टू मी, आई विल इंप्रूव माई सेल्फ, if that much assurance you can give at the time of your interview, I think people will accept you. सिर्फ वो आपका एटीट्यूड देख रहे हैं, and attitude is very very important, even it is more important than your skills. आपका एटीट्यूड जो है वो आपके स्किल से ज्यादा है। एटीट्यूड उसको कहते हैं कि सबके चेहरों पे जो मुस्कान ला सके, योर फेस शुड बी स्माइलिंग, एंड फेस ऑफ योर कलीग्स, योर पार्टनर्स, योर फ्रेंड, everyone's face if you can make smiling, that is termed as attitude, that is positive attitude. You are also happy and you are making the whole society happy, that is coming in the category of the attitude, and positive attitude. And more than skill, I am saying more than skill, attitude is important. Skills may be poorer, but if attitude is strong, yes, if willingness is there, if dedication is there, if sincerity is there, if zeal is there, if enthusiasm is there, they'll accept you, certainly. And without attitude, आपको सिर्फ आराम करने की इच्छा है या चोरी करने की इच्छा है या डेडिकेशन नहीं है, it is just like a punctured tire. Without inflation in the tire, without air pressure in the tire, the vehicle can't move in the same fashion. If you don't have attitude, you won't move in your career, in your life. It is just like this vehicle situation. So attitude is just like air pressure which we are having, the inflation which we are having in the tire. It is like that. So your attitude has to be positive, strong attitude you will have to have. And then they are saying your analytical abilities. वो ये कह रहे हैं कि हमें ऐसे बच्चे चाहिए जो अपना रास्ता खुद खोजे, अपने आवश्यकता के हिसाब से they should be able to find out the resources. In an organization, many problems are coming, many new inventions are coming, many new innovations are there. They are saying students should be in such a way that they should be able to find their own path. ये जो मैं आपको पिक्चर दिखा रहा हूँ, इसमें goats को मैंने दिखाया है. Goats for the purpose of feeling and killing their appetite, they found their own way. इनको किसी ने गाइड नहीं किया, देखो कहाँ पहुँच गई है ये पेट भरने के लिए. All the paths which are there on the street, it has been devised by these goats. These type of boys and girls they are needing in our organization, जो पीक पे जा सके, अपने रास्ते स्वयं जो है खोज सके, एंड जहाँ फाइनेंसेस हैं, जहाँ मेटेरियल की रिक्वायरमेंट, जहाँ मैन पावर की रिक्वायरमेंट है, everything the boys and girls who are entering into the organization, they should be able to find that path. आत्म विभो है, always अपने रास्ते स्वयं खोजो. इस तरह के बच्चे वो कह रहे हैं हमें चाहिए. एंड वो कह रहे हैं कि ये बच्चे जो है लर्निंग की भी इनकी इच्छाएं कम रहती है, चाहे ज्ञान आपका 4 साल में कम हुआ, लेकिन हम उनको सिखाएंगे. बच्चे दे आर रेजिस्टेंट टू लर्निंग. ये जो मैं आपको छोटी सी एक व्यू दिखा रहा हूँ, ये ईगल का है. ईगल स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट बर्ड इन दिस यूनिवर्स, स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट बर्ड. इट सर्वाइव्स फॉर 70 years लाइफ स्पान इज 70 years. 70 साल तक ये जीती है. एंड मेनी प्रॉब्लम्स इन इज हर कैरियर इज कमिंग. इसके जीवन काल में काफ़ी प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं. इसके पंख जो है सिकुड़ जाते हैं, इसकी चोंच बढ़ जाती है, इसके पंजे जो है सख्त हो जाते हैं, बढ़ जाते हैं पंजे. एंड इनको ठीक करने के लिए आफ्टर द एज ऑफ 40 years इनको ठीक करने के लिए she leaves this earth, she leaves this ground, she moves to the highest peak of the mountain where temperatures are very low, where air pressure is very low, availability of oxygen is very low. In that adverse environment she goes there and ये अपनी चोंच को पत्थरों पे मार मार के ठीक करती है. It took her 70 with the help of beak she'll repair her talons also. जो पंजे हैं इनको रिपेयर करती है. उसके अंदर भी करीब 60 दिन का टाइम इसको लगता है. विदाउट फूड, विदाउट helping environment, she does these things. Means this beak, this talon, roughly 140 days are needed for this one. And when this beak and talons are ready, then with the help of that one ये अपने पंख जो हैं, feathers जो हैं, इनको तोड़ के ठीक करती है. The whole duration requirement is around 180 days and it is termed as rebirth of eagle. After that one, after revamping of all three parts, she comes back on the earth and it is termed as rebirth of the eagle. After that one, it survives for 30 more years. 40 साल के बाद इसका जो कष्ट का टाइम आता है उससे निकलने के बाद 30 more years it will survive. वो कहते हैं कि हमें इस तरह के बच्चे चाहिए जो लर्न करना चाहें, जो रिवैम्प करना चाहें. इवन पुरानी चीजें, करिकुलम जो है हम लोग जो पढ़ाते हैं शायद इंस्टीट्यूट्स में, immediately many of the things may not be useful for the industries because everything is changing, everything is dynamic in nature, so rapidly changing. So they are saying कि जिन चीजों की शरीर पे आवश्यकता नहीं हो, जिस ज्ञान की आवश्यकता नहीं हो, that has to be removed and new knowledge has to be gathered, new knowledge has to be stored into the brain, into the actions in fact. So वो ये कह रहे हैं कि ऐसी चीजें जो काम की नहीं उनको डिस्कार्ड करें और नई चीजें ऐड करें. सो दे आर गिविंग द एग्जांपल ऑफ दिस ईगल की. इस तरह के बच्चे चाहिए हमें जो अपने अंदर चेंजेस, अपने डॉक्टर खुद ही बन सकें, अपने में परिवर्तन खुद ही कर सकें. यस. So every outdated information continuously she'll be removing. She is continuously updated. So it's attitude. Here attitude is important. She wants to learn, she wants to improve, she wants to strengthen herself, and the behavior, the habits which it is having, ये कह रहे हैं ऐसे behavior वाले, ऐसी attitude वाले बच्चे हम लोगों को चाहिए. And eagles always fly with eagles. ईगल्स जो है हमेशा ईगल के साथ फ्लाई करती हैं. ये ग्रुप बनाती है, एक टीम बनाती है, आपस में एक दूसरे को हेल्प करती हैं. सो एक सी थिंकिंग के जो बच्चे हैं, इंजीनियरिंग कर रहे हैं, उनकी एक सी थिंकिंग, पॉलिटेक्निक कर रहे हैं, और उनको अगर ज्वाइन करके इंजीनियरिंग फील्ड के जितने लोग हैं, इफ दे आर कमिंग जस्ट लाइक ए टीम, इफ दे आर इन ए टीम, दे आर थिंकिंग, दे आर प्लानिंग, तो जो 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 चेंजेस हो सकते हैं, जो इनोवेशंस हो सकते हैं, जो कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग हो सकती है इन ए टीम, it will be much more. So industry people are stressing on this team building. Alone you can't do miracles. You may be knowing very good C programming, you may knowing very good computer architecture, but if you are not sitting with your colleagues, your friends, if you are not exchanging your ideas, so आपका ज्ञान भी उतना सा ही limited रहेगा. So they are discussing about this team building part. ये टीम में काम करना है. And it remains always focused. Your focus, your target, your objective, your mandate should be very very clear and you should be focused in your life. जो एक तरफ ध्यान केंद्रित करके आप अपने आप को 50 जगह नहीं बांटिए. सिर्फ अगर 4 साल का जो टाइम मिला है उससे रिलेटेड कॉलेज कैंपस के अंदर जितना ज्ञान है, उसकी विसिनिटी में जितना ज्ञान है, उस शहर में जितना ज्ञान है, उस कंट्री में जितना ज्ञान, उस एरिया से रिलेटेड. सो प्लीज बी फोकस्ड ऑन दैट वन. इफ यू आर डूइंग मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग, try to be focused on mechanical engineering. Don't try to be have your target in management. If you are mechanical engineering, first of all your that part should be very strong. Your core the skills, your core area should be very very strong. If your core areas are strong due to this focused target, then certainly you can add value into yourself. So first and foremost thing is your core area in which you people are working. एंड चैलेंजेस. यस, ये इतना बड़ा चैलेंज लेती है ईगल जो है. when some adverse situations are there, suppose it is about to rain or it is storm is there, so most of the birds they are moving towards their nest. उनके जो घोंसले हैं उनकी तरफ बढ़ते हैं बाकी पक्षी. but what this eagle is doing, it won't do like that one. It won't be just like other birds. It is moving means beneath of those clouds, above the clouds, it is crossing the clouds from where the problem is getting created, it moves above that one. So it is taking challenges. If you have moved above the problems, root cause of the problem, if you have traced, then certainly always there are solutions. If there is no problem, certainly solution is in front of you. If you are going for a treatment, if doctor is able to test you your disease and is doing all the tests, and with the help of tests, if he is able to find out the solution of your disease, I think the treatment is possible. Treatment is only possible if you are knowing the problem. So these eagles are doing their treatment themselves. They are moving away from the clouds. तो सारी की सारी जितनी जड़ें हैं प्रॉब्लम्स की, उससे आगे ये निकल के आ जाती हैं. They are saying that students who are entering into the industries, they are highly materialistic. बच्चों पे वो ये कहते हैं कि वो छोटे से पैसे के लालच में हम लोगों को छोड़ के चले जाते हैं. So our target has to be that money is not important. Important part is your commitment, what you are contributing, your ownership, that organization, that is more important. Money will be coming. I'm not saying that money is not important, but money is not that important that frequently you people are living to anyone. Without much benefit, you people are living. And if you are having confidence, money automatically will be coming to you. So this materialistic nature, we Indians were never materialistic. ये तो कुछ पश्चिमी सभ्यता आ गई, कुछ प्रभाव दुष्प्रभाव जो भी आए, we were never thinking about this money part. We were assumed to be highly dedicated people in this whole world. जिस तरह से ये ईगल है, जो हमेशा चेंजेस चाहती है, अपने टारगेट इसके फिक्स हैं, और ये जब उड़ती है, इवन जब ये उड़ती है, तो इतनी कॉन्फिडेंस से उड़ती है और साथ में सबको साथ में लेके चलती है. अलोन शी वोंट फ्लाई, शी फ्लाई विद टीम मेंबर्स. और अगर कोई कमजोर भी टीम मेंबर होता है, शी विल बी हेल्पिंग दैट वन. इन सेम फैशन, this materialistic nature which our boys and girls are having, it is disturbing. In fact, to whole community it is disturbing. And their leadership qualities, ये इस चीज की भी बात करते हैं. इंडस्ट्री वाले ये कह रहे हैं कि बच्चों में लीडरशिप क्वालिटी. ये मैं आपको सारस का एग्जांपल बता रहा हूँ. सारस जो है, जो माँ सरस्वती की सवारी है, they moves in a V formation always. First of all, they move, they fly for long distances. They are popular because they cross the borders of the country. Suppose in India, if it is winter, they'll be going to Australia. Long flights they are taking, so they are very famous, in fact, for the purpose for this long flight. And same time, the bird who is at number one at forefront, it is leader of this team. When they are flying, this leader is taking all the decisions, that what speed they let to fly, at what altitude they let to fly, where they let to break the journey. And the tiresome of this first one, the tiredness of the first one leader is maximum, because air resistance at the forefront will be highest. So ये थकता है, बाकी लोग कम थकते. First of all, due to decision making. Second one, the air resistance which is being faced by this bird. So ये इतना आपस में इनका कॉन्फिडेंस होता है कि उड़ते उड़ते जो पीछे सारे जो चल रहे हैं, कंटिन्यूसली दे आर मेकिंग द नॉइजेस, दे आर मोटिवेटिंग दिस लीडर कि आप चिंता मत करो, वी ऑल पीपल आर विद यू. वो ये कहते हैं कि हमें ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स चाहिए जो लीडर भी बन सके और मोटिवेटर भी बन सके. सो दिस टाइप ऑफ ग्रुप, दोज पीपल आर needing, industry people are needing. And in this case, what happens when this leader get tired? So this leader will be going on the back side of this team, and another one will become the leader. New leader will be there. So they are having faith on each other also. So आज industry वाले कह रहे हैं कि alone students are very good, but when they are in a team, they are very poor. So team के अंदर काम करने की जो भावनाएं हैं, वो बच्चों की कम बता रहे हैं. And another part which is being touched is presentation skills part. Presentation skills, when I am saying, it is not only English, any language, in what way you are presenting yourself. And सिर्फ बोलना ही नहीं है आपको सुनने की कैपेबिलिटीज भी, आपकी बोलने की कैपेबिलिटीज भी, आपकी लिखने की कैपेबिलिटीज भी है. तो आप लिखने में भी सक्षम हो, आप बोलने में भी सक्षम हो, आप सुनने में भी सक्षम हो, और आपका सॉफ्ट स्किल वाला पार्ट, आपके सारे एटीट्यूड भी अच्छे हों. सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट, 70% टाइम ऑफ आवर लाइफ वी आर कंज्यूमिंग इन लिसनिंग. योर लिसनिंग शुड बी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग. आप ज़्यादातर लोग क्या करते हैं कि पूरी बात सुनने से पहले ही रिएक्ट करते हैं. even doctors also, when we are going to doctor for the purpose of treatment, you are trying to explain your disease. Before the complete explanation, your doctor will be reacting. Without knowing the complete history of yours, he or she starts to write the prescription for your treatment. So listening के बिना जब उसने शुरू कर दिया तो इस और हर decisions more or less 90% time doctor decisions are wrong because that listening capabilities are very poor. आज आप लोग जो है आपकी राइटिंग स्किल्स भी कमजोर होती जा रही हैं. What you people are writing, you are writing just SMS लैंग्वेज. आप जो SMS वाई ओ यू को यू लिखने शुरू कर दिया है आप लोगों ने, तो आप लोगों की सुनने की क्षमताएं भी कम होती जा रही हैं, आप लोगों की लिखने की क्षमताएं भी कम होती जा रही हैं, आप लोगों की बोलने की क्षमताएं भी जो है कम होती जा रही हैं. So those areas they'll be touching in today's program. So it is not important what you are knowing, but it is very important that how you are explaining that one. And you should be very polite. In life, industry people are saying we need polite people, but not that much polite कि आप पूरा का पूरा ही जो है अपने आप को yield कर लिया है, पूरा बीच गए हैं. ऐसे लोग नहीं चाहिए. वो कह रहे we need strong people who can do justice, who can respect other people, but they should not be so polite कि उनका एक व्यक्तित्व भी नहीं हो, उनका कोई बेस भी नहीं हो, उनकी कोई जो है रीढ़ की हड्डी भी नहीं हो. ऐसे लोग उनको नहीं चाहिए. And they are saying the students who are coming to us, but particularly for the purpose of this placement interview के time, they are unprepared. वो prepared नहीं है. Even they are not knowing. Suppose you are being interviewed for the purpose of TCS, you don't know about TCS. What TCS is, what are their products, what is their aims, what is objective, what is turnover, who is the owner. They don't know about the organization. Even students don't know after 5 years what they would like to become. It is not clear to that one. So they are saying that unpreparedness is the major reason of this student. That's why they are not getting inducted into an organization. So you should be prepared also. Wherever you are going, 100% preparedness has to be. और आपकी जो एम्प्लॉयर की एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं, ये जो मैंने मार्क्स दे रखे हैं इसके अंदर आपका जो जो कोर एरिया है, जो ग्रेड हैं आपके जो मार्क्स आए हुए हैं, उसके अंदर वो 5 में से 3 साढ़े 3 मार्क्स दे रहे हैं. सबसे ज़्यादा आपको जो मार्क्स देते हैं 5 में, जो उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट है कि एक टीम में वो काम. फिर वो आपकी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स की बात करते हैं, फिर आपका जो डिसीजन मेकिंग की बात करते हैं. तो उनके अंदर जो आपने चीज़ें इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ी है उसके ऊपर वो बहुत कम जो है स्ट्रेस देते हैं, बाकी चीज़ों पे वो स्ट्रेस ज़्यादा दे रहे हैं, which we people will be covering. I think most of the time today or tomorrow our team members will be covering this one. These are the employer expectations, these are the your employability skills, और उसके ऊपर वो ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस देना चाहते हैं. वो हमारे एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम को भी ब्लेम करते हैं. They are saying your examination system through which student has come out, your examination system is wrong. To everyone, some student may be very good in experimental part, some student may be very good in theoretical part, some students may be very good in sports, in other activities, in co-curricular activities he may be very good. So as far as testing is done, it should be done in those areas जहाँ पे वो अच्छा है. आप जिसको मैथमेटिक्स का बहुत अच्छा नॉलेज नहीं है, उसको बार बार मैथमेटिक्स पे स्ट्रेस क्यों कर रहे हैं? हो सकता है उसका बाकी चीजों में वो मैथमेटिक्स ही कैन सोल्व विद द हेल्प ऑफ कंप्यूटर. सो व्हाई यू आर नॉट टेस्टिंग हिज कंप्यूटेशनल कैपेबिलिटीज एज कंपेयर्ड टू व्हेन यू आर टेस्टिंग हिम फॉर मैथमेटिक्स? यू आर सेइंग दैट एवरीवन शुड क्लाइंब ऑन दिस ट्री. चाहे वो हाथी है, चाहे बंदर है, सारे के सारे वो कह रहे हैं इस ट्री पे चढ़ जाओ. मंकी कैन क्लाइंब. how this elephant will be or how fish will be climbing on the tree. So वो कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग जो एग्जामिनेशन ले रहे हैं इंस्टीट्यूट्स में, दिस एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम इज रॉन्ग. आई एम सेइंग देयर शुड नॉट बी एनी एग्जामिनेशन. As far as your studies are concerned, no examination. Daily you people are coming in our classes, we are observing you. Today some problem I have given for the purpose of solution. Tomorrow you will be coming with solution. If you are not solved, I'll be giving again time. I'll be asking what problems are there. My final target has to be that whatever problem I have given, it should be solved in that semester. It should be a project based. Yes, I want from you that in a semester you should be able to understand the engine, you should be able to do the load test on that one, you should be able to find out the efficiency of that one and what is the relevance of that efficiency. Everything if I have given to you, just what you are adding, starting from the fundamentals of the engine to getting the efficiency of that one. Till that time when we are reaching, every day I am observing. On the basis of observance, I should grade you, I should give marks to you. और अब लेकिन हमने ये प्रैक्टिकल कराया, लेकिन जब एग्जाम लेते हैं आप लोगों को सारे थ्योरी के क्वेश्चन उसको पूछते हैं. दे आर सेइंग डोंट गो सो मच थ्योरेटिकल बेस. You always test them what exactly they have earned, what they have gathered during this whole semester. So they are blaming on exam system. They are blaming on the load which we people are putting on the students also. वो ये कह रहे हैं कि इनको क्लासों में ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं रखो, आप थ्योरी उनको क्लासेस में नहीं पढ़ाओ, उनको प्रैक्टिकल पार्ट, इफ सिविल इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट इज देयर, व्हाट इज देयर टू टीच देम इन क्लासेस, थ्योरी क्लास में क्या पढ़ाना है उनको आप साइट पे लेके जाओ where work is going on, and continuous learning on the site itself has to be. If it is a mechanical engineering, he is interested in thermal part, so he should work in thermal power plant, how the processes are taking place, how coal combustion, how turbines are working, how compressors are working, how generators are working. So everything should be studied outside the classes. But in our study pattern which we are having, most of the time we are keeping busy friends in our classes also. So for teachers also, the message is our curriculum, our examination system, our teaching pattern which we are having, it should be more or less, it should be related to experimental part. In medical colleges, if you observe, in medical colleges, with medical college, there is a hospital also. Connected to that medical college, hospital is there. So for half of the day, students are doing theory part, and half of the day, the later half of the day, they are treating the patients. So unko hands on, unki confidence building, it is much more. So same type of treatment of the students, industry people are saying that they should be treated like this one. When you are going for the interviews, जैसे वो इंटरव्यू देने जाते हैं, वो करें हम जब देखते हैं बच्चों को, वो देखो बाल वाल बिखेर के, ये आपका 90% सिलेक्शन तभी डिसाइड हो जाता है जब गेट से आप एंटर होते हो. आपको कोई कम्युनिकेशन नहीं करना है उस टाइम, कुछ भी नहीं बताना है, आपका स्टाइल जो है, आपकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज जो है, आपके बालों का स्टाइल जो है, आपके कपड़े जिस तरह से पहने हुए, पहले 95% तो आपका सिलेक्ट होना है या नहीं सिलेक्ट होना है, इट विल बी डिसाइडेड बाय दैट वन. आपको इंटरव्यू देने की जरूरत नहीं, वो मानस पहले से ही बना लेते हैं. सो यू शुड बी रेडी, यू शुड handsome, you should be presentable, your dressing sense, everything should be wonderful, जिससे आप impact बना पाएं. उनसे जो है आपकी ड्रेसिंग सेंस दोस्त बना देती है. तो जो आपका इंटरव्यू लेते हैं ना, उनके साथ आपकी दोस्ती आपके कपड़े ही कर देते हैं, आपको कोई बोलने की जरूरत नहीं होती. और इस तरह के कपड़े पहन के गए तो सबसे पहले तो आपके ऊपर उनका हर तरह से आप पे डाउट होने लग जाता है. आपके जगने का, आपका सोने का टाइम, आपका शेड्यूल एक्टिविटीज, आपकी पढ़ाई, एवरीथिंग इज बीइंग ऑब्जर्व थ्रू योर ड्रेसिंग सेंस. आप गए, आप जो है मोबाइल पे बातें करते हुए इंटरव्यू दे रहे हैं, आपका फोन आ गया, ये वो, इट इज हाईली इरिटेटिंग, इट इज हाईली इरिटेटिंग. इस तरह के काम नहीं करें. कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स तो बाद में आएगी, ये जो ट्रेड्स हैं आपके, जो इंटरव्यू शुरू होने से पहले की बातें हैं, इट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और ड्यूरिंग इंटरव्यू जो है आप लोगों का बिहेवियर, एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम यू सीम्स अनइंटरेस्टेड, जैसे वहाँ पे गए अपीयर हो रहे हैं, ऐसे लगता है आपका कोई इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं है इस तरह का. ऐसे लड़कों, ऐसे लड़कियों को सिलेक्ट नहीं करेंगे कभी कभी भी, चाहे आपके पास ज्ञान कितना भी हो. They won't give you the opportunity. And if you are properly, if you are not dressed, खराब से आप जो है पहन के, या बैठने का तरीका देखो, आप गए इंटरव्यू देने, छाता ले रखा है आपने, या दुनिया भर के बैग आपके साथ में ले रखे हैं. इफ यू आर गोइंग फॉर द इंटरव्यू, जस्ट सम फाइल यू लेट टू हैव, जिसके अंदर आपके डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं, एंड यू आर रेडी, यू आर कंसंट्रेटेड, यू आर फोकस्ड. इफ यू आर हैविंग दीज टाइप ऑफ अटैचमेंट्स विद यू, इट मीन्स यू आर नॉट फोकस्ड टू दैट वन, यू आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन दैट वन. एंड इफ यू आर लुकिंग एरोगेंट, इसको भी वो पसंद है, आपकी एरोगेंसी वो जो पसंद नहीं करते. आप एरोगेंट आदमी को देखना नहीं चाहते. आपने गए, आपने जूते उतार के वहाँ पे गए, इंटरव्यू देने गए हैं, आप जूते उतार के गए, इसमें कम्युनिकेशन कहीं आया ही नहीं. आपकी ये चीज़ें जो है, आपका 90% वेटेज तो इसी चीज़ का है. इंटरव्यू तो शुरू ही नहीं हो रहा है आपका, जो सिंगला साहब बताएंगे वो बातें तो शुरू ही नहीं हो रही है. उससे पहले सपोज you are having this dress of scout dress, if you are having, and you have gone there, and they are saying even dress, you are dressing with this scout dress, and you don't know what is the importance, what is the significance of this one. आपको ड्रेस पे ही उन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछने शुरू कर दिए कि इस चीज का सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है. सो दे आर सेइंग दैट दे हैव कम देयर, बट दे डोंट नो व्हाई दे आर वेयरिंग दिस ड्रेस. वो सिग्निफिकेंस ही नहीं. ये देखो च्युइंगम जो है चबाते हुए जा रहे हैं बच्चे. इन चीजों का आप लोगों को बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान रखना. ये आपकी सारी चीजें वहाँ पे बता रहे हैं. एंड कभी भी आप अपने इंस्टीट्यूट की बुराई नहीं करेंगे वहाँ पे. सपोज यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर द इंटरव्यू, if you are leaving the job, another job you are joining, you won't be criticizing your previous employer. If you are leaving the institute, and if you are studying in the institute, and if you have gone for the recruitment drive, never criticize your institute. अगर क्रिटिसाइज आपने किया तो आपके एटीट्यूड को उनको पता चल जाएगा कि ये नेगेटिविटी है। अगर कहीं पे भी आप क्रिटिसाइज करते हो, नो वन हैज गिवन राइट टू यू टू क्रिटिसाइज एनीवन। जीवन में आप किसी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करेंगे। क्रिटिसाइज करने का अधिकार, किसी को सर्टिफिकेट देने का अधिकार आप लोगों के पास नहीं, किसी के पास भी नहीं। आई एम सेइंग इवन विद गॉड इट इज नॉट अवेलेबल दैट सर्टिफिकेट। डोंट क्रिटिसाइज एनीवन। एंड सक्सेसफुल एजुकेशन, हम वो इस तरह के बच्चे चाहते हैं कि most of the time in industry the situation which you'll be having, those situations you are not faced earlier. When you are studying, those situations were not there. So they want those students who can face those challenges which are coming in your life, which you are not faced at all, which are not repeatedly being faced by yourself. So problems may be new every day, new problems will be there, new challenges will be there. You should be able to overcome that. Whatever situation is coming, उस situation को आप ओवरकम कर पाएँ, उस सिचुएशन में आप जो है अपनी सिचुएशन को ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए बेटर कर सकें। इस तरह के बच्चे होने चाहिए। When I'm saying success, so first you start yourself. Yes, for success purpose you start. Then related to that one thinking. Suppose you are going for interview. First of all, start thinking of that one. What I'll be doing, how I'll be doing, in what way I'll be preparing myself, in what way I'll be presenting myself, and then analyze yourself, what knowledge you are having, what are the shortcomings, where are the gaps. So you start, you think, you analyze, and whatever analysis you have done, according to that one, your planning you please do. When you'll be going, when you'll be entering into the room, what exactly you'll be doing, that planning has to be. And try to bring those people in those areas where you are very strong, very, very strong. So your planning part should be very strong. Whatever you have planned, even outside the room, whatever you have planned, you try that one to implement that one. And after that one, whatever is there, whatever is in your mind, whatever you are expecting that at the time of interview these things will be coming, you please do that one. Practically try to do that one. Again you do, again practice, and finally practice. Whatever is with you, it should be presentable, it should be presented with best possible manner, and it will be coming only if you are done again and again, if you have done this practice, and finally you'll be touching to success. So success is with practice, practice is with planning, planning is with your preparedness, and the way you have started thinking of that one. So if your start is good, certainly you'll be succeeding. And industry people are saying we need these type of students, confident, and they should be different. Then hundreds of dogs are there, one cat is moving without any fear. See, no, that many of the dogs are there, but no fear is there. So those type of boys and girls are needed. So with these words, I'll be extending my sincere thanks to all the boys and girls, and I hope this program will be a wonderful addition in your knowledge, and everyone is employable. Never say that 10% are employable, 20% are employable. Everyone is employable. Only their grooming, their finishing has to be according to that one. So in these areas, whatever help NITR Chandigarh can do, we are ready. And sometimes I'm requesting to our centers that you please do visit to our institute also, the efforts which are being done, or the facilities which we people are having here, even some mock interviews we can conduct for the students. So in any area wherever help of NITR Chandigarh is needed, we people are ready. I hope that boys and girls who will be listening us today, they'll be doing miracles in their career. Thank you very much. Best wishes.
Well, friends, let me at the very outset thank our worthy director, Dr. M.P. Punia ji, for being present with us on this very important occasion of one-day program on communication skills. They say that well begun is half done, and I would say that it is almost 90% done. He has covered all the 4 topics, I would say, which we are intended to cover in this one-day workshop. Let me just briefly try to summarize what he has emphasized upon. He has given emphasis on basically 3 things. That is, basic fundamentals about your subject matter knowledge. Be focused on whatever branch of engineering you are pursuing, civil, electrical, mechanical. Fundamentals related to that are very, very important for all of us. And besides that, there are 2 more skills he has emphasized upon. That is, that you should be able to deliver not only knowledge, you should be able to deliver whatever knowledge you are having. Can you translate it to the industrial requirement? That skills, those skills should be available with you, where you can translate that knowledge to the expectation of the industry where you're going to perform. And third, and the most important aspect of life, which he has discussed with us, is attitudes. Attitudes are disposition of your mind in any situation, whether it is a positive disposition or a negative disposition. If you are having a positive disposition, there are opportunities for you which are waiting for you to be get employed. So attitude is a very important thing. Thank you so much, डॉक्टर साहब, आपने बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से हमारे स्टूडेंट को कहा. और in order to now display your presentation to the industrialist, to the potential employer, he has emphasized on three main things again. That is, you should be able to work in a team. You should be able to convey in your interview, in your GD, in your resume, that you are a team player. You are not individualistic. He has emphasized upon that through the example of Eagle, and he has also talked about two more important things besides the team networking. That is leadership and motivation. How the birds are able to lead and they take positions. I mean, the leaders also keep on changing in between, and they're giving the minimum effort ke saath, they are taking the whole flight, and they are able to reach their target place. And towards the end, probably he has talked in details about the basic model of communication, which we'll be talking in details. That is listening, speaking, reading, writing. If you want to be a good speaker, you have to be a good listener. And about 70% of time which we spend in listening. If you are a good listener, we can become definitely a good speaker. And for being a good writer, you have to be a good reader. But unfortunately, as Dr. Saab just now mentioned, we are losing the art of reading, and we are also losing the art of listening. That is why we are not able to speak well, we are not able to write well. In this one-day program, we will be talking in details about that. And besides the verbal communication, which comprises of listening, speaking, reading, writing, these are verbal, where we take the help of words to convey our feelings and to share our feelings with others. Besides the verbal part, there is the equally important aspect of communication, which is non-verbal part. Non-verbal means जहाँ पे words के use नहीं होते. About 93% on an average, communication takes place through non-verbal modes. डॉक्टर साहब ने बड़े बड़े एक्चुअली आपको एग्जांपल भी दिए और आपको यहाँ पे कुछ एक स्लाइड्स भी दिखाई. Just before you even start speaking, replying the answer of the interviewer, your whole body is speaking to the other person. That is your non-verbal part of the communication. So, Dr. Sir, thank you so much for throwing a light to all of us. So, we'll be now moving in that direction to strengthen our students who are present in the these 6 centers which we are having. About 500 to 600 students are there. They will be taking direct benefit of our inputs here. We'll be talking about in details now each and every aspect which our director has thrown light to us. We just break for 2 minutes, just for 2 minutes only. We will not leave the hall to set up the next presentation here, and then we will start the next presentation on communications. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. बंद कर दूं मैं? इसको बंद कर दूं, फिर इसको ऑफ कर दूं? आपके हाथ पे चलते हैं। ये यार ये इसमें भी गड़बड़ है, इसमें ये नहीं चलता। वो कोई और फॉर्मेट वो जा नहीं मैं। Well, friends, we'll resume the next session now. The next session is on communication skills, its significance, verbal and non-verbal aspects of communication. This is a very vast topic, my dear friends, and we'll try to cover the basics in this session. The basics of significance, verbal and non-verbal communication. And then we'll be having one more session before the lunch, that is on resume writing. Well, friends, let me give you the outlines of my presentations here. First of all, I'll be talking to you about the meaning and significance of communication. Then I'll be talking to you about process of communication, methods of communication, verbal and non-verbal both, channels of communication, and then we'll be talking about fundamentals and essentials of effective communication. What are those fundamental things which can make your communication more effective? And then we'll be talking about the language in communication, the importance of language in communication. And then barriers in communication, how to remove those barriers. There are certain obstacles or noises, what we call in the language of communication. We'll be talking about those and how to remove those barriers. Now, coming to the very definition of communication. The word communication has been derived from a word which is a Latin word which is known as communis, which means making common. When we are communicating with somebody, when you are talking to somebody, you are trying to make your ideas common with other people. Or somebody else is speaking, trying to say something, he or she is also trying to make it that thing common with other people. That is the word communication has started from. It can be a process, it can be a concept, a network, or a form of entertainment. What you see on the television, on the radios, or in the magazines, anywhere, there can be different forms of communication. Communication is a broad field of human interchange of facts and opinions. When you have certain facts with you, you want to share with others, or you may have an opinion, your own thinking, your own viewpoint on certain thing, you want to share with others. That is basically communication. Communication is the purpose is, the very purpose is that a mutual understanding has to be established. When you are on the same wavelength with the other person, that is a mutual understanding. And many times I normally like to say that in communication, whereas the purpose is to have a mutual understanding. But if your communication is not proper, there is every likelihood that communication plays a role in misunderstanding. And every effort should be made so that there is a minimum amount of misunderstanding. I know that 100% communication may not be possible all the time, but you can minimize the amount of misunderstanding. That is the basically art of communication. Then a few more ideas on communication: the exchange of ideas, messages, information, speech, signal, or writing. Then communication is a process by which you influence one another's attitudes, behaviors, and understanding. You know, in communication, when you are talking to somebody, you're trying to give your ideas, the other person's attitudes, his or her behavior, and his level of understanding can be influenced by the communication. And this is another one here. It is a transmission of information, ideas, emotions, skills, etc. You can use the help. You can take the help of symbols, words, pictures, figures, graphs, etc. Uh, it, it, it encompasses all of these things. Then communication is a process by which we understand others and in turn endeavor to be understood by them. We try to make other people understand, and we also try to understand other people. Again, mutual understanding is the main thing, and it's a dynamic process. Suppose I am now speaking, and if I ask you to respond to me, I become a listener. So it's a dynamic process. I am speaking, somebody else is listening. Then somebody else is speaking, you are listening. It's a dynamic process, constantly changing and shifting in response to the total situation. I am saying something now. Towards the end of my presentation, I will be taking something else. So your situation is different then. And accordingly, your communication will be varying. It is a link between one part of the world to the other part. Today, for example, what is happening in US right now, you have access to that. It is making a connection of not only people physically who are in your close proximity, but also making connection with the people who are living far away places. Today morning, when we were listening to the news, I was able to get all the ideas what has gone in the election process in Haryana or in Maharashtra, or what is happening in USA, or what is happening in New Zealand today, and what is happening in China. So it is a very strong link through communication only. We are able to now having a one world, one village kind of. And communication is another means by which the power can be exerted. I go to the extent of saying that no power can be exerted without communication. If there is no communication with you, can you elect a candidate? How you will select a candidate for the elections, for example? Or if, let us say, something has to be done by your director, your principal in the college, if he or she is not communicating to the faculty, to the staff, to the student, how would you understand what he or she is trying to say? Today, Prime Minister is now laying emphasis on the cleanliness. A lot of communication has gone in the televisions, in the letters, on the internet, in the newspapers. Without all that, how would you read the mind of your Prime Minister, what he is trying to say, where he wants to lead the country to? Then communication maintains and animates life. Now, without communication, the life becomes very dull. Even in the silence, you are communicating. Maybe you are communicating to yourself, or maybe you are giving opportunity to the other person to think on or reflect back on what you have said just now. When you are passing for some time or observing silence, you even then, during that time also, you are communicating. It basically animates the life. Without communication, think about a moment. I mean, if I give you 1 minute time here and to be silent, you will see that life has suddenly become still. It is not animated anymore. So it creates a common pool of idea, strengthen the feeling of togetherness. You have seen the birds when they come back in the evening after they are spending their day in their day out. Uh, when they come back to their nest, they make a lot of noise. It animates. I have seen that situation in the villages or in the whether in the parks or even in the railway stations. When the birds come back, they make a lot of noise. Why they make a lot of noise? They want to go back to their own nests, and they want to make sure that everyone is together. Nobody is missing. Nobody has been left out in the fields in the morning. So it's basically even the birds and the animals, all the living people or living animals. They communicate with each other and strengthen the feeling of togetherness. If you have to work in a team, which Dr. Punia was talking in the morning, there has to be a proper communication. We all, probably most of you must have seen the movie Chak De India. The last speech by the coach there, those 70 minutes, that 70-minute speech, those of you who have not seen the movie, you can go to the YouTube and just put 70 minute, go 70 minute from Chak De India, you will be able to see that. See that togetherness, the feeling of togetherness and playing for a team, that can be maintained by only communication. Now, coming to the now nitty-gritties of communication. Before you speak, one of the main thing in communication is before you speak, think. Think what you want to say. Or when I say speaking, I'm also addressing the another form of communication, that is writing also. Before you want to write, think what you want to write. ये मैंने छोटा सा एक आपके साथ पोस्टर शेयर करना चाहता हूँ मैं आपसे. आदमी जन्म के 2 वर्ष बाद बोलना सीख जाता है. नॉर्मली एवरेज on average person, some people may be able to learn how to say certain things just after 1 year, sometimes 1.5 years, but normally up to 2 years they learn how to speak. पर उसको क्या बोलना है ये सीखने के लिए पूरी जिंदगी बीत जाए. Sometimes people do not learn even after spending their whole life what has to be spoken. Now, think is basically comprising of 5 letters in the English alphabet, T, H, I, and K. Each one of them is very important for all of us. The first T is for ask yourself. When you're thinking, ask yourself, the first T stands for, is it true? जो मैं बोलने जा रहा हूँ, जो मैं लिखने जा रहा हूँ, is it true? Wait on this, think about it. Ask yourself. The second H stands, the H in the think stands for helpful. Is it helpful for others? Whatever I'm going to say or write, is it helpful for the other person who's going to listen, who's going to read me? Then the third letter is I. Third alphabet is I. I is it inspiring? Ask yourself, am I going to motivate somebody or going to demotivate somebody? If it is inspiring, then only I say and I write. Then the next letter is N. Is it necessary? Normally we keep on saying certain thing or writing certain things also. And always weigh yourself, think about it, that is it necessary for me to say something, or keeping quiet would be better option. Then the last letter which I have shared here is K. Is it kind? Is it gentle? The way I am going to say something, is it gentleman's way, or to say somebody is being kind to somebody, or I am being rude? One should not be rude. Think about it. What I am going to say may not reflect upon rudeness to other way, may not hurt somebody. It should be kind. If you just focus on these 5 things, is it true? Is it helpful? Is it inspiring? Is it necessary? Or is it kind? Probably you have done almost 90% of your job of preparing for the communication. Think about it. Then another very important aspect of communication is the difference between argument and discussion. We should never ever, in whatever the situation may be, enter into an argument. When we are arguing, when we are working in a team or when we are working in a group, there is every likelihood when we are communicating to each other, when we are presenting our idea to each other, when we are sharing our ideas, sometimes those discussions can lead to argument. I have tried to define here the difference between argument and discussion. Argument is to find out who is right. You want to say that you are right. The other person wants to say that he or she is right. A stage when both of you stop receiving each other. You stop listening to each other. You feel that I am right. Now whatever he or she is going to say, I am not going to listen because I am right. In discussion, you do not say that who is right. You say what is right. आप ये प्रयत्न करते हैं ये ढूंढने के लिए कि ठीक क्या है, ठीक कौन है, इसके ऊपर एम्फेसिस नहीं है. Discussions are always welcome and healthy and should be done. But when your focus is on who is right or wrong, that is basically an argument. And in every communication, we should avoid the argument. Why we should avoid the argument? Because when we are arguing, when the discussions reach to the stage of argument, sometimes even in the beginning itself, we come with the blocks, or what we call as psychological barriers in our mind. When we have those blocks with us, that whatever the other person is going to say is wrong, only I am right, then the communication is not taking place. That having a feeling of understanding is not taking place, and there is every likelihood that you will be misunderstood. or the other person is going to be misunderstood by you. So, in but in the professional life, or even in the day to day life also, the argument should be avoided, because we are not there to prove who is right or wrong. We are here to find out what is right and what is wrong, and how should we proceed about. When you put your first argument, they say that you have lost 50% of your battle. So even if the other person is trying to prompt you to enter into an argument, avoid that. Avoid to enter into an argument. If you just put your first argument, they say that you have lost 50% of your battle. And the moment you put your second argument, they say that you have lost the rest 50% also. So nobody is listening, and it is the situation is like that. You see the picture here. When the discussion से argument की तरफ पहुंचते हैं, you see yourself here how the people are, their body language itself. And one of the main reasons of argument is ego, and there is a false sense of ego. There is no real differences in basically, when nobody is listening, the other person is also putting himself or herself separately, and you are also sitting like that. Nobody is listening, and it is a very difficult situation. And the best solution would have been that one of the persons who were in the communication would say that I am sorry, it didn't mean it. The other person is arguing, and you can very coolly say that I never meant it. And with this kind of attitude, then you will be able to communicate not only with two persons each other, but you will be able to communicate with a group also. This is what is required to be done in the professional life, where you are pulling in the ideas of all the people and reaching out to a solution of a problem. You are being hired in the industries to reach out the solution to the problem, not to settle the scores by your false egos. So that's very important in the communication. And kindly read this one. An immature person who is not reflecting the maturity in the life will win an argument even at the cost of a relationship. But a matured person, he will like to lose an argument to uphold a golden relationship. And a relationship, maintaining relationships are a very important aspect of life, even in the professional life, when you have to work in a team. If in a team you are not having faith and trust in each other, then you are losing relationship, and then the whole industry, the whole company, the whole department will be suffering because of that ego problem, which are basically false ego problems. So at the very outset, I'm going to say, I have said that kindly think about what you want to say or write. Number two is never enter into an argument when we are in a communication. So communication is central to all political, business, social, cultural, and spiritual activities. We all understand this very well. So let me go to the next one now here. The significance. It is the heart of all the organizations, whether it is a teaching organization, or it is a manufacturing organization, it is a sales or trading, or whatever the industry is doing, or a service organization. Communication is very central to all organizations. And it has been seen that about 70% of the time in any organization is spent in interpersonal relationship. And in the interpersonal relationship, communication is the main thing. If your communication is good, your interpersonal relationships are bound to be good also. So 70% of the times people are spending in interpersonal situations, and due to poor communication skills, those interpersonal relationships can be affected. Then effective communication is an essential component of organization success, whether it is interpersonal relationship, intergroup, intragroup, organizational, or external levels. Within the organization also, people have to communicate. For example, there is a department of material management. There is a department of manufacturing. there is a department of quality control, then there is a department of uh, marketing. So you have to have a proper interpersonal relationship or working in a team between the industry also. And once the material is going out, your product is going out, then you have to communicate with your clients outside the organization also. And if your communication is poor, there can be problems in the manufacturing, there can be problem with the quality, there can be problem with the marketing, there can be problem with your clients also. So that's the very, very important aspect of communication. We'll just skip some of this, ma'am. We'll be just skipping some of this. Okay, come to the back. Now, before I proceed further, I like to share with you the process of communication. Why I'm going to share the process? Because each and every aspect in this process, though you may be aware about the process of communication, but let me just share with you next 2-3 minutes so that we are able to understand the process. And if we have to make our communication more effective, each and every aspect in this process has to be very clearly understood. Every communication starts with an idea or a message. You always have a message in your mind which you want to communicate to the other person. You start with a message or an idea, and then the person who is going to share that idea with the other person or group of persons becomes a sender. Okay, you have an idea, now you want to share that with other person, so you become a sender, and you encode that idea. That you encode means you will use the language maybe or some non-verbal cues, something like that, and then you encode that idea into certain words, certain phrases, and then you choose certain process, certain channels to convey that idea to the receiver, to the person to whom you want to convey that idea. So that person is a receiver, and that person decode whatever you have encoded in your message. And after decoding, he or she is going to give you feedback that whether he has listened to it, whether he's understood it or no, whether he's able to comprehend, or whatever inferences he or she is trying to draw from your idea, you are going to drive feedback. You're going to ask him, have you understood? Have you learned it? Or you are going to ask questions, or you have your own ways of taking the feedback. And then if there is a need, you will try to reinforce your idea again. If you feel that there is a gap between what you have said and what the other person have understood, there is a gap, you may like to reinforce. Or you may like to go ahead. If you feel that the other person has understood it well, you may be like to go to the next step now next part of the communication. So my dear friend, this is the basically process of message or idea, sender, the process of communication, the person who is going to receive that idea, receiver, he's going to use that idea or decode that idea and then get a feedback. And in between, if you see, there is also I put the word noise or a barrier. You may have done a very good encoding of the idea, and process is also very good, but there can be certain physical or certain psychological or physiological barriers, or what we call as noise, which is not allowing that idea to reach to the receiver. So we have to be conscious about that. Now, why I'm explaining you this process, we all know this process very well. Why I'm explaining to you is that each and every aspect of this process is very important for the effective communication. First of all, the message. The idea should be very clear in the mind of the person who is going to share that idea. The message should be very clear in his or her own mind. Then he should be able to, or she should be able to encode it properly. The language, the non-verbal aspect of communication, whatever way he wants to communicate, that encoding should be done very, very nicely. And then the process itself should be very, very nice. For example, today morning, there was a little delay in this program itself, because the process, the ICT based program which we are going to do, which we are doing now with you, there was some problem in the process itself. You were not able to listen us very clearly. Some of you were not able to see our PowerPoints here. The process has to be done well. Maybe I have encoded my whole lecture or my speakers here in the next few sessions also have done very well. But the process is, there's a problem in the process, or some noise is there. So you are not able to listen us. You are not able to see our PowerPoint slides here. It will never reach you. Okay. Now the idea is very clear. The encoding you have done very nicely. The process is done very well. Maybe the receiver is not able to decode it. The language which I am using here, for some of you, if you are not able to decode it properly, you are not able to understand that very well, it is all useless. So the whole process of communication, effective communication, will depend also on the decoding competency of the receiver, the ability of the receiver to decode that idea in his or her own language and the vocabulary. If let us say I start speaking here French or any other Hindi language, some of you may not be able to understand Punjabi. I start speaking Punjabi here. I'm comfortable in Punjabi. I can encode my idea maybe more proficiently in Punjabi instead of saying in Hindi because that is my mother tongue. Some of you may not be able to understand that. My encoding is very good, but your decoding of that language, because the language barriers can be very bad. And okay, after even decoding, let us hope that you have good idea, you have encoded very well, the process is very well, you are able to decode. There may be certain perceptual gaps between what you have decoded and what I intended to share with you. मैंने कुछ और कहना चाहा था, आपने उसका मतलब जो है कुछ और निकाल लिया. And you are now heading towards a very deep misunderstanding. There is a lot of misunderstanding. And let me share here, my dear friends, most of the problems in the life, even in our homes, even in the offices, are not due to communication. These are due to miscommunication, misunderstanding. मेरा वो कहने का मतलब ही नहीं था जो आपने निकाल लिया. Unless and until you don't have the feedback whether the other person is trying the same meaning which I wanted to convey to the other person, unless that feedback comes to you, you are not really very sure whether the other person has understood or not. Maybe he has misunderstood. Maybe there is a need to reinforce little bit here and there to say what you wanted to say. Okay, so the whole process of communication is very important for all of us. And if you understand this process very well, at each and every level, we have to lay emphasis and have a proficiency in that. The importance of speaker is very important. The importance of the process is very important. The importance of the receiver and his or her ability to give you feedback, both are very, very important also. So we'll just, ma'am, we'll skipping this some of these slides now here. Some typical features of communication. It is a two-way process. We have talked about that. It is a continuous, dynamic and ongoing. It has to lead to some activity. The result should be there. As a outcome of my communication, some action has to be, exercised. It is a cumulative process. It's not one-time affair only. It is cumulative. Whatever I am going to say, or what I am saying in one sentence, or maybe next sentence, or maybe for 30 minutes or 40 minutes or 50 minutes, whatever I have said, if you are able to cumulate the whole idea and take some action, then only I would say that my communication is complete. It is a cumulative process comprising of both ideas, speaker, process, listener, feedback, and then again. It is irreversible. More often than not, the words which you have said or written, normally we say that it is irreversible. हम एक हिंदी में कहावत कहते हैं कि जो तीर कमान से निकला है वो वापस आ सकता है, हालांकि वो कभी वापस नहीं आता. तीर कमान से निकला वो वापस आ सकता है, लेकिन जो शब्द आपने एक बार मुंह से निकाल दिए वो वापस नहीं आ सकता. You may have to give 5 clarification for one wrong communication. Even then, there is every likelihood that the other person will carry that in his or her heart. So you have to be very, very careful about this. It is irreversible. It is contextual. What do you mean by that? When we communicate with anybody, it has a context. Without context, the communication is almost zero. Without context, uh, in every situation, in what context a particular sentence has been spoken or written, that is very important. If you just try to uh, bifurcate that phrase out of the context, it may be giving you different meaning. So there is again every likelihood to have a misunderstanding. Then it is a very complex, which we have seen just now. It is a very complex process, and it is inevitable. It is inevitable. You are communicating anyways, whether you are saying something or you are not saying something. Your silence is also communicating to the other. It is inevitable. You cannot avoid it. So we will be going to the some main aspects, madam. Now we'll be shifting. I know aspects of methods of oral communication channels. Probably most of the students know it. Because of the necessity of the time, we'll be now going to the making the communication more effective. So in the written communication, we have this kind of forms of communication, and these are the tools available in written communication. It has its own advantages and disadvantages, both oral as well as the written communication. Ma'am, let me just go to the slide. Okay, we come to this slide, and probably this will be covering all the slides. Can you, madam, come to this slide? My dear friends, because the time is not allowing me to go in the details of the communication, let me cover with you 10 C's in communication. You just focus on these 10 C's. Your communication skills can be very, very effective. Whether it is a speaking skills or it is a writing skills, is listening or whatever. Number one is clear. Whether you are using the oral communication mode or written communication mode or the non-verbal, be very clear. Your contents, that message should be very, very clear. The first C stands for clarity. The second C stands for concise. They say that brevity is the soul of communication. Brevity, you understand, means being brief. Be very concise. In very few words, you should be able to convey your things. Should be direct, precise, should save time. Nobody has time in this world to listen to your whole stories. So be very concise. The third C stands for correctness. Be specific and accurate. Be sure that whatever you are going to say or write is accurate. Do little research on whatever you want to say to the other person and make sure to the best of your knowledge and understanding you are correct. Be specific and be very accurate. The fourth C stands for complete. Incomplete communication also leads to a lot of misunderstanding. So be very complete when you say something. Complete your sentence or your phrase. Self-contained. It should be very, whatever piece of information you want to say or write should be self-contained. Everything related to that should be contained in that communication. Then the fifth C stands for courteous. Be very cordial, polite, kind, improve. It should improve the relationship. Be very courteous, not rude. Then the sixth C stands for creditability, which means commitment, truthfulness, or trustworthiness. If you are, let us say, saying lies, maybe if you have, let us say, said lie, you feel that you will not be caught by other person. Let me just take the people for a ride. I just communicate how people know that whether I am right or wrong on particular issue. And once you lose your trustworthiness, I mean, people lose trust on you. Even if next time you're going to say a right thing, people will not trust. People will take you as a liar. They say liar is always a liar. वो आपने स्टोरी सुनी है भेड़िया आया वाली. That is very important in communication. So trustworthiness, having a credibility established, is the most important thing in communication. Whatever you're communicating, be sure that you are not mistrusting, you are not leading the people to mistrust. Then the 7th C stands for considerate. Be considerate about your audience or your reader. Be considerate about your audience or about your reader. Yeah, that is your target audience. जो आपका target है communication का, be conscious of that and accordingly you communicate. Then the next one is concrete, substantial. Whatever you want to say or write should be some substance in that. It is not just हम लोग गप्पे हाँक रहे हैं, कोई meaning नहीं है किसी बात का, just passing away time, just whiling away, wandering away with the time. That should not happen. In communication, a very important thing is should be very, very concrete. If you are not very concrete and substantial, people will again start losing faith on you. They will mistrust you. वो सोचेंगे कि जब भी ये बोलेंगे ये कुछ ऐसी नॉनसेंस सी बात बोलने वाले हैं या इसने कुछ नॉनसेंस ही लिखा होगा. Again you are losing your credentials. Then the last C stands for coherent. That is your consistency. Be very cautious about that. Coherent means there are people who do not have, we say that in English language we say that they do not have the backbone. उनकी कोई backbone नहीं, they don't take any stand on whatever they are going to say. आज आपने देखा कि आपने ये कहा, कल आपने देखा कि 4 लोग कुछ और बात कर रहे हैं, आप उनके साथ जुड़ गए, फिर आपने वो बात करनी शुरू कर दी. Normally it happens in the meetings when the boss is trying to say something, everybody will try to take the side of the boss only. हो सकता है मीटिंग से पहले आपने लोगों को पहले इनफॉर्मली बात करी हो कुछ भी, and you wanted to say something in that meeting, you want to represent the people's opinion or your ideas in the meeting, but you feel that you will be cornered in the meeting, so you hold your viewpoints and you just keep twisting your ideas, so you will not be again trustworthy. It is a good idea, even if in a discussion, even if there is a opposition to your ideas, or maybe you are not liking somebody's idea, you should be very objectively and very clearly convey and be coherent in your communication. If you are not coherent, again it will lead to mistrust. So if my just keep in mind this 10 C's in your communication, whether it is speaking or whether it is a writing communication, written communication, more or less you will be going on the track. Okay. Again, these are the basically 6 questions which you can pose to yourself, which can answer to your query to effectively communication. We have covered some of these. Let me just put before you once again. What to communicate, that is your idea. What is the objective of your communication? What you want that people should be able to do or understand? What is your objective? What is the goal of communication? Keep that in focus. How to communicate? What channels? What processes? Whether you want to use the phone or you want to write something, or you just want to remain silent, that can also be your choice. Then whom to address, your target audience. When to communicate. What is the right time to communicate? Time also communicates so many things. What is the right time to communicate? That is also very, very important. Then how often to communicate? You have said something and probably that needs reinforcement, or that had to be retold or rewritten again. One-time communication in many situations may not be enough. Maybe you have said something to your child or your student, and maybe next time student are doing same mistake again. You say that okay, मैंने तो पहले कल बता दिया था इनको ये सब कुछ पहले ही. No, that's not enough. Maybe there is a need to re-communicate the same. So you must know that this communication has to be retold. There has to be reminder and re-reminders to reminders also. So if you just keep in mind these 6 elements, that is what to communicate, what is your objective, goals, how to communicate, whom to address, who's your target audience, keep that into mind. When to communicate, the right time to communicate, and how often you have to communicate, that will lead to the good communication skills. I am just keeping some of the slides so that we are able to cover the important aspects of communication before we go to the next topics. It is very important in communication that we should be loud enough to be heard by other people. We should be loud. We normally ask, am I loud enough? In the morning also I was trying to check with the centers, are you able to hear us? So being loud is important, but too much of loudness can also be leading to nervous breakness. Loud is not always clear. Remember this, being loud is important in communication, but loudness is not leading to clarity. Normally we have a confusion between the two. If I am saying something, if you are not understanding, I try to raise my level of the voice. Instead of clarifying, rephrasing what I want to say, I am trying to raise my voice. The problem is not with your ears, the problem is with your understanding. So this is very important in communication. They say that a study has been done in US that even if a person is very loud, that can be even deterring the process of communication. They say that if a person talks continuously in a loud tone, your tone, pitch, volume, all those things are very important aspects of your oral communication. I'm not going to cover that part right now. This can be as distracting as a jackhammer. My students from the mechanical or from the engineering background, they understand the jackhammer. If I am, let us say now, there is a noise in the room. You have seen the courtrooms. There is noise. The judge will come and he will put the hammer there. What he is trying to say, he is trying to distract you from the discussions which are taking place and get your attention here. I mean, normally a jackhammer is a distracting thing, distracting you from your normal communication and getting attention. And a jackhammer can be very, very, if your communication is going on, the right kind of communication is going on, and somebody keep on hammering, and that too with a jackhammer, that can be very, very dangerous. And that can lead to even a nervous breakdown. If you have your, your friends maybe, or your spouse or your colleague who's of the habit of speaking all the time very loudly, that can be as distracting as jackhammer, and you can lead to nervous breakness, which can also result to death. That is why in many suits in US, for example, there are so many divorce cases based on the loudness level of the other partner. So you have to be very, very careful. Loud is very important, but it is not, that you loud is always clear. Be aware about this fact also. I have said that in your voice, your tone, your pitch, your quality, your pace, your force or intensity, all these 5 important components you have to keep into mind. Your tone has to be always soft, not very harsh. Your pitch should be medium, not very high, not very low. Normally the female voice have very high pitch. That is why you will see that in many of the announcement desks or even in the call center operators, they have the female voices because their pitch is very good, and that pitch means that they are able to reach to the longer distances. Their voice can go to the longer distance. So if depending on your target audience, you will fix your pitch. You will adjust your pitch. Your quality should be controlled. Your pace should be rapid or slow depending on the content, depending on the understanding level of the students. Then the force, high and low, what we call as modulation. Depending on the content again, depending on the sentiments of what the other person, what the contents, the sentiment of the contents are, you will accordingly, put the intensity on to your speech. I I have tried to cover some basic elements about the verbal aspects of communication. Let me just very briefly talk about non-verbal communication, which contributes to the 93% of communication. When whatever I am not saying with my words is also communicating to you. This is very, very important aspect of communication. Some of the various aspects of non-verbal communications are your body language, your personal space, gestures and postures, facial expressions, timings, example, and behavior. The body language. Dr. Punia has tried to show you some of the slides through the pictures that what kind of body language is conveying what kind of meanings. In the afternoon sessions, in the when we are going to take sessions on the group discussions and on how to appear for the interview, we'll be going in details about the body language again. But the way you are speaking, your gestures, your posture, the way you stand or the way you sit down, your posture or your hand movement or your neck movement, your gestures and all, they also convey so many meanings. You have to be very, very careful about that. And then your facial expressions. I said just now that about 90%, 93% of your communication takes place through your non-verbal modes. And when it comes to non-verbal modes, so many things are there in the non-verbal communication. Your face is conveying about 70 to 80%. Your whole body is conveying things to the people, non-verbal communication, but your face itself is conveying about 70 to 80%. And out of the face also, 70 to 80% is being spoken by your eyes. So if you have to be good communicator, you have to have very good non-verbal communication skills, and out of that, focus on your face, focus on your eyes, that where your eyes are moving and how your eyes are moving. Then timings and examples are very, very important aspects of. And Dr. Puni has talked about the listening. It is important that we are good speakers and good writers. Listening, to my mind, includes your ability to read also. Because when you are saying something, you are listening. When the other person is writing something, you are listening to the person also. When you are reading somebody, you are listening to other person's ideas through reading maybe. So listening is very important aspect of communication. We find that especially in India, we lack in this listening skills. We have a tendency to cut each other. Cutting each other is taken as a very big offense in communication, especially in the Western world. If you cut somebody has trying to say something, and in between you cut somebody, it is taken as big a offense as you have murdered someone. People do not like you. I mean, people will stop listening to you if you have a habit of cutting each other. So you have to be an active listener, not a passive listener. What is the difference between an active and a passive listener? An active listener is putting the speaker at a comfort zone. He is nodding his head. He's trying to respond that he's listening. He is trying to, even before the other person is trying to say something, the active listener is trying to convey to the person that he's interested in what you want to say. So he becomes an active listener. A passive listener is one person who is making the speaker discomfortable. For example, by my body language or by my any verbal or non-verbal clues, I am conveying to the other person that I am not interested. You may be a very good speaker. There's no problem in your communication. But if the listener is very passive, whatever you say, good or bad, I don't care. You have a I don't care type of attitude, then you become a passive listener. So to have a good listening, good communication, you have to be a good listener also. You have to pay attention and concentration. Be observant about the non-verbal cues also. What the other person has not said, what we say, drawing the meaning between the lines also. When people talk, listen completely. Most people never listen. This is very important for all of us to understand. The only shortcut to improve your listening skills is let the other person say completely what the other person want to say, and then do not cut in between, and then listen him or her completely. There are certain barriers in listening. I'm not going to go in the details of those barriers. I would like to conclude this session by sharing with you some few ideas again, just a reminder to whatever I have covered just now. And the problem with the communication is that it is an illusion that it has been accomplished. When you are communicating with you, always remember this. This is what G.B. Shaw also G.B. Shaw has written, that it is an illusion. Normally, we have a feeling that I have conveyed whatever I have conveyed, and the other person has understood what I wanted him or her to understand. We mostly live in this illusion. However good you may be in the communication, but know that there will always be a gap, what we call as communication gap. And the whole endeavor should be to bridge that gap or to minimize that gap. If you are aware about this fact that the communication is never complete, your communication will start improving. My dear friends, I'd like to conclude the session here. If there are any questions from any center, any of the students want to ask any question about communication, how to make your communication more effective, whether it's oral communication or a written communication, verbal or non-verbal communication, formal or non-formal communication, any question from any of the centers, or we can go to the next session then. I am sorry that I am not able to cover all aspects of communication because in the morning we started our session very late and the session got delayed. But then eventually, as the day will proceed, you will find that most of things are covered by various speakers. But any questions on the general aspects of communication or any comments by any student? Language should not be a barrier. Language is also one of the barriers in the communication. If I am not good in English, I feel that I am not a good communicator. You may be good communicator in Hindi or maybe in Punjabi. If any student has any question, please don't hesitate to ask your question, even if you want to ask in Hindi or Punjabi. There are some friends from Punjab also. There are some friends from Rajasthan, from Haryana. Yes. Should we go, madam? Center-wise, yeah. From MM College of Pharmacy.
Yeah.
Sir, if any student has any question on this general aspects of communication.
Sir, how to difference between communication and language?
Language is a tool to communicate. Okay. You may take the help of any language to convey your ideas to the other people.
More question. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Then JCDM College of Pharmacy, Sirsa. Any questions at Sirsa? Or any comments by any student?
If anybody has a question, you may ask.
If there are no questions, then we can go to the next center, maybe RBIENT होशियारपुर. होशियारपुर में कोई क्वेश्चन है सर आपका, कोई किसी बच्चे का, किसी स्टूडेंट का? Or any comments, experience you want to share? Okay. Then Jaipur Engineering College, Jaipur. I am taking feedback and I am assuming that you have understood what I am going to whatever I have covered here then. Jaipur Engineering College, Jaipur. One at a time, please. One at a time. जयपुर में किसी का क्वेश्चन है कोई? Okay, then can we go to Bijnor now? डॉक्टर आरती किसी बच्चे का कोई स्टूडेंट है यहाँ पर? किसी स्टूडेंट का कोई क्वेश्चन है यहाँ पर? At Bijnor? Any student want to share anything at Bijnor with your class fellows? Yes, there are two students coming up.
No, sir.
Yes, say again. कहाँ से बोलता हूँ? If there are no questions, we will have a break of 1 minute only. We will not leave the hall. Let me adjust the settings of the laptop here, because our next expert is already here with us, Madam Sudhiti Jinder. She is going to talk in details about the resume writing. My dear friends, this is a very important session because this is your first introduction to your potential employer, your first communication to your potential employer. If that is right, you will be going to the next step of GD and personal interview. And if your resume is not properly written and conveyed, your first communication to your potential employer is not properly done, there is every likelihood, rather I would say almost 100% be sure, that you will not be taken in that organization for the interview or for the GD also. So my dear friends, we have with us Mrs. Sudhiti Jindal, who is going to talk to you in details about resume writing. She has come up with the example also here with us, and we just break for 1 minute only to adjust the settings here.
ब्रेक दी उन्होंने, ब्रेक दी हुई है। यस, है ही नहीं कोई, किससे पूछोगे? करो, अनम्यूट है, बोलो। रियातन बारा का पूछो ना, ये फ्रॉम रियातन बारा होशियारपुर कैंपस। Just going on. अनम्यूट कर दिया मैंने। लेट हो गए ना, उनका म्यूट है, कान तो खुले हुए हैं उनके, स्पीकर तो ऑन होंगे, हमारा अनम्यूटेड है। म्यूट कर दूं? नहीं कर।
On resume writing, and we are having with us Madam Sudhiti Jindal, who is a writer herself. She has written a novel on Grow Up Moon, which was published in 2012 by Snap Publisher. She is also an editor of a law magazine, and she runs her own academy known as the Learning Curve Academy, which is very near to Chandigarh. I would say part of Chandigarh itself. And she's authority on resume writing and soft skill development. By virtue of her inputs to some of the students in Punjab University Chemical Engineering Department, I understand that very recently few of the students have got opportunity to they got a call and they were eventually selected for the topmost company in the area of chemical. कौन सी company, madam? UOP is one of the top ranking company in chemical engineering. For the first time, probably after a period, long period, they selected few students from Punjab University Chemical Engineering Department, which is one of the finest chemical engineering department in the country, I would say. Probably second to the IIT Mumbai, if I'm not wrong. And for the last couple of years, this company was not coming to the campus interviews, but because of the inputs given by Mrs. Sudhiti Jindal, that company came to the campus and they selected these boys for their organization. And now, without wasting much of the time, I would like to request Madam Sudhiti Jindal to kindly conduct the session on resume writing, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm audible to all of you. And since the session has started off a little late, so I would also want to wind up a little early so that it leaves enough time for you to take lunch and otherwise. I want to begin with the first clarification that biodata, CV, and resume, these three terms, though they might seem uh, similar to each other, almost synonymous to each other, but they cannot be used interchangeably. There is a lot of difference between a biodata, a CV, and a resume, and today I want to elaborate upon the fact that why as freshers, for you the most pertinent document is a resume for campus placement. All right, let's begin the session without further ado. As you can see on your slides, I have given a brief detail of what I'm going to cover up today, and that's difference between a CV, resume, and a biodata, writing a good resume, and what a sample resume is. I'm going to discuss a sample resume. Most of my session is going to be conducted on the basis of discussion on the case study of the sample resume that we helped prepare a student from UIC. Okay, let's first begin with what a biodata is. A biodata is the term which is a contraction of the term biographical data. And if you will pay attention, biographical, there are two smaller words in this bigger word. Bio means pertaining to all the details of not only a person's experience, work, on education, but also biographical details like age, weight, height, sex. And then the other part of the word is graphical. Graphical means over a period of time. So time duration is also involved. So at the very outset, we know that biographical data is a very elaborate document. It stretches at least 6 pages of A4 size sheet or even longer than that. It is in chronological order. 80% of it is personal because it is biographical. It includes personal details of your age, weight, height, sex, and even choices of religion, nationality, education. You are asked to give details as to why did you choose this course in your academic career, why was this course taken up in your professional career, if there has been a change in academics or profession. These kind of essays also, these kind of answers also you are required to elaborate upon. And for you, it would be easier to relate to a biographical data or a biodata in the sense that whenever we are seeking admission to foreign universities, we are required to give answers to 2 or 3 questions which are very elaborate in nature, like a statement of purpose. Why do you want to study with us? Why do you want to study in this organization? Why not any other organization? Why should the organization allow you to be a part of its own faculty or it's part of its own community, whether for work purposes or academic purposes? Then this kind of a set format within which you supply all your details, not only of education and work experience, but also other details, then such a format is called a biodata. The reason for a biodata is required when you have a lot of experience to your credit and you want to reflect it in your personal document. And when you accumulate that kind of an experience, then you are not eligible for entry level posts. Then you are the one who's going to manage level posts. You are going to be most likely to be the head honcho in the organization. In government sector, you're probably going to be an ambassador to a foreign country. You're going to be a director of certain big or important organization or offshoot of the government. In these cases, a lot of resources, both human and otherwise, are kept at your disposal. Then that organization, that company, or the government really wants to ascertain what are the ideals, what are the situations, what are your values and views that stimulate you to take a certain course of action, especially under crisis situation. What is it that motivates you to take a particular course of action? And that kind of delving into your psyche, that kind of evaluation of your ideologies, moral values, your character, is done through such an elaborate document. So that is why we know that a biographical data or a biodata is not that small sheet of paper that we usually refer to and which is used for matrimonial purposes, though it is, because it includes personal details. But when it is applied to professional arena, a biographical data is very elaborate document, and it is definitely not applicable in your case. I'm now going to display the slide, which includes as pointers few details about a biodata. If you can see it on your screens, please refer to it. This will help you to differentiate a biodata from a CV and a resume, and be very clear about the format and the content of all the three. So as you can see, I'll read it out for you. The emphasis is on personal details. They are up to the tune of 80% of information provided on that document. Describes the choices of religion, nationality. I gave you the reasons why choice of religion, nationality. Because the company or the organization wants to be really sure, really certain as to what are the motives behind your decisions, especially during crisis situation where you would need to take a decision on the spur of the moment. What is that intrinsic value that would spur you to take action? Then is education, describes education in detail. Obviously, you might be asked to justify if there's a change in your educational career, academic career. Why did you shift from a science background to a peace background, or vice versa, however the case may be. Then there's a description of skills which may or may not be included. Now, skills are very different. Skills are different from knowledge. Skills are actually the practical implementation of whatever knowledge you get, and any person can be naturally endowed with skills despite the fact that he or she may be uneducated or illiterate. And it is the skills that make a greater difference in certain kind of jobs, but whereas it is the education that is the cutting edge in different kinds of jobs. And when your career or your academic qualification has expanded to such a great level, your skills may not be of that much importance as your education, your personality, your character would be, or your experience and exposure to various situations, various organizations would be. That is why when you are reflecting your details or your qualifications in a biodata, skills may or may not be shown there at all, because you've reached that stature in your life where you don't need to prove your skills. You may not be actually getting your hands dirty. Okay, next, it's written here, used when applying for government jobs like academic heads to, heads to academic institutions, ambassadors, directors to public sector undertakings, or CEOs or COOs of private organizations. All right, fine. Let's now move ahead to a CV. Okay, as you can see on the slide before you, CV is a Latin word which can be expanded as curriculum vitae. Okay, now curriculum again is the word which means course. Vitae means life, vitals or life. So again there is that explanation, course of life. Then there's again, it means that there is a certain description of a time period. A CV is usually 2 to 3 pages of an A4 sized sheet of paper. It can be made only after you have at least 5 years of work experience. So at your stage, when you are the freshest product in the job market, you are not eligible to make a CV per se. However, there are certain freshers who still make a CV when they reflect their lack of experience in the form of involvement in other activities. Despite that fact, a CV is still a very descriptive document which has personal details to the tune of 50 to 60%, maybe 60% and even higher. The professional details are between 50 to 40%. And it is again written in a chronological order. It is just a general document specifying whatever and what all you are capable of. It mostly reflects you as jack of all trades if you give a very elaborate description of what all you are capable of achieving. A CV is an elaborate document, so it is a document which has a very ostentatious format and display, and it shows your growth in academic career, your growth in professional career. It gives out your experience, what were the organizations you worked with, which was your profile, what was the duration, and everything. But it does not pick out the specific skills that you picked up, or the specific skills that were honed and enhanced in you by virtue of your academic qualifications, by virtue of your involvement in other activities, or by virtue of the job, the tasks, and the responsibilities that you took up while working. I want to give you the details of a CV. I will read them out to you. Just little pointers for you to know a CV better and to be able to differentiate it from a resume and not get confused with the two documents, because we use these terms interchangeably. The first pointer here is it is a Latin word meaning course of life. So there has to be a time duration involved. Though fresh candidates do make a CV, but then it is a very general document. It is a very general document giving out, or a document giving out their general talents, not specific talents. It is used when work experience is of more than 5 years. And in this, the work experience is reflected through jobs, key responsibility areas, and the respective skills that you picked up while working at these jobs. Okay, now let's come to a resume. Resume is a French word which means summary. The moment I hear the word summary, I realize that this is a gist, that it is a brief document. And just because of its brevity, this is the first point that works in its favor to become your document advertising your knowledge and skills at the time of campus placement. Because at the time of campus placement, when the HR officials of a company or when the interviewer is coming to the campus for conducting or shortlisting candidates for the PI or the GT and then the PI, the first thing that they see is your resume. If they find that the resume is very lengthy, or if they find that your personal document is very lengthy, it becomes cumbersome for them. It is very difficult for them to read a thick stack of papers and to read it very in a very elaborate, in a very in-depth manner, and then to finally shortlist candidates for GD and PI. If they have to go through a longer document, they would probably keep it aside and say we'll return to it later. But if they have already shortlisted from the given stat and the shorter documents the required number of candidates for GD and PI, although you could be better qualified than those shortlisted, yet your CV or that document has not been given pertinent importance, has not been even read, and you might not even be shortlisted or selected for GDPI. So please remember here, ladies and gentlemen, that resume, at the stage when you formulate your resume and forward it to the company, at that stage, this is not the selection process. This is the rejection process. So we have to take every possible care to avoid being an inconvenience to the selecting authority / the rejecting authority, and to end up in the dump of the rejected candidates. That is why we have to anticipate every need of the organization or the company whom we are going to work for, and supply them with that kind of information on our resume. Okay, so that is why resume is very relevant. It is summary. Since it is a summary, it does not exceed one side of an A4 sheet. You may have to spill over contents to the next sheet, never at the back of the same sheet, but not more than 1/4 of the next A4 size sheet. Okay. Next is it highlights your specific skills. Now you must be questioning me. एक तो मैंने बात कह दी कि anticipate कीजिए what the company wants, and then you reflect it in your resume. The second controversial thing that I've said here now is specific skills. as freshers, when I'm telling you you do not have any experience, how can you boast or claim to have certain specific skills in your candidature? How would you reflect them? So here in a resume, specific skills are shown by converting them into transferable skills. I'll come to that later on, but they can be reflected in your resume even though you are a fresher with zero job experience. And the fourth point here about a resume is that it is customized to target a job profile. Now again, this point develops from the first point where I said that I have to anticipate the needs of the organization, then supply them with that kind of an information. From there, this leads that I customize my resume, I custom make or I make my resume in such a manner that this is what the company requires and I supply them with that relevant information. So that my resume is short, so that the interviewer or the selecting authority is not bogged down by useless details which might even turn them off, which might even put them off, and they would feel ki this person does not know how to discern between what is important and what is unimportant. What is he or she going to do in our organization? How will this person separate useful information from useless information and stop wasting the resources of the company? So that might also be a reason for your being rejected. So that is why you customize a resume according to the job profile. Since you customize a resume according to the job profile, you should know the job profile. Then again, that is anticipation. And since you customize according to a job profile, a person or an individual can have n number of resumes. जितनी job profile के लिए apply कर रहे हैं, उतने आप resume बना सकते हैं. ऐसा नहीं है एक ही resume होना चाहिए. Other points about a resume or other salient features of a resume are that it is always in reverse chronological order, with the most recent educational qualification, with the most recent experience or skill developed by you placed at the top, followed by 3 other or 4 other skills or educational qualification in the reverse chronological order. In a resume, skills are always given preference over your educational qualification, because because of this reason, at your level, when campus placement is taking place, a resume becomes more relevant or pertinent as the document to be presented to the company. Because when students are passing out from a same course, their level of technical education or technical skills is going to be the same. So what is it that is going to make them different from their peers? What is it that is going to encourage the company to pick them up instead of their peers with the same education is the skills that they have. These are called the soft skills, which you should develop, and for which we have these kind of workshops, so that you are made aware of these kind of skills and you should develop them. Now, I believe that at the very outset, I think you are, not all of you, if not most of you, are going to pass out from your courses in another year or so. So that leaves you enough time with you to develop these skills in your personality and then reflect them in your resume, so that you stand a bar above your peers who lack these skills, and then you become a very enticing package for, or an enticing product for the company to pick up. Okay, let me quickly go through the various types of resume, and then I'll take up the case study with you so that you know which is the resume that you have to make and how you have to go about it. Okay, let's go to the types of resumes. The first type of a resume is a functional resume. If you would please look at the slide coming up on your screens. In a functional resume, the main focus is on the functions that you've done. When you function in such a way, you've developed the skill. If you've driven for so long, you know driving dexterously. If you've painted for so long, you have very good creative skills. If you've indulged yourself or exposed yourself to public speaking, your speaking skills, your communication skills are going to be very good. If you've involved yourself in dramatics and theater, then your interpersonal communication skills are going to be very high. If you've been a very good player or involved in a team sport, then your discipline, then your physical strength and stamina, team building skills are going to be exceptional. If you have been the captain of a team, then your leadership skills besides team building skills and communication skills are going to be very good. If you've been a very good dancer, if you know how, if you won competition or even have performed for various functions at school or in your academic institution, then your coordination skills, your creativity skills, your physical strength and stamina have been very well developed as compared to those who do not expose themselves to these activities. And when you reflect these skills from these kind of activities which are not professional activities, which are not paying activities, then you have transferred your skills from a non-paying or a non-professional activity and simulated it to be applied to a professional activity, and they have become transferable skills. And I'm sure as students, most of you would have participated in these kind of extracurricular and co-curricular activities, and you have these skills in you in one form or the other. It is a separate issue, it is a separate matter that you've not been given an exposure or an opportunity to display your skill and talent in a professional capacity. That does not mean that there is a lack or dearth of that skill in you. That does not mean that if you have spoken or participated in debates, there is a presence of a good speaker, your communication skills are well developed. But if you've not made presentations in the office, that does not mean your communication skills are not good. You know how to communicate, you know how to present your case in front of a clientele because you've participated in debates. Okay, so this is a functional resume which reflects these kind of skills. It highlights the transferable skills, which is the next pointer on the slide. And the third pointer is, which I said is why this kind of a resume is most pertinent in your case. It is used by freshers or when there is a gap in employment. For example, you've proceeded on, a lady has proceeded on a maternity leave, and it has taken her more than a year to return to work. She has been out of touch with the latest quantum of work, with the latest methodology of work, with the latest requirements. The deliverables have changed for her. But that does not mean she does not have the capacity to match up to the deliverables. The skills are still there. So whenever there's a break in a career, there's a sabbatical from work, then functional resume can be made. Otherwise, the most relevant form of resume for freshers is this kind, which is a functional resume. As in case of any resume, in a functional resume also the details are always in a reverse chronological order. Let me move on to the second type of a resume, which is a chronological resume. Now let's look at it. Why I said chronological? Because just now I specified reverse chronological. Let's look at this. Chronological resume. Next slide. A chronological resume gives a comprehensive work history. Now I said comprehensive work history. So you should have a job experience. You should be working in the industry for less than 5 years. Then you can make a chronological resume. If it is 5 years or more, you can make a CV out of it. But in a CV, the difference between a CV and a chronological resume would be that a chronological resume would still have specific skills pertinent to that job for which you're applying. Whereas a CV would just list out all the skills that you have, which may or may not be relevant for the job profile that you're applying for. Okay, in your case, chronological resume is not possible to be made because you do not have a work history. Again, the details in this are placed in reverse chronological order. They are not placed in a chronological order. Describes and how they are placed. They describe the position, place, and length of employment. Where at what job profile or what was your designation, in which company, in which organization, what was your length or duration of employment from month, year, not date. Not date, month, year, that is not required, just month and year to this month and this year. You might want to include your key responsibility areas here, but otherwise those key responsibility areas or those skills picked up at these positions will be given under skills and experiences, which is a separate heading in a chronological resume. Let me come down to the third form of resume, that is a hybrid resume. Now it is like the best of both the worlds, functional as well as chronological. You have a vast exposure. You've had, your work experience is 5 years or lesser than that. But over this short duration, you have exposed yourself to n number of opportunities, n number of experiences. You have skipped from, you have worked in one organization in one job profile, then you've changed your industry or you've changed your company and you've changed your job profile, everything. Then that kind of a intense and a very well cultivated and developed experience and talent and skill pool you want to reflect through a hybrid resume, which not only shows the growth in your academic career or your career graph, professional career graph, but also the various skills that have been developed, that have been honed and enhanced in your candidature because of these experiences. But the only trap here in a hybrid resume is when you reflect that kind of a vast experience, vast exposure in one industry and then at another job profile in another industry, you might just come across as a job hopper. So that is one trap which you should be very careful of. And this involves a lot of, your this kind of a resume should be backed up by a very strong personality and a very clear thinking as to what were your reasons for shifting your job profile, for shifting your industry. You should have very concrete reasons, not lack of choice, lack of job, so you just shifted from here and there, because then that shows inconsistency in your character, in your nature, which companies are not very well accustomed. They don't like to be, they don't like to employ somebody who's so inconsistent. Okay, let me just read out the 2 pointers of a hybrid resume to you, though it is not pertinent for you, so you don't need to pay attention to it as much, but still you should know the different types of resumes. Hybrid resume is a functional, is a combination of functional and chronological resume, as I said, best of both the worlds. Again, it will have, a vast description of skills and experience, the various jobs that you've taken up, or various academic qualifications that you've taken up, what was the duration, and the focus is on skills. The focus is on the skills that you picked up from these job titles. But to show an expansion and growth in academic or professional careers, the job titles are also included. Okay, but then you should have a work experience to make such a resume. After having done this, let me move on to how you would formulate your resume. And now I want to stop focusing on the PPT and discuss the case study with you, because this will help me to save time and also pass on the relevant information. And could we have that and now I'm going to discuss an example with you. This is a student's resume. He passed out last year from UIC Punjab Institute of Technology, and we helped him make his resume. Now I'm going to discuss each and every issue here with you and why we did this. Okay, now if you will see, the resume has 3 portions. If you can see the line at the topmost portion, that separates the main body and the header. As we scroll down, you will see a similar line towards the end, towards the bottom of the resume, and that separates the main body from the footer. Now the length of the header and the footer is same, 10% each, and 80% is for the main body where all the information is given. You have to follow just one font type and 2 font sizes. The font type has to be very formal. It can be Arial Black, New Times Roman, but it should not be a casual or an informal font style like like Comic Sans Serif or Verdana. These are supposed to be informal font styles. Do not use them. You will have 2 font sizes. For finer print, it can be somewhere between 10.5, 9, 10, 10.5. For bolder print, it can be 12, 12.5. It can be somewhere between that. Even 11.5, 12. That can also work. Now you will put here. You can see sample resume. Please do not write that. Do not even write resume there. Have we ever seen advertisement written before the actual advertisement appears on the screen or the print ad? No, never. So this is your print advertisement. You are the latest product entering the job market. This is the advertisement that you're giving out to your potential consumers. Now the potential consumers, you should be able to anticipate कि उनको चाहिए क्या. आपको पता होना चाहिए कि जो कंपनीज है उनको चाहिए क्या, उस हिसाब से आप अपना एड बनाएंगे. Yes? How would you find out what do the companies want? And this time period, I'm telling you, allows you to do your research and analysis about the companies who are going to come for campus placement inductions or with whom you're, hoping to be placed. You should go to their websites, find out about their hiring policy, whom they've inducted from your institutes in the past years. Besides the academic qualifications, what were the other skills that worked in their favor? Can you reflect those skills in your candidature? If you cannot, you should have enough time to develop those skills, inculcate those skills in your candidature, in your personality, and then put them up here in the resume. Okay, this is your research and analysis. This is what is called anticipating the demand or requirement of the company and then customizing your resume according to their requirements. Okay. So in the never ever in any document like a biodata CV or resume would you ever put up biodata CV resume. No, that is not the title. We give the title to the document as the name of the product. You are the product, so your name goes there. Vivek Kansal. No engineer, no doctor, no Mr., no Mus, no Mrs. Nothing goes there. Just the first name, middle name, last name. If you use your middle name as an initial, put it up as an initial. The initial is always the first letter followed by a dot. Okay, that is how you write your initial. So if it was Vivek Kumar Kansal, he would have written Vivek Kumar Kansal. If he used Kumar as a short form, just K, then he would have written Vivek K. Kansal. Okay, there is no underlining of his name. He has just increased the font size, and this is a bigger font size than the bolder size of objective. If you can see, you can do that, but only for the name appearing at the top and nowhere else. The left side wherein sample resume has been written here is left empty. This is for your passport size photograph. Now I advise all my students to have one passport size photograph, and that can actually be used for the passport. There are few specifications for a photograph to be used for a passport. It has to be against a white background. I strongly insist that you should get your passport size photograph for such purposes to be clicked when you are at least from shoulder up dressed up in formal attire, the way you would be going to your office. Do not think for one moment or one instance even that you are very well dressed, you are returning from a family function, you are returning from some other function, and you're looking good than your otherwise casual appearance. So I might as well get myself clicked like this with heavy makeup, styled, gelled hair or whatever. Sorry, you are not going to appear like this for the interview. You are not going to turn up like this for the office. So please do not get such photographs clicked. Get photographs clicked wherein at least your appearance shoulder above is very professional looking, hair, makeup all in order and place, and it is against a white background, so that if you get inducted with an MNC, this photograph which appears on your passport is the same as the photograph which might be required by them for their office copies or documentation, but not stuck to the resume, but still provided is the same. Just in case your passport was made a few years back, a few years earlier, so you obviously cannot replicate that photograph, you should still carry the latest photograph along with your resume. Do not stick the photograph on the resume because it is not allowed. It is considered discriminatory in nature. It is considered to be unduly influencing the interviewer. You will attach the photograph to your resume only and only if they require it. They will tell you so either before the whole selection procedure happens, or they might tell you during the PI. In both the cases, you are not going to permanently attach the photograph to the resume, so that if the photograph is ever removed from the resume, your resume is damaged. As it is a single page document. It has a very informal look. It does not have that authoritative look of a biodata or of CV. And if a side or a corner is torn while removing the photograph, it might well qualify for waste paper, and for somebody who's cleaning up the office table or somebody who's in a hurry might just throw your resume in the dustbin. And despite being selected for that small anomaly, your contact address is lost. Despite being selected, you cannot be contacted and somebody else gets your job. So we are taking every care possible in not being rejected by the company. Okay, so I hope I have clarified myself enough as to why that space for photograph is left empty, and if it has to be attached, when it will it be attached. You will attach it with either staple pins if you are submitting it before the PI, and if you're submitting it during the PI, please attach the photograph with paper clips. So you remove the clip, remove the photograph, the resume is intact. Okay, if we attach the photograph with paper clips before the PI, where you're not personally handing over the document to the interviewer or the one who's come to select, the clip might go off, the clip might fall off, the photograph might be lost, and then your resume might be considered incomplete. So in that case, only just put 2 staple pins, not 4, 5, 6, just 2 staple pins, one at the top, one at the bottom, so that the photograph is discreetly attached and not much damage is done to your resume. Now let's look at that slide again, ma'am. Please place your name in the center. The left hand corner is left empty, and then on the right hand corner your contact address is given. Please notice that the alignment is towards an inside margin which is imaginary, not towards the outside of the page. वहाँ पे सब आगे पीछे है. एक इमेजिनरी मार्जिन में देख रही हूँ, राइट साइड में अंदर की तरफ है, वहां से मैंने टेक्स्ट अलाइन किया हुआ है. The first thing is your residential address, not permanent address. You might be residing in the hostel or in a paying guest accommodation, but your permanent address is somewhere far off in another city. You should give that address wherein you will receive the mail and you will answer to it. Your residential address should include your post box number, so that, because we know that this official mail, besides being emailed, is also sent through traditional mail. Traditional mail of such importance is either registered or is either sent as speed post. In both the cases, the PIN code is always required. So you should know the PIN code of your address, the area that you're staying in. Please give your PIN code also. No punctuation marks would appear towards the end of the lines. There will be no comma or full stop, nothing. But in between the statement of the address, if you have to separate one information block 3, comma, hostel code, then towards, in the next line I put some Ambedkar Hall, Punjab University. Towards the end I do not put a comma, but within the statement, if I want to separate one information from the other, I'll put a comma. After that, I will put my phone number. It will be that phone number I am going to answer. Don't think that a landline creates a better impression, lends credibility to your candidature, whatever. We understand today's day and age that all students carry a mobile and not all are living at their places. And besides, you are the one who knows the importance of that phone call. So even if you cannot take that phone call at that time because of your involvement in classes or some other activity, you will at least call back as soon as possible. Besides, I always advise you, these kind of calls are made through a landline. So when you look at the code, you know that you've applied to such and such place, and their call is from such and such place, a call is coming, you can anticipate that maybe that company is calling. So please give your mobile number instead of that landline number, thinking that a landline number creates a better impression. Third, you should give your email address. Now, email address is very important. First, I should not come up with, I have students who insist that they should have an email account on Gmail because heavier files are easily exchanged over Gmail and whatever space provided. Agreed. Because of so many facilities and conveniences offered by Gmail, it is important to have an account on Gmail. But who said that you should have only one email account? I always advise my students to have a separate personal email account, separate professional email account, so that when you're working, you're not bogged down or bothered by your professional mail in your inbox, you're not disturbed by it. And when you're on holiday, vacation, you don't need to go through your professional emails, and you have valid reason for not being in touch with your office while on vacation. Besides, I do not want titles like Saurabh Kumar 007. मैम सौरभ कुमार इतना यूज हुआ है जीमेल पे या इधर उधर, मेरे को मिल ही नहीं रहा था, तो मैंने 007 बना दिया उसको यूनिक बनाने के लिए और मेरा ईमेल आईडी क्रिएट. Do you know what kind of an impression is created by these kind of, somebody who is, going to analyze you, like somebody like me who's going to interview from an HR background, who is also a personality analysis, would view this that this person has a very blown up view, has a very out of the world view about himself, maybe even narcissist, considers himself to be like James Bond 007. ऐसा क्या है इसमें देख लेते हैं. This might just put off the interviewer, the selector, and your resume, despite being very pertinent, very good, might just be rejected. Okay. Then there's also the thing with the digit or letter 0 and or O. If you put these up separately in your email id in any font style, 0 might look like O or vice versa. And when the company is sending you information, important information regarding your selection procedure, the next step, whatever, the email might just not reach you because they misread O for 0 or 0 for O. The information might not reach you, and you might just lose out on a very important opportunity. So you should be very careful about the choice of your email address. If you cannot find your email address on that portal, go to any other portal, go to Ymail, Rediff Mail, there are so many of them. Still, you through this intensive exercise, you cannot come up with your own name's email address. Put 1, 2 or 3. Never put your birth date, never put your date of year of birth. Do not do that. That is very juvenile. बहुत casual लगता है. आपकी approach towards life बहुत childish और casual लगती है. उसको वहाँ पे मत use कीजिए. आपकी email से आपकी छोटे छोटे details से मैं आपकी personality के बारे में बहुत सारी चीजें पढ़ सकती हूँ. So let it not be a bad impression on me. Take every care to create a good impression on anybody who reads anything about you. Okay, having done that, this is what comes in the header. Let's come to the first thing that comes in the main body of a resume, and that is the objective. The objective is the tagline of the advertisement. The objective can be written besides the declaration in the resume in the first person. Rest, the entire resume is written in the third person. Only here for while writing an objective or while writing the declaration, we can use the first person. Always in the objective, state first what you have to offer to the organization, what you want to give to the organization, and then balance it out with what you seek from the organization. Don't think that if you don't, usually I come across students writing, I want to work in a thriving atmosphere, a thriving environment under experts, improving my technical knowledge and adding to my personal and professional growth. आपको सब कुछ चाहिए ही चाहिए तो हम आपको क्यों रखें? Why should I spend so much of my money and resources on hiring somebody who's going to be a parasite for me or who's going to suck me dry as an organization? What does this candidate or this person have to offer to me as an organization? How do I stand to gain from this person? So highlight that. Objective is the place where once you conduct your research and analysis for a job profile, you make a list. ये top 5 skills इनको इस job profile में चाहिए जो सबसे important है. अगर वो आपके candidature में है, you can include that in your objective. And believe you me, by making your resume, you are controlling your PI. Through your resume, you are controlling the questions that will be asked to you in the PI. So you can do that. Let's look here at Vivek's objective. Vivek has written, aim to utilize to its complete potential my unique skill set, thereby contributing to the growth of the organization and achieving personal growth. सबसे शुरू में उसने एक बहुत ही बड़ा सा धमाका कर दिया, very attractive or enticing bait that he threw to the selectors was unique skill set. How can you make such a claim कि आपके पास जो skills है वो बहुत ही unique है? As an interviewer, I am immediately attracted as to curious to know how can he make such a claim. I want to know this person. I want to know this candidate. Maybe I reject him later, but at least I want to shortlist him for PI. And then he's written contributing to the growth of the organization and also achieving personal growth. So give first and get later. Fine? That is how you put your objective. It should be not more than one sentence. If you have to, you can use phrases in your resume which are incomplete statements. He has used two statements which are joined together with a semicolon. You can do that. Such statements are a part of a resume. To make it brief, you do not have to make complete sentences. And as it is, we are avoiding the first person. So to give it an air of objectivity for third person, we do not make complete sentence. We make incomplete statement. All right, let's look at the next heading, that is skills and award. If you would notice, the headings have been placed in one size which is bolder and bigger than the other finer print size. There is no underlining or colons placed to make the resume look light and easy to read, very convenient to read. I have placed the text very sparingly, बहुत थोड़ा सा information डाला है और ज़्यादा जगह white रखिए, खाली रखिए, blank रखिए, so that the interviewer is given every opportunity to put down special comments and reviews then and there. It is more convenient for him to select me. I am just making it more convenient for him to select me and not reject me. Now skills and awards here. Now skills मैंने आपको बोला था transferable skills जरूरी नहीं है वो job पे ही develop हो. So इन्होंने as a student कैसे अपने skills reflect किए हैं according to the job profile. Let me read the first statement with you just as an example. Exceptional organizational skills by being a member of organizing committee of various events like APA, NanoSciTech, CHASCON and SciNine. So he's been in the organizing committee of so many events, and because of that he has developed very high degree of organizational skills. Please notice the wordings here. These are very action oriented words which show you very ready to work, वेरी जैसे हिंदी में कहते हैं तत्पर काम के लिए, वैसे आपके इमेज एक ऐसी इमेजरी ये रिज्यूमे पढ़ के इंटरव्यूअर के दिमाग में बन जानी चाहिए. दिस इज द कैंडिडेट रेडी टू वर्क, रेडी टू गेट हिज हैंड्स डर्टी. सो यू शुड हैव दोज एक्शन ओरिएंटेड वर्ब्स, those verbal adjectives in your resume to highlight your skills. This is going to separate you from the others. So if you will see everywhere he's used this interpersonal and team building skills of very high level, highly developed organizational skills, presentational skills are well developed, well enhanced. You can use skills of a higher degree, of a higher rung. Okay, these kind of adjectives you can use to highlight your transferable skills. And if you would notice, none of these skills were developed because of participation in any professional activity. If you have been working with an NGO, you and more than 6 months, you can get on their letterhead an experience certificate for them. I advise students to be involved with some NGO, to be part of NSS, to be NCC candidates. These are those activities that make your candidature very difficult to refuse, very difficult to reject. Because NCC, NSS or these activities are holistic in nature. They develop your personality in the entire gambit. They not only inculcate high level of interpersonal skills, communication skills, team building skills, leadership skills. Every skill is addressed and enhanced in these activities. So please go ahead. If you're not a part of any of these skills, if you're not a part of any sports activity, no other dramatics, other event, any other society, please do this much. Be a part of NSS, NCC or any NGO and work for them. Be genuine in your participation. Next heading is qualifications. You can put academic qualifications also, but just in case you have, besides academic qualifications, you have certain certificate programs or degrees or parallel diplomas in a language, in computer aided designing, you are an aptech certified computer professional, something like that, then your broad heading can be qualifications only, which will include academic qualifications and other qualifications besides that. So pursuing chemical engineering from UICT Punjab. That's present. I'm pursuing this from Punjab University, Chandigarh. You can mention the city also. Then completed class 12. CBSE के बाद board नहीं लिखना है. CBSE is board in the year and score. You may or may not want to put your score. We always advise you not to put your scores until unless asked for. Why? Because first you have regulated a question that you want to answer. They are going to ask you details. कितना score किया था 12th में, कितना 10th में score किया था. दूसरा आपका score 10th और 12th का, there could be an inconsistency in it. Up down. Then you come across as an inconsistent performer. Or you've always consistently scored high, but the interviewer was not such a good student. So what if he's a good employee? So what if he's a good performer at job, but he was not such a good student? He might hold a grudge against you. Or otherwise your scores were not good, both in 10th and 12th. So what you got through, your sheer hard work and dedication through entrance tests, you got through to a good college. And so what? But you put that behind your performance, bad performance or poor performance in 10th and 12th, but still it is a poor performance. Why do you want to put that up? Don't put that information in the resume which you're comfortable answering during a PI. So don't put your marks at all here. Then here you can also include your training. The training synopsis can be given here. Your internships, details about it can be given here. I'm going to read out the statement for you as to how you word out your training or internship. Vocational training, trainee at Department of Process Engineering, Technip, KT India Limited, Noida for 6 months in 2013. You can even give month, this, year, this, from month, this, year, this, to month, this, year, this. That is it. Rather than 6 months in 2013, you can even specify, but do not put the dates. Whenever you're putting down the months, for example, for August, never put Aug. For years 2014, never put apostrophe 14. Put 2014 complete. Put August, comma 2014. That is how you specify dates and years. Okay, let's move further. Now this is that section of your resume which you may or may not include, that is called personal details. Personal details can be avoided completely if you think your resume is increasing in very minuscule, very minimal information in personal details. First is your date of birth. Never give age. Age keeps on changing with year, and you can have this prototype or sample ready in your laptop or your computer, and you can just make the relevant changes. So this is something that might skip your notice. Date of birth here is written in the American format. We still advise the British format, which is 22nd August 1992, or you can write it like this: August 22, 1992. It should not be August 22nd, 1992 or 22 August 1992. That is wrong representation of date. Then you have your father's name. In case of married candidates, it can be the spouse's name. If they require mother's name, please supply mother's name also below it. Then language is spoken, not language is known, because to know a language there are 4 skills: listening, speaking, reading, writing. फिर हमें LSRW वाले details देने पड़ते हैं. Once I am including details, my resume is becoming lengthier. Why should I do that? Besides, knowing a language could be lesser in number than speaking a language. For example, I can speak Punjabi, but I do not know Punjabi. I cannot write it well. I cannot read it well. So I definitely cannot put it there. But if I can put it up here under the heading languages spoken, it works in my favor. Suppose I'm inducted by a company like Sonalika Tractors that has it set up in Hoshiarpur. वहाँ पे पंजाबी स्पीकिंग वाले कैंडिडेट्स बहुत अच्छे चलेंगे क्योंकि उन्होंने लोकल जो शॉप पे काम करते हैं, जो मैकेनिक्स वगैरह, उनसे बात करने के लिए आसानी हो जाएगी अगर पंजाबी आती है तो. जो लोकल क्लाइंट्स आते हैं उनकी जो डाउट्स है, जो उनके प्रॉब्लम्स है, जो उनके इनकन्वीनियंस है, जो उनको जो भी हमसे कंप्लेंट्स है, वो हम अच्छे से हैंडल कर पाएंगे if I can speak Punjabi. So this is going to work in my favor. Yes, but how would I know that Sonalika Tractors would prefer a candidate who speaks Punjabi? When I have done my research and analysis before making the resume. When I know where all do they have their branches. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, research and analysis also helps you to answer questions like, are you ready to relocate during the PI? मुझे पता है सोनालिका ट्रैक्टर्स यहाँ पर है या मोगा में है, मुझे कहाँ बोलेंगे ज्यादा इधर या उधर जाने को. They cannot, no, I know that they have a branch, sorry, not in Moga but in Chennai, some place in Chennai. Now if I am uncomfortable, leaving my parents, being a girl, leaving my parents and then going off to a far-flung place where I know that North Indians are not usually well regarded by people in down south, then I might say, no sir, I'm not ready to relocate. Rather than just asking them, sir, where would you expect me to relocate and all, that shows my underconfidence. That puts me in a poor state during the PI. So my research and analysis is not only going to help me to make my resume, but also how to appear in a GD, how to appear in a PI. Okay. After languages spoken, interests. Now here the interest here shown are cricket and collecting currencies of different countries. You should be very careful about your interests if you are putting them up, because there will be questions on them. He's put up cricket. Vivek had just mentioned one involvement in one sport, that was korfball. If you would see it up, scroll it up and you will be able to see it. Now korfball is, I don't know, God forsaken which sport, I don't know how it's played, and he won a national champion. So what, अंधे में काना राजा भी तो हो सकता है, मुझे क्या पता क्या है. To show that he has that physical strength and stamina, he is capable of playing a game, he put cricket here and in an informal setting. So that shows his good interpersonal skills, even in a casual setting, where he is not under the scanner or under the pressure to perform to win a medal. तब भी वो अपने interpersonal skills पे काम करता है और खेलता है. दूसरी चीज जो उसने यहाँ लिखी है, currencies of different countries, collecting currencies of different countries. So when we were conducting his mock PI अपनी अकेडमी में, तो हमने उससे क्वेश्चन पूछा, कलेक्टिंग करेंसीज ऑफ डिफरेंट कंट्रीज, बहुत पैसे हैं, बहुत घूमते हो, बहुत टाइम है. नहीं, मैं तो नेपाल के बाहर कहीं गया ही नहीं, इंडिया से बाहर नेपाल के अलावा कहीं गया ही नहीं. वेरी गुड, मार्केट से खरीदो और स्क्रैप बुक में लगा लो. कलेक्टिंग करेंसीज ऑफ डिफरेंट कंट्रीज मैं भी बना लेती हूँ, मैं भी स्टैम्प कलेक्शन बना लेती हूँ अपनी हॉबी. नहीं मैम, ऐसा नहीं है. फिर कैसे कह सकते हो कि ये तुम्हारी हॉबी है, तुम्हारा इंटरेस्ट है ये? हाउ कैन यू से दैट? Then he said that I have got these currency notes and coins from actually the places from the countries to which they belong. You've not gone outside the country. You've not purchased them. Have your parents got it for you? He said yes. Some of them have been got by my family and friends. But I said, then your you belong to a really affluent family, from because his collection had somewhere around 12 countries and very far off countries. So he said not all these were collected by my family, but some by even near strangers for me. He said, I am so passionate about this hobby or interest of mine that I do not restrict. I do not hesitate to approach random strangers when I come to know that they are traveling to a new country. I put up a request that please get back for me a currency note and coin from that country to add to my collection. So that shows a level of confidence in that person. That shows a level of good communication skills, interpersonal skills, and passion. See, so much of his candidature is revealed by such small detail in his resume. So you will be questioned on whatever you have put up, but be very sure that you put it up in a very positive light. It shows your candidature in a very positive light, and it works for you. Don't put up any detail, especially this interest. Don't write hobbies for it. Don't write pastime activities. Write interests for which you make time from your busy time schedule to pursue them. Then he said, even when I am feeling a little depressed or dejected, I go through my collection and reaffirm myself that one day at my own cost I'm going to travel to all these different places. So that puts me up again, that pulls me up again, and I am motivated again, re-motivated to work hard to achieve my goals, ideals, and dreams. So that is how you should put up every detail in your resume. Coming to the last pointer that you would put on your resume, that is a disclaimer. Now disclaimer makes it a legal document once you put a signature to it. So disclaimer says that whatever information you provided in above is true. It reads like this: the information furnished above is true and correct to the best of my knowledge. Now I said, जब आप ऑब्जेक्टिव लिखेंगे, जब आप डिस्क्लेमर लिखेंगे, तब आप फर्स्ट पर्सन यूज कर सकते हैं. वहां पे भी हमने माई यूज किया था, यहाँ पे भी हमने माई यूज किया. उसके अलावा रिज्यूमे में कहीं भी हमने फर्स्ट पर्सन नहीं यूज किया. इट इज नॉट सब्जेक्टिव, इट इज वेरी ऑब्जेक्टिव. Below the disclaimer, on the left hand side, you will put the date and the place. The date on which you are submitting the resume, the place from which you are going to submit your resume. From which, suppose from Chandigarh I am going to Delhi to appear for an interview. So the place here will not be Delhi, but it will be Chandigarh. Okay. And right opposite, across the sheet, next to the date and place, I leave space empty for my signatures, जहाँ पे मैं साइन करूँगी. Please do not keep extra signed copies of your resume. They become a legal document. They can be misused. Just have one signed copy of your resume when you appear for a PI, and have extra unsigned copies of your resume just for their reference. And below the signatures, your name should appear not in bold but in normal font, plain fine print, your name, so that your signatures may not be legible, but the name can be still read or discerned. Vivek Kant. Now as we scroll down, can you please show the sample resume? As we scroll down, you will see that the footer is left empty. There is a reason why the footer is left empty. This is again space given to the interviewer to put down special comments. The footer is always empty. There is no numbering on the footer, page 1, page 2, nothing. Even if your resume spills over to the second sheet, which we strictly advise against, it spills on, आपने तब भी numbering नहीं डालनी. और तब भी जब आपका स्पिल ऑन करेगा, आपका नेक्स्ट शीट में भी ऊपर हेडर रहेगा, नीचे फुटर रहेगा. नेक्स्ट शीट में आप अपनी कॉन्टैक्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन, नाम वगैरह नहीं रिपीट करेंगे हेडर में, वो खाली रहेगा. उसके बाद जो इन्फॉर्मेशन रह जाती है आपके रिज्यूमे में, फर्स्ट शीट में आने से वो आप बीच में मेन बॉडी में डालेंगे, फिर बाकी सारी स्पेस खाली छोड़ेंगे, फिर आप अपना फुटर की लाइन ड्रॉ करेंगे और फुटर अगेन विल बी एम्प्टी. दैट इज हाउ यू मेक अ रिज्यूमे. and I have finished today's session. Are there any doubts? Please ask me. I would just put up that slide for you to see, wherein I've put down special tips for a resume. Skills and awards. Can we please contact the center staff? Yes, I'm just inviting queries. Yes. They should be on this table. They should know how to write this very. Should I move aside?
Well, friends, this brings us close to the session on resume writing. I am sure you must have gathered a lot of information and insight into how to write a good resume and how important it is for all of us to go into the nitty-gritties of writing a resume. Every communication is very important, and your slightest mistake in your resume can be the reason for your rejection also. So you be very clear that no spelling errors, no grammatical error, no error in the format. Everything has to be perfect, because sometimes in the hundreds or thousands of the applications of the resume received by the company, because of small comma mistake, small punctuation, small mistake in the tense, small mistake in the correct word or a phrase, or a any activity you want to reflect is not properly reflected, you can be rejected, for which you are inspiring to get into the company. I am sure that you must have gathered a lot, and I request all of you, all the students sitting in various centers, to kindly write your resume right now. I mean today itself, and send it to me through your coordinator. जो आपके program के coordinator faculty in charge हैं, उसके जरिए आप हमारे को अपना resume भेजिए. We will try to go through those resume copies and give our comments if there is any need for the comments. Thank you very much, ma'am Sudhiti, for being with us today morning, for sharing your experiences in on resume writing. Madam Sudhiti is a regular faculty, visiting faculty to our institute, to Punjab University, to Punjab Engineering College, to many organizations, for her expertise in the area of soft skills, and resume writing is one part of that also. So my dear friends, if there are any questions from any center, kindly raise your question. Madam is still available with us for some more time. If there are any question from MM College of Pharmacy, any clarification? Oh, your students are already gone. Okay, Manish Mehta ji, आपके यहाँ पर कोई हैं JCDM? और JCDM सिरसा से कोई क्वेश्चन है? Any question from RBIENT Hoshiarpur? Okay. Jaipur Engineering College, Jaipur. RVIT Bijnor. Bijnor से कोई क्वेश्चन है? I am seeing some hands being raised. Maybe one or two questions we can take from Bijnor. Any question from Bijnor? We have Ganga Tech. There are some raising some hands at the back. I am able to see from here. You can come in the front and say your question.
हेलो स्टूडेंट.
थोड़ा माइक को दूर रख के बोलिए, थोड़ा सा माइक को दूर रखिए. आपकी आवाज, आप यहाँ पे आइए, इनके मॉनिटर के पास आइए. Then please raise your question.
First question.
Yes.
Raise your hand, please.
नहीं, आपकी आवाज दोबारा रिपीट करिए प्लीज. आपकी हमें सुनाई नहीं दिया ठीक से.
Okay, sir. Which is when
ये माइक को थोड़ा दूर रखिए, आपका माइक का वॉल्यूम बहुत ज्यादा है, उसको थोड़ा कम करिए, थोड़ा दूर रखिए आप, आपकी आवाज फट रही है यहाँ पर। माइक को नीचे रख दीजिए, आपका माइक हिलता है ना, उसे उसे माइक को नीचे रख दीजिए, kindly put it on the table.
Okay, sir. I'm trying. Which is when
I'm so sorry, we are not able to hear you, sir.
They can
No,
ask.
no. Different mode में जाना पड़ेगा. Say again. Say again.
Hello.
Yes. Kindly repeat your question now.
आ जाओ इधर आ जाओ. Come here. खड़े होके पूछ.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, बता दें सर, हमारे पास
आपकी आवाज ना फट रही है बहुत ज्यादा, because you are holding the mic in your hand.
हेलो,
हाँ जी जी.
एक्सक्यूज मी सर,
Yes.
जब
हाँ जी पूछिए जनाब.
जब हम अपना रेज्यूम तैयार करते हैं तो हमारे पास जो लैंग्वेज है, हमारे पास 4 लैंग्वेज है, 4 लैंग्वेज है जिसे हम पढ़ भी सकते हैं, लिख भी सकते हैं, और 3 लैंग्वेज को हम बोल भी सकते हैं, और जो चौथी लैंग्वेज है तो उसमें कैसे हम उसे लिखें रिज्यूम के अंदर या नहीं लिखें?
You can include the fourth language. आप चौथी लैंग्वेज आप अपने रिज्यूमे में इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं, पर आप उसे बोल नहीं सकते, आप कह रहे हैं ना. तो फिर आप
Yes.
आगे लैंग्वेजेस स्पोकन की जगह लैंग्वेजेस नोन कर दीजिए और वो 4 लैंग्वेजेस इंक्लूड कर दीजिए, rather than losing out on a language, क्योंकि वो आपके फायदे में जाएगी बात कि आपको इतनी ज्यादा लैंग्वेजेस आती हैं. तो आप लैंग्वेजेस स्पोकन की जगह आगे नोन कर दीजिए और विदाउट मेंशनिंग एनी स्किल्स LSRW आप चारों लैंग्वेजेस के नाम लिख दीजिए और उसके बाद इंटरव्यू के टाइम पे आप क्लैरिफाई कर सकते हैं कि कौन सी लैंग्वेज में आपकी कितनी प्रोफिशिएंसी है. ठीक है?
थैंक यू मैम.
थैंक यू.
Any other students want to ask question? Yeah, please come here, please.
That was really very good question, I would say. Clarifies so many things in that.
Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, I want to ask that can we make tabular form to give our qualifications in our resume, or we should use that format which you showed us?
Yes, if you make a tabular form, then you will occupy more space in your resume.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
and the information might look organized, but I'm telling you, if you write down your statement very clearly as bulleted list, then also it looks very organized. Information looks very organized. But in certain cases, like in the case of UICT, certain organizations prefer that the CGPA for all the years of engineering or whatever degree you are pursuing, your CGPA should be reflected in a tabular form. Until unless it is asked for, then only will you include a table. Otherwise, please do not do that, because it makes a resume lengthy and it makes it look bulky. आपको लगता है कि इंफॉर्मेशन ऑर्गेनाइज्ड है, ज्यादा अच्छी दिखेगी, पर मैं कह रही हूँ अगर आप स्टेटमेंट भी ठीक से लिखेंगे बुलेट पॉइंट्स के साथ, तब भी आपकी इंफॉर्मेशन ऑर्गेनाइज लगेगी. Until unless asked for, do not make a table, please.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
That also reminds me, probably ma'am has covered that aspect also. There are certain resume where you use your own format.
Anyone else who want to ask question? Raise your hand, please. Nobody want.
Excuse me, I am being reminded of one thing to share with you on this issue about the format. As ma'am has just now explained you one format, and she has discussed with you one format. This is a suggestive format. If in the absence of any other format, you can use this format, which is a standard format, acceptable by most of the employers. But many times the companies who intends to hire somebody, they give their own format of resume also on the internet. So you cannot deviate then. Please do not deviate. Whatever their requirements are, use that format only which the company has put on the internet or given in the newspapers or anywhere where they have put the advertisement. So there are two options available. Either use your own format, but if the company has given the format, then you have to use that format only. Now, any other question? Maybe from Ganga Technical Institute. Okay. RCEW Jaipur. RCEW Jaipur से कोई question है? Okay. I think some of the centers are being disconnected. ये कौन सा है? Okay, JCD is still there. Okay. Let me make a small announcement before we break for the lunch. We'll be reassembling at 2:15. We'll be reassembling for the next session, which are very important session on how to do your group discussion, and then followed by another session on PI, that is the personal interview also. We have two sessions with us after lunch. So kindly reassemble sharp at 2:15 so that the sessions are taken well in time. Otherwise, we'll be delaying the whole program. And one more announcement for the coordinators: kindly identify students for tomorrow's sessions also. That this program will be repeated tomorrow again. So kindly identify your students and ask them to be in time. By 9:30, they should be there in the hall so that we can start the sessions in time. Thank you. let me just check out who all are connected with us now. College of Pharmacy, Maulana, they are there. And JCD Sirsa, उनको फोन करिए यार, है ना? और पहले पहले देख लेते हैं होशियारपुर में देख रखे। जयपुर, बिजनौर भी कनेक्टेड है, गंगा टेक्निकल, दो बाद में और लिखना, एक गंगा वाला है, एक RCEW जयपुर, अभी 7 हो। बिजनौर, RCEW जयपुर, इनसे बात करिए। RCEW जयपुर, आपके स्टूडेंट्स नहीं कोई भी यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे ना? हेलो, JCDM सिरसा, ये मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा Good afternoon to everybody. We are waiting for the participants to come in the hall and so that we can start the next session. I find that in some of the centers the students have not yet arrived. JCD जुड़ा हुआ है ना भाई? And Ganga? और ये आरसी PW जो सुबह सर ने कराया था, मैं उनसे बात करवाना मेरे. Okay, okay. बिजनौर वाले आगे. Yes. May I request all the coordinators, please make sure that the participants are there in the hall so that we can start the next session. Two very important sessions on group discussion and personal interview. Both are very important from the student point of view. They both are the important aspects of communication, I would say, because through GD, the employers try to see whether your students have the capability in participating in group, they can work in the team, how they carry the group with them, their body language, their communication, everything is very, very important. MM कॉलेज का हो गया आगे बढ़ सकते MM कॉलेज ओके MM कॉलेज में पार्टिसिपेंट हैं JCDM सिरसा में भी पार्टिसिपेंट हैं मैम आपने JCDM में भी अपने make sure that students are present. Then होशियारपुर सुबह से उनकी चल रही है प्रॉब्लम है ना और जयपुर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज जयपुर कल का प्रोग्राम कर ऑफ नहीं टॉक टू एवरीवन कम कर लीजिए तो I assume that some of the participants are now there. We cannot keep on postponing this program for indefinite period. Our expert is already here from 2 to 5. Okay, friends. Ma'am, if you are ready, we can start. Well, friends, we are having with us Mrs. Meera Anand. She is a She's an astute professional with a proven ability to mentor, motivate, and guide for over 10 years of stimulating corporate experience. She is an accomplished trainer with who has demonstrated ability to motivate trainees. She has a very vast experience in taking sessions on soft skills and products training. I would request Madam Meera Anand, who is a regular faculty, visiting faculty to our institute. We have got an opportunity to hear us at number of occasions on many soft skills, especially on group discussion and PI, that is personal interview, which are very, very important aspects of our communication skills. I will request her to kindly briefly introduce herself and then engage the session on group discussions first. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the elaborate introduction. This is, I think we need to talk first. We are already running short of time because we have to cover our important sessions of group discussion. Generation X is welcoming all of you. In fact, why I'm talking about Generation X, as you know, that workforce, when you talk about, we always categorize them, it depends on the year when they are actually born. And though I'm born that era of Generation X, that is born between 61 to 70, so hence I can say that I'm inviting you here to each generation, actually who were born between 74 to 1980, as well as to Generation Y, that is after 1990. So 1981 to 90. So it's important that you need to know which generation you belong to, and that is the reason that I'm just equipping you with this kind of information, that you need to know that what is actually happening in the industry. So you have to introduce yourself like this only. Tomorrow, once you go out in industry to be recruited in any organization. Now let's talk about group discussion, as our today's session is group discussion. So let's, where is the keyboard where we need to... So most important thing which you need to see, that what is the need for group discussion. It is very important. And when you talk about group discussion, it is basically very important for you guys to know that that group discussion help us to be rejected in any organization. For employer, it is a wonderful tool, but for candidate, it is also very important tool to show that yes, they are different from the group. Because in case if they are not different from the group, then it will be difficult for them to be recruited in any organization. So the most important thing which you need to know is that why there is a need for group discussion. Somebody maybe they can take it as a group dance. It is not group dance, because forming quick opinions in less time would only be possible because of group discussion. Now here when we talk about the need for it, so we should also talk about forming quick opinion in less time, assessing certain skills, team skills like team player, leadership, listening skills, and communication skills. So you need to know that these are the basic skills which you need to own. अगर आपके पास ऐसे skills नहीं है, that is being a team player, अगर आप suppose team leader ही बनना चाहते हैं, team player नहीं बनते हैं, then you will be rejected in group discussion. So group discussion में आपको सबसे पहले होना चाहिए that at least you should listen to others also. At the same time you coordinate. It is not that when anybody will fail, you will only win. No. When they are also winning, at the same time you are superior to them, then you will be recruited in any organization. And before I actually start with the real GD session, because here we are not going to do a mock session because we don't have a number of students sitting in front of me, but at least I can just give you a quick outline that where you need to work on your skills. Number 2 is leadership skills, very important. Listening skills, because you have to listen to your group, then only you can assume that what will be my next answer to the questions if they are asking, the facts when they are telling. At the same time, in case if they are talking about few good quotes, few questions they are asking in a group, you need to answer those questions as well. And this could only be possible if you have good listening skills. Next, communication skills, very important. You need to know that which word to use where. कहाँ पे हमें कौन सा word use करना है. See, I can use look and I can see. I can say I can use two words, see and look. If I have to see, if I have to watch something. But at the same time, you need to know where to use look, where to use see, where to use watch. Because अगर आपको छोटी छोटी चीज़ों का इतनी vocabulary का नहीं पता है, at the same time how you have to speak in front of your group, then it will be difficult for you to make a good impact on people. Right? So it is very important for all of us to know this, that GD is the best way to examine the managerial skills. So here I've given you one example of look. So I can look. So look there, look there. So if I'm talking about, if I'm pointing at something, in the voluntarily, अगर मैं आपको voluntarily बोल रही हूँ कि आपको उस तरफ देखना, मतलब क्या है कि हम लोग look की बात कर रहे हैं. On the other hand, if I see, I can see so many things. मैं बहुत सारी चीजें देख सकती हूँ, और जब मैं चीजें बहुत सारी देख सकती हूँ, इसका मतलब मैं involuntary बहुत सारी चीजें देख रही हूँ. So where to use see word, where to use look word. If I am looking at something for longer period of time, मैं काफी देर से देख रही हूँ, so I cannot say I'm looking at television for long period of time. I'm watching television for long period of time. Because अगर हम लोग period of time की बात करते हैं, तो हम लोग क्या use कर लेते हैं? Watch use कर लेते हैं. So you need to use which word of vocabulary you have to use at that point of time. And if this is only be possible in case if you know that why it is important in group discussions. Because group discussion में आपका पता लग जाता है personality का. In case your personality is well defined and well exhibited at that point of time, you will definitely be selected for an interview. And after group discussions, when interview will happen, then definitely you will be more confident in facing that, and then finally you will be recruited in that particular organization. So GD is the best way to examine and managerial attributes of the candidate. And the next most important thing which you need to know, the structure. What is the structure of GD? Usually 7 to 12 participants are there. Or it can be, you can say they can be either male or they can be either female. And then depending upon the situation, which maybe they are from different culture altogether, they are from different background altogether, and different city altogether. And next is topic and the case is given. Then after the topic and the case is given to you, case study or the topic is given to you by a person known as moderator. And the most important thing, normally 2 minutes to think and 15 to 25 for discussion. It means 2 minutes they will give you. For example, if I have given you one topic that youth is getting greedy day by day. जो आज का नौजवान है वो काफी आज तक क्या है कि greedy होता चला जा रहा है. तो अब इस केस के ऊपर, अगर इस लाइन के ऊपर हमें डिस्कस करना है, so most important thing you need to know that normally I will going to, as a moderator, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to think, and after that 10 to 20 minutes for the discussion. Then I would like to know that who will going to talk what. उसके बाद आपको एग्जामिन कर लिया जाता है और ऑब्जर्व कर लिया जाता है. Then before that next delusions की बात होती है हमारी. नो सेट रूल्स हैं इवेल्युएटर्स की, कोई सेट रूल्स नहीं है कि ये जो मैंने आपको बताया था अभी. हो सकता है कि डिपेंडिंग अपॉन सिचुएशन, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वी कीप ऑन चेंजिंग. डेल्यूशंस मींस मिथ. क्या क्या हमारे हमने विचारधाराएं बना रखी हैं, हमारे अंधविश्वास हैं, हमारे कुछ विश्वास जो कि बिल्कुल चलते नहीं है इसके साथ, तो इसको हम डेल्यूशंस कहते हैं, जिन्हें हम मिथ भी कहते हैं. जो हमें लगता है कि हम ऐसा करेंगे तो शायद हम जीडी में अच्छा हमारा हो जाएगा. हम लोग जब बाहर निकलते हैं जीडी सेशन से भी, देन वी ऑलवेज टॉक दैट ओके मेरा तो पक्का जीडी में सिलेक्शन हो जाएगा, बिकॉज आई हैव स्पोकन अ लॉट, आई हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट माय चैप्टर, आई हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट माय टॉपिक अ लॉट, बट डजंट मीन दैट यू विल बी सिलेक्टेड फॉर दिस. ओके, the most important thing which you have to remember that I have to be fluent speaker to excel in GD. So that is generally a myth. ये एक छोटा सा myth है जो आप हमेशा रखते हैं mind में. So I have to be fluent speaker. आपको बहुत अच्छी अंग्रेजी बोलनी आनी चाहिए, तभी आप ग्रुप डिस्कशन में अच्छा पार्टिसिपेट कर लेंगे and you will be selected. It is not like this. ऐसा नहीं होता. If you are taking in that way, so that is a myth. Basically, you are preaching, and so kindly make sure at least till the time you don't have right subject knowledge, you will not be selected in group discussion. तो सिर्फ अंग्रेजी बोलने से और impeccable English अच्छा impression देने से so you will not be selected. So most important thing which you have to remember that I have to be fluent speaker to excel is not the right motive and is not the right element or a tool to excel in GD. Next is maximum speaking is key to success. अगर मैं बहुत ज़्यादा बोलूँगा then that is also my key to success. That will also not going to happen. And the next is that changing stance in fickle mindedness means बार बार आप change करते जा रहे हो थाली का बैनर. कभी आप कह रहे हो कि नहीं we are for and we are against, we are against, we are for. हर बार आप अगर ऐसे ही बोलते चले जाओगे within 2 minutes, because if you are noticing someone and after noticing maybe you are finding that the other person point of view or other person point is more relevant, then you start supporting that person. On the other hand, the moment you start feeling that no, the other person is not talking correctly, or maybe he is talking correctly, and again then you start supporting that person, then you need to tell the other person, see, this is something which is wrong. जो आप सोच रहे हैं वो बिल्कुल गलत है, क्योंकि आप बार बार अपने ही वर्ड्स को आप कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट करते चले जा रहे हैं. और आप बार बार जब अपने कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट करते हैं किसी भी चीज़ को, इसका मतलब क्या है कि that you are fickle minded. You can change, but with facts. आपके पास कोई फैक्ट है, कोई फिगर है, कोई आप इसको ठीक से याद रखे कि हाँ मैंने वहाँ पे पढ़ा था, और then you can easily change your stance, but not unnecessarily you keep on changing while listening to other, and it is not possible, and it is even if you are doing it and it is totally you. I should try to speak more and more. अगर आप बहुत बार बोलते हैं तब भी गलत है. In case if you are speaking 2-3 times, wonderful, because in 10-20 minutes if you are speaking with good facts and figures and you are plunging in that group discussion 4-5 times or 3-4 times, is 3-4 times more than enough. There is no need that you are cutting everybody's conversation in between and then you try to speak a lot. If you are trying to speak a lot and you're not giving opportunity to other person to speak, so it means that you have that stubbornness, that you don't have a good habit of listening. आप में अच्छी कोई listening की ability नहीं है. आप दूसरों को काट के अपनी बात बार बार कह रहे हैं. It's not going to be acceptable. So these are myths. So please do not follow, or I can say that such type of things, such type of points, you should always keep in mind that such points will not going to help you to succeed in any discussion. Next, we're talking about I will only be selected if others lose. अगर मैं दूसरे lose करेंगे तभी ही मैं select होऊंगा. हो सकता है कि win-win situation हो जाए, बाकी भी सब select हो जाए और आप भी select हो जाओ. But if your motive is at the time of speaking that only I will win when other will lose, this will definitely going to give a very negative impact about your personality on the moderator. So kindly do not get into all this type of topic. कौन से रहेंगे हमारे? Social, political current affairs, economic business management, and abstract. For example, when you talk about political, social political में हमारा पास रहेगा ये चीज़ कि like educational degrees should come with an expiry date. When I talk about current affairs, rape, social problem and the legal solution, आजकल तो अब because the new government has come, so about new current affairs, इसमें आपके थोड़े से government policies के बारे में आ सकता है. Make in India is a new topic that may come up, and then economic and business management, when politics is hampering economic growth. That was a far. It was an old topic when there was an old government, but now there is new and new topics may emerge. Abstract में चलता है, चलता है. आपने कहा ये कैसा टॉपिक है? अब चलता है इसका मतलब उन्होंने आपको दे दिया है, जैसे आप कहते हैं ना कोई अनुच्छेद लिखिए, हिंदी में हम लोग बात करते हैं, एक पहली सी लाइन दे के पहला सा एक वर्ड लिख के एंड देन यू हैव टू कंप्लीट द होल पैराग्राफ. So whatever is there in your mind, you have to express that. तो चलता है attitude. तो अगर आपको चलता है में अगर आपको आगे बोलना है abstract topic में, then you can start from anywhere. तो चलता है इट मीन्स कोई भी चीज़ हम लोग करते हैं ये चीज़ चलेगा आपको. कोई भी चीज़ हम लोग आज कपड़े भी पहने हमने, हम लोग कहेंगे चलो ठीक है चलेगा इस पार्टी ओकेजन में, हाँ चलता है. So is this a very casual attitude? Or in case if you want to elaborate on this, maybe you can give more knowledge and maybe you can impart some more information regarding this particular topic. Okay? So next, evaluation parameters. कौन से रहेंगे हमारे? That is first is strength of point, new point, building. On point sitting style कैसा रहेगा आपका? New point. Of course, strength of the point is very important. In case if you have a new point and you are discussing that new point among your peer or among your participants, then definitely you will going to get good points on this. Building on point, अगर आपको कोई एक ऐसा point किसी ने बताया and you already aware about that particular thing, maybe you can add on to it and that shows that yes, you are a good regular reader. Rationale behind point, it means when you know a typical logic behind the point if somebody has suggested, so that is also the strength of point, and for that the weightage is 40%. Body language, your sitting style, eye contact, listening style and then gestures. आपके gestures कैसे रहेंगे, आपके listening style कैसा है, आपका eye contact कैसा है, that is very important. Because in case अगर आपका eye contact देखते ही आप ऐसे रहे और डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, तो इसका मतलब ऊपर तो आसमान पे तो कुछ लिखा नहीं है हमारे कि हमारे ऊपर से क्या आएगा, ऊपर से कोई भगवान बता देगा कि सब्जेक्ट की नॉलेज कहाँ से आएगी. So the most important thing is that whenever you have to speak among your peer, among participants, please look at their eyes and speak. That is very important. Because अगर आपका eye contact नहीं है, so maybe whatever there is in your mind, जो भी आपके दिमाग में है, the same thing you cannot communicate well to the other person. आप बता ही नहीं पाएंगे दूसरे को what actually is going on in your mind. So most important thing which you have to take care is that eye contact. आपको जब आपने अपने टॉपिक देना है वो आप जरूर रखेंगे, मेंटेन रखेंगे, और आई कांटेक्ट में आपको घूरना नहीं है. मेक श्योर यू विल नॉट वांट टू स्टेयर एट द पर्सन. नंबर 3, हम आई कांटेक्ट की बात करते हैं, प्लीज डोंट लुक एट द मॉडरेटर. इट इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट विच यू हैव टू टेक केयर दैट इन केस इफ यू आर वॉचिंग, अगर आप सिर्फ अपने उस मॉडरेटर को देखते चले जा रहे हैं जिन्होंने टॉपिक दिया आपको, and you are not paying heed to your participants, that is also a very negative point, because you have to engage all your peers, all your participants in the discussion rather than discussing with the moderator. Moderator is just evaluator. So make sure at least when you are giving, when you are throwing some light on the topic, so most important thing is your sitting style, eye contact. Sitting style में थोड़ा सा और elaborate कर दूंगी आपको जब हम personal interview की बात करेंगे. Then I'm going to tell you that how you have to sit. And the gestures, please do not show a lot of gesticulation that no, it is not possible, and if you are talking like this, you know, with your hands moving here and there, then what happens? Maybe you are actually snubbing the other person. आप उसको स्नब कर रहे हो कि बैठ जाओ नीचे, ऐसे मत करो, ऐसा नहीं. तो हमें लड़ना नहीं है, तो अपना इतना सारा assertive behavior दिखाना है आपको, aggressive behavior नहीं दिखाना. So in your case, if you are just making very vibrant and maybe very violent this kind of gestures, so maybe that is actually making the other person feel offended. The person feel offended, he says कि finally what I'm going to do, मैं क्या करने वाला, because बार बार वो हाथ देख देख के हमें रोके जा रहा है वैसे. So please do not show such type of gesticulation, because this will definitely going to deduct marks about your performance. Assertiveness that you have to be gentle but be firm. इतना भी हमें soft नहीं होना. So, but at the same time you need to be firm. And when you talk about gentle, be firm. तो मेरे कहने का मतलब ये है कि that you need to be soft in talking. You should not be that aggressive. At the same time, you should be firm what you are doing. It means you should be 100% sure, you should be confident whatever fact you are sharing with the other person. So articulation, clarity in the voice is very important. If the clarity is not there, then what happens? Maybe the other person will not understand that what you would like to say and what you would like to portray. So most important thing is थोड़ा सा brief रखो whatever you have to speak, but at the same time clarity रखो. Whatever you have to say, be very very clear in your mind what you are talking. अगर आपको यही नहीं पता कि topic क्या है and you are making up the other person because you know very well, and that makeup kind of thing from your heart, when you speak like this, the other person, the judge or evaluator, definitely will going to watch out, and then he will going to or she will going to deduct your marks. Next is communication skills. Most important thing which you have to remember, that your I message should reach the other person as I message. It should not become you message. अगर हम छोटी सी कोई गेम खेलते हैं और हम गेम खेलने के टाइम में, अगर हम आपने देखा होगा, हम कभी खेलते हैं चाइनीज विस्पर. हम जब कान में किसी को 7-10 लोगों को बैठाते हैं और जब कान में कुछ बोलते हैं, हो सकता है कि जब हमने शुरू में कुछ कहा हो, एंड तक पहुंचते पहुंचते वो बात क्या बन जाती है, बात ही चेंज हो जाती है. इसका मतलब क्या है कि हम यहाँ तो उसके अंदर कुछ चीज़ खा जाते हैं और यहाँ हम उसमें कुछ और चीज़ ऐड कर देते हैं. तो प्लीज़ डू नॉट डू दैट. मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज योर आई मैसेज, जो मैं कहना चाहती हूँ, should reach to the other person as I message only. That is most important. So clarity of voice is very important. Modulation, boring ना हो. ये नहीं कि आप एक ही तरह से बोलते चले जा रहे हो, जिसमें बोलते चले जा रहे हो, इसी टोन में बोलते चले जा रहे हो, सारे लग रहा है कि लोरी सुना रहे हो और आप कुछ नहीं. पर क्या करती हूँ मैं, sometimes I go up, sometimes I go down, and sometimes I stress and emphasize on particular words, और तब मेरी communication बहुत clear हो जाती है. अगर आपको लगता है कि आपकी अंग्रेजी अच्छी नहीं है, so then most important thing which you have to take care, please build up on your vocabulary. And vocabulary के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है that start reading newspaper, because when you start reading newspaper, one is that your English will improve. Number 2, आपके English के साथ साथ क्या हो जाएगा, आपका confidence about the subject knowledge will increase. Number 3, then diversified knowledge. Maybe you will get information about sports, you will get information about politics, you get information about religious activities, you will come to know about the style and the fashion, you come to know about the various current affairs. So the most important thing is start reading or inculcate the habit of reading newspaper every day. Most important. And then we talk about skills that are required. Communication abilities. हमने डिस्कस कर लिया आपसे कि कम्युनिकेशन बहुत ज़रूरी है आपकी. उसमें क्या हो जाएगा, स्पीक इन ब्रीफ, कंसाइज, यूज ओकेजनल quotations. Most important thing which you have to take care is occasional quotations which you should use to add bit of glamour to your points. अगर आपको अपने points में थोड़ा सा glamour, थोड़ा सा interest लेकर आना है, तो आप थोड़े से occasion quotations use कर सकते हैं. The other day I was reading, I went to drop my son at art school. यहाँ पे एक आर्ट स्कूल है, तो मैं वहाँ पे जब छोड़ने गई बच्चे को, वहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा लिखा हुआ था by Pablo Picasso. Pablo Picasso, being a painter, he wrote that every child who is born, जो भी पैदा हुआ है, is an artist. It depends that how long we will carry that skill of child during his lifetime. आगे हम बढ़कर कितना उसको हम encourage करके वो आगे तक लेके जाता है. But otherwise, every child who is born, जो भी पैदा होता है, वो artist ही होता है. Because आप देखते हो, जब बच्चे को भूख लगती है, वो कैसे सा फेस बनाता है. So mother can easily make out, that the child is hungry. At the same time, when the child is thirsty, then also he makes different kind of lips. Then also you can make out that okay, the child is thirsty now. So through his gestures, through his body language, through his creativity, because child doesn't know, he doesn't know that this means what. तो आपको उसके हाथ में पेंसिल पकड़ाओगे आप छोटे बचपन में, तो वो अपने आप फटाफट कुछ ना कुछ ड्रॉ करना लग पड़ेगा. So every child for that matter is an artist. So it depends how long, how far you can take that kind of art. Okay? So be effective to explicit, to explain. Explicit means explain that how you understand the topic. कितना अच्छा आप टॉपिक को अंडरस्टैंड कर चुके हैं. ये चीज बताना और ये चीज बताने समझने के बाद दूसरों को बताना, that is actually the basic aim to check your communication. अगर आपको समझ के उस टॉपिक को समझाना आता है किसी को, it means that yes, you have a very good communication skills, and for that is the skill which is required. Next हम लोग ले चलते हैं team skills. Team skills are very important, and willingness to accept different viewpoints, handle conflict and building consensus. Active listening is equally important, because if you are listening empathetically, it means आप proper way में सुन रहे हैं, and then without any barriers, this will going to help you to communicate better. अगर आपने किसी का व्यू पॉइंट सुना ही नहीं, you don't know what is actual the meaning of the topic, आपको टॉपिक भी नहीं पता, and second is you're not also listening properly with full concentration, then what will happen towards the end of it? फिर क्या होने वाला आप? Then you always feel that yes, this person has not told me something very significant, और बाद में summarize भी नहीं कर सकते हम, because जब हमने सुना ही नहीं किसी और को तो हम summarize क्या करेंगे? So in case if you are not confident about the subject, अगर आपको उस subject के बारे में knowledge नहीं है, so make sure at least start listening to the other participants. If you start listening to other participants towards the end of it, what you will do, you will definitely going to summarize it better, and you will gain points from that, right? So next important thing which you have to be very clear is analytical skills. आपके एनालिटिकल स्किल्स बहुत अच्छे होने चाहिए, आपको एनालाइज करना आना चाहिए सिचुएशन, अंडरस्टैंड करना आना चाहिए ठीक से. अगर आपको उस टॉपिक को एनालाइज ही नहीं करना आया, फॉर एग्जांपल इफ आई से यूथ इज गेटिंग ग्रीडी डे बाय डे, मैंने टॉपिक बोला था, अभी मैंने बोला यूथ इज गेटिंग ग्रीडी डे बाय डे, नाउ यू हैव टू एनालाइज इट फ्रॉम डिफरेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. आप ऐसा कर सकते हैं, आप ये बोल सकते हैं कि यू नो यस, यूथ इज एक्चुअली वर्किंग फॉर मनी, उनके लिए मनी इज द ओनली मोटिवेटिंग फैक्टर टू वर्क. अगर मनी नहीं है तो वो वर्क ही नहीं करना चाहते हैं कोई. वन इज दिस, एंड सेकेंड इज दैट यस, they actually would like to gain experience, and after that what they are doing, they are analyzing situation, and after analyzing situation they are greedy for knowledge, they are greedy for skills, so they would like to be in the company of experienced people, और experienced people के साथ वो क्या बनना चाहते हैं, they definitely would like to gain some experience, and they are basically greedy for this. So I can say that yes, they are very much I can say what is that vociferous. You can say that is because they are greedy. So I am a very vociferous, जैसे हम लोग बात करते हैं that is what you can call it as carnivorous, and then you have talking about herbivorous. Similarly, you're talking about what? That is a vociferous. It means you are very greedy for that. You are very avid. ठीक है, हम कहते हैं you are an avid reader. You are a very greedy for reading. So here you can take it. Yes, youth nowadays would like to move to different fields, and they would like to be very analytical. And if they would like to show this skill among everyone in group discussion, definitely they will be selected. So that is a very important tool which they can use. And define ambiguous terms in the topic. जो भी ambiguous, जो समझ में नहीं आते हैं, जो बहुत vague होते हैं टॉपिक, अगर आप उनको समझना चाहते हैं, that is possible. Look at the topics from different perspective, providing structure to your thought process. Please provide structure to your thought process, and very important, because आप haywire में नहीं बोलते चले जाएंगे. आपको बहुत ज़रूरी पता होना चाहिए कि आप क्या बोल रहे हैं, और बोलने के बाद whether you are making sense to other person or not. If you're not making any sense to other person, it means nobody would like to listen to you. And if they would not like to listen to you, definitely they will not summarize and interpret what you have said. And it means you have not made any impact on them. ये सब चीज़ें आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा. Awareness, general knowledge. और ये अवेयरनेस और जो जनरल नॉलेज है, ये आपको हमेशा, मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया, न्यूज़पेपर के थ्रू ही आएगी. अगर आपको जनरल अवेयरनेस है ही नहीं कुछ, और आप कुछ रखना भी नहीं चाहते हैं, तो फिर तो आपको जीडी में आने का ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. शुरू में ही आप पहले से रिजेक्ट होकर बाहर चले जाओ अपने आप. There is no need for other person to tell you that you have been rejected. But if you made up your mind that you have to be well interviewed further, only once you are selected for an GD. और मैंने आपको पहले भी बता रही हूँ, GD is a tool for rejection, it is not a tool for recruitment. बेसिकली इतनी भीड़ में से जो 10 बंदे निकालने हमें, and this could only be possible through this. Think of examples to support your point of view. कुछ examples भी याद रखिएगा जब अपने आप बात करते हो अवेयरनेस की, जनरल नॉलेज एंड अवेयरनेस के बारे में. फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ आई से रेड वर्सेस ग्रीन, तो रेड वर्सेस ग्रीन में आप कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स अपने दे सकते हैं. You can talk about that. Yesterday when I came across with my friend, so yesterday evening when he came to my place, he was wearing a red color pullover, and that was very vibrant, and that actually motivated me to move out somewhere in the party which I was not planning to go. So it means red color to some extent I feel gives you motivation, that gives you energy, that gives you power, that gives you being active. So such type of quotes, such type of examples you can quote at that point of time to make your discussion quite lively. Next is state statistics. अगर आप statistics involve करते हो तो और ही अच्छा. You can say that how many percentage of women, अगर हम women education की बात करें, and if you have read somewhere that out of 1000 approximately I can say 848 women, they are would like to study, but they are not getting complete education or full education. If you have read it somewhere and you would like to give your information with facts and figures, this will definitely going to help you, and this will definitely going to make good impact on them. दूसरे के ऊपर बहुत अच्छा इंप्रेशन पड़ेगा अगर आप फैक्ट्स और फिगर्स के साथ कोई भी चीज़ बोलोगे. वो समझते हैं कि पढ़ा लिखा है, कुछ समझदार है, तभी वैसे करके बातें. But please do not give fake and false information. Maybe possible somebody is better knowledgeable, or maybe you can say the better equipped with the knowledge, than you, and there you will definitely lack on it. So handling factual topics कैसे करेंगे आप? Please try to explore the history of the topic. अगर हम cloning की बात करें तो cloning कहाँ कहाँ पे हो रही है? The most important thing which you have to remember is that cloning was there initially in Israel, and you can say about other places, and kahan pe cloning of human being have been rejected. So many countries had rejected this concept of cloning, where they followed that insurance companies, they were actually getting lot of losses because of cloning. अगर कोई डुप्लीकेट आदमी हम पैदा करते चले जाएंगे और इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज का क्या होगा? तो मे बी दे विल सी दैट आज तो हमने इसका बंदा जो डेथ हुई किसी की और किसी ने क्लेम किया इंश्योरेंस, और उसके बाद 2 दिन बाद फिर वो नजर आना शुरू हो गया मुझे मार्केट में घूम रहा है. इट मीन्स दैट क्लोनिंग इज नॉट एक्सेप्टेबल टू वेरियस कंट्रीज, बट येस क्लोनिंग इज इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर मेडिकल रिसर्च. हम लोग जब हम डुप्लीकेसी की बात करते हैं, हम किसी का एक्स्ट्रा पार्ट निकाल के बॉडी में से उसमें जब रिसर्च करते हैं, देन इट इज बेटर at least if we have artificial maybe something different organ of a body. So there is no need for you to wait that this person will going to donate. कोई बंदा मरेगा और donate देगा, उसके बाद ही हमारा वो दूसरा बंदा जी सकता है. But in case if cloning can help medical research and in medical field, maybe this will going to assist. So इसकी थोड़ी history के बारे में अगर आप जानोगे सब के बारे में, and if you read about all these topics well, so definitely they will going to gain points in discussion. Next is discuss the pros and cons. आप मुझे बताएंगे उसके yeses क्या हैं और no क्या हैं, and offer your perspective and give examples relevant to the issue. जो भी आपके examples हैं वो उस topic के related होने चाहिए. ये नहीं कि आप कुछ भी बोलते चले जा रहे हो because you have read that particular word and on that word you are talking. No, you need to know in and out. At the same time, you need to know about the base of that particular word, and then you can continue your fine. And remember, never take a definite stand in the beginning. आप शुरू में ही कहीं ऐसे मत हो जाना, एक ही तरफा मत हो जाना. For example, if I talk about love marriage versus arranged marriage, आप पहली लाइन पे बोलना शुरू कर दो, I don't believe in love marriages at all. They are highly superficial, they are highly boring, and they are highly pathetic. They are highly it's a disobedience to elders. So we should not even think of love marriage. But later, during the course of discussion, you find that somebody is talking very good points about love marriage. Okay, because of love marriage, people may find good suitable person to stay with for the long time, for the lifelong. relationship, and in their lifelong relationship, maybe they can share their weaknesses to each other. They can share their strength initially, and after that, they can also get a chance to change their behavior. At the same time, nowadays, when they actually come in contact with each other through love, not arranged marriage, they know about each other beforehand, before their marriage. तो आजकल की यंग जनरेशन क्या करते हैं, दोनों ही आप अर्न करते हैं और अर्न करने के बाद साथ ही वे अपना घर बुक कर लेते हैं, और देन उसके बाद एक बंदा अर्न करता है, घर का खर्चा चलता है, सेकंड बंदा अर्न करता है, उसका ईएमआई निकल जाता है. So maybe they must have planned this before their marriage, at the time of meeting and you can say dating at that point of time before marriage, and then at that point of time once they are actually in that knot nuptial tie-ups, then they know each other very well, and then they can start their life very in a positive way. So most important thing which you have to remember, that please kindly do not take a first instance. आप पहले ही कुछ handling non-factual abstract topic, they would like to ask me something. Creativity and the lateral thinking. So handling non-factual abstract topic, it means अगर आपको कुछ non-abstract topic दिया जाता है, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया red versus green, basically they would like to check your creativity. आप कहाँ तक कौन से examples दे सकते हो red और green में. And lateral thinking, it means think out of box. Are you thinking out of box or you are just thinking? Red means traffic lights, danger, or जो stop. So red means this. When you talk about green light, it means yes, go signal, and eco-friendly and very environmental. So all these things, beyond that, if you talk and if you give good examples, fine. हम लोग क्रॉस का करते हैं, जब हम लोग रेड, अगर हम लोग बात करें रेड सिग्नल्स के, at the same time we can also talk about what, red cross, ambulance. So that is not, red color is not only for danger, but it is also for survival. At the same time, give way. When you are driving, आप रास्ते में देखते हैं एक triangle सा लिखा आता है, उसमें लिखा था give way, यहाँ से रास्ता था. So it means that is also red color, which is actually giving you good direction. Number 3, when you talk about red color, you can talk about red rangoli. You can talk about the auspicious color of Lord Goddess Durga. If you talk about red color, you can also talk about red bridal attire. So red lehenga mein generally most of the time Indian bride, she actually selects her this for the auspicious occasion. So red color is not only danger, red color is not only you can say very violent and very attacking color, but it is also very auspicious, it is also very soothing, at the same time active and forceful, or you can say very positive. That gives you, because once you are attired in red color, आपको लगता है कि आप में बहुत energy आ गई. But if you are in pastel colors, or maybe if you are in dull colors, then your mood also starts sulking in the same way. So you should also know कहाँ तक आप उस चीज़ को लेके जा सकते हैं. अगर हम लोग छोटा सा कोई एग्जाम्पल ले लेते हैं और वहाँ पे हमने बोला कि जैसे मैं बहुत सारे बात एग्जाम्पल देती हूँ, जैसे कि पप्पू कान डांस वाला, कहने में बिल्कुल एब्स्ट्रैक्ट टॉपिक है, बट अगर आप इसको लेना चाहो तो आप कितनी अच्छी तरह से समझा सकते हो किसी को. दैट कोई भी बंदा जो अर्बन एरिया में नया आ रहा है, रूरल बैकग्राउंड से, अब आप ये बोलेंगे पप्पू कान डांस वाला, इट मीन्स दैट ही कैन नॉट एडजस्ट हिमसेल्फ टू अर्बन लोकेलिटी. वो किसी भी शहरी व्यवस्था में अपने आप को अच्छी तरह से एडजस्ट नहीं कर पाए. बट दैट्स रॉन्ग. It is not possible because it depends on person to person. It depends on his observation, his energy, his outlook of life, and his attitude. And then accordingly he can change himself, and then he can, for him, if there is a word called not let's say impossible in his dictionary, कोई भी चीज़ अगर आप इसकी डिक्शनरी में एक वर्ड है impossible, इसका मतलब हर एक चीज़ possible है. Everything is possible in world. A person can change himself to that environment. So आप कह सकते हैं कि that Pappu can dance. Means he can't dance only if there is no in the mind. But if he is open from mind, yes, he can dance as well in that culture, in that environment. Maybe temporarily, but yes, he can. So that depends on you how you will take that topic. आप कहाँ पे वो वाला टॉपिक लेके चले जाओ. So creativity and lateral thinking is well accepted and well judged at the time of abstract topic given to you. Linkages to the factual issues, आप इसको लिंक करना जानते हैं कि factual issue में कैसे हम इसको लिंक कर देंगे. Ability to understand and develop other concepts. तो आप में अंदर एक ये भी हो जाता है कि जब हम नॉन फैक्चुअल टॉपिक्स को हैंडल करते हैं, आपको ये भी चेक करने की एक आप में क्षमता देखी जाती है कि आप दूसरों के कॉन्सेप्ट को किस तरह से एक्सेप्ट करते हैं. हम जब किसी और की बात सुनते हैं, हमारा साथ पैरेलल माइंड चलता चला जाता है, पता नहीं ठीक कह रहा है कि नहीं. अच्छा, आई थिंक मेरे से कल तो ऐसा नहीं हुआ था जो अभी बोल रहे हैं, बिकॉज हम लोग आज और कल की बातें सोचते हैं. वी डोंट थिंक दैट वाइडर पर्सपेक्टिव. आज अगर मैं कोई बिजनेस शुरू करती हूँ एंड इफ आई स्टार्ट टॉकिंग दैट आई डोंट नो वेदर इसकी मार्केट रहेगी कि नहीं रहेगी, बट over a period of time maybe we can think that what will happen 5 years from now or maybe 10 years from now. तो उस केस में बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आपको ये चीज़ समझ में आए कि हमें अपना विजन बढ़ाना है और उस विजन का जो बड़ापन है, जो बढ़ाया है हमने, वो लोगों को दिखाना, वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स को दिखाना है. और वही चीज़ हम दिखाते दिखाते पार्टिसिपेंट्स को जब मॉडरेटर तक पहुंच जाती है, जब तक इवैल्यूएटर तक पहुंच जाती है, यू विल बी सिलेक्टेड फॉर. नेक्स्ट इज अवॉइड ओवरली फिलोसफिकल डिस्कशन. इतनी फिलोसफिकल डिस्कशन भी मत ले जाओ कि कोई यहाँ पे कोई भाषण की या नहीं हो रहा है कि जैसे मैं कोई भाषण दे रही हूँ और सब सुनते चले जा रहे हैं इस चीज़. बट यू हैव टू एक्सेप्ट, यू हैव टू फील दैट यस इट इज़ पॉसिबल एंड बट नॉट ओवर फिलोसफिकल. इतनी भी कि नहीं रेड कलर तो रामचरितमानस के ऊपर भी जो ऊपर कवर होता है वो भी क्या रेड कलर का ही होता है, और वो क्योंकि उपनिषदों में ये चीज़ कहा है, इसमें ऐसा कहा है. आप एक लेवल तक, आपको मैंने पहली स्लाइड में ये चीज़ दिखाई थी दैट प्लीज डू नॉट थिंक that if you are talking too much you will be selected. So be brief, at the same time brief होने के साथ साथ थोड़ा सा articulate रखो, interest रखो उसके अंदर, examples quote करो and कुछ examples डालने के बाद quotations डालो, कुछ question के form में पूछो, but discussion को बहुत ज़्यादा lively बनाओ, real बनाओ, that is most important. And next is reaching a consensus. So you have to reach to a particular consensus. It means that over a period of time, we have discussed about youth is greedy, or maybe you're talking about love marriage versus arranged marriage. We talked about red versus green. हमने किसी के बारे में बात की. Last में उसको थोड़ा सा आप summarize करो. It's important because if you don't know how to summarize, you should not leave it open. जो open ही रख दोगे इसका मतलब डिस्कशन क्या किया हमने, हमारा टाइम पास किया हमने, थोड़े 5-10 मिनट में बात की और काम खत्म हो गया. बट जब हमने पूरा का पूरा, जब पूरे डिस्कशन के बाद हमने बाद में समराइज किया उस चीज़ को, दैट इज वन थिंग व्हिच इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड दैट कुड ओनली बी पॉसिबल इफ यू आर अ गुड लिसनर. अगर आप अच्छे लिसनर नहीं हो तो आपको पता ही नहीं है देन अदर पर्सन हैज स्पोकन व्हाट, उसने क्या बोला, इसने क्या बोला, आपने क्या बोला, आपको कुछ पता नहीं. सो इफ यू आर गुड लिसनर देन ओनली यू कैन रीच कंसेंसस. ओके, तो एंट्री क्या रहेगी आपकी जीडी में. जब कई बार ऐसे कैलकाटा के आईएम्स में जाओ तो वो लोग तो बहुत चिल्लाते हैं, कहता है कि वो फिश मार्केट, इसका मतलब दे आर फुल ऑफ नॉलेज चिल्ड्रन, ऊपर तक भरे हुए हैं वो नॉलेज से, और उनका दिल करता है कि कोई हमें आउटलेट मिले और हम बोलना शुरू करें. और जहाँ वो इतना बोलना शुरू करेंगे सारे, तो आपको पता होगा आवाज़ क्या गूंजेगी, सब आवाज़ें आनी शुरू हो जाएंगी और कहेगा मैं कुछ बोल रहा हूँ, मैं कोई सुनता ही नहीं किसी और. जब हम सुनते नहीं हैं देन व्हाट विल हैपन. So you need to know how you have to make your entry, because हो सकता है कि टाइम खत्म हो जाए. जब टाइम खत्म हो जाता है, फॉर एग्जांपल अगर हम यहाँ पे देखेंगे हमारा टाइम खत्म हो रहा है और उसमें आपने नोटिस किया कि टाइम खत्म होने के बाद अब हम क्या करेंगे, व्हाट वी नीड टू डू. हमारा टाइम रहा नहीं, और अब टाइम नहीं रहा तो क्या करेंगे हम लोग, मैम हमें टाइम ही नहीं मिला बोलने का, किसी ने बोलने का मौका ही नहीं दिया. Nobody will going to give an opportunity. Opportunity comes to all. It is foolish who let it pass. An intelligent get hold of it. So be intelligent to get hold of it. अपने आप बोलना शुरू करो, और बोलने का तरीका क्या होगा, you should enter in low. जब हल्की सी धीमी आवाज हुई, हल्की सी जीडी में आपको लगा कि वो बड़े आराम से बोल रहा है, then slowly you can also enter. What you can say, it's a beautiful thing that has been told, that has been discussed by Mr. Swens. It's a wonderful thing. थोड़ा सा appreciate करो, और appreciation के साथ ही आप अंदर enter कर जाओ. इसमें बहुत फर्क पड़ता है, ये पड़ जाएगा आपको कि कि कोई भी बंदा अपनी एप्रिसिएशन सुनने के लिए जरूर चुप हो जाए. No, it's wonderful. Thank you so much for giving us such a wonderful information. आपने एक लाइन ये बोला, thank you so much for giving us such a wonderful information. तो दूसरा बंदा थोड़े 2 मिनट के लिए चुप हो जाएगा, कुछ सेकंड के लिए. Why? Because he would like to listen good words that is coming to his mind. उसको दिमाग में सुनने जा रहे हैं, उनकी आवाज़ सुनाई दे जा रही है. उस केस में आप क्या करोगे? बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि जब भी आपको लगे कि थोड़ी धीमी आवाज़, तब आप एंटर कर जाओ ग्रुप डिस्कशन में. दैट इज द स्ट्रैटेजी व्हिच यू नीड टू फॉलो. इंटरजेक्टिंग सेम विद अ क्वेश्चन, और व्हाट यू कैन डू, यू कैन आल्सो इंटरजेक्ट. आप जैसे इंटरोगेशन में क्वेश्चंस नहीं पूछते, आर यू श्योर सर दिस हैपेंस, आप क्वेश्चन मार्क करके ही आप आगे आगे बोलना शुरू कर सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल, if you talk about this red color, you're talking about that youth is getting greedy day by day. Are you sure that it is only greedy of what? Greed of money? I don't think so, sir. What I believe in is it also greed for knowledge. आपने अपना पॉइंट नॉलेज का रखना है, तो अंदर एंट्री करने के लिए क्या करना पड़ा आपको? मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज दैट यू आल्सो हैव टॉक्ड इन सच अ वे, आपने क्वेश्चन मार्क देते हुए आपने एंट्री ली. आर यू श्योर? ना, आपने छोटा सा क्वेश्चन पूछा और आप एंटर कर गए उसके अंदर. दैट इज आल्सो द वे टू एंटर एनी ग्रुप डिस्कशन. So next most important thing is that enter a person has made his point and enter after a person has made his point. किसी को बीच में मत काटो, because अगर आप बीच में बोलते बोलते किसी को टोकोगे, the other person will get offended. तो गुस्सा चढ़ जाएगा, वो आपको नहीं छोड़ेगा next. So please have good, cordial and amicable relationship when you enter in any group discussion. Enter with a supportive statement. So it's important, if you feel that somebody is talking and your viewpoint is also like this, तो आप क्या करो, उस टाइम में अपने आप को बीच में एंट्री लेकर आओ. If a person is talking totally in a different direction and your point of view is totally different, but in case if your point has no valid point and no facts, no figures, कुछ आपको याद नहीं है, आपने सिर्फ उसकी बात काटने के लिए माइंड में मोटिव रख के आपने बात करनी है, प्लीज डू नॉट डू दिस. This will deduct your marks, and जब आपके जब marks deduct हो जाएंगे, definitely you will not get entry into any. The most important thing which you have to take care is that you should enter with a support statement. आपको सपोर्ट करते हुए दूसरे को और अपनी सपोर्ट स्टेटमेंट तैयार रखते हुए फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स के साथ आपको एंट्री लेनी चाहिए. एंड एंटर बाय इंक्रीजिंग वॉल्यूम, थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज करके आप एंटर करो. A wonderful point has been talked about by my friend, by my near so and so, dear so and so. अगर आप इसको बंदा को नाम जानते हैं and if you know your friend very well, then थोड़ा सा हल्का सा रेस करके voice हल्का सा, and then you can take entry in that group discussion. So how to sustain? है कि अभी है हम लोग काफी देर तक कैसे बने रहें ग्रुप डिस्कशन के अंदर. बने तभी रहेंगे अगर आपका आई कांटेक्ट ठीक रहेगा. जब आप बात कर रहे हैं, लोगों से बात करते करते आप कोई चीज डिस्कस, प्लीज डू नॉट डिस्कस लाइक, आप ऐसा करके मत डिस्कस करते रहो कि पता लगे आप ऊपर हवा में देख के बातें कर रहे हैं. दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. एंड पावर ऑफ कंटेंट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज जब तक आपके पास कंटेंट्स की पावर नहीं होगी, आपके पास कंटेंट्स ही कुछ नहीं है बोलने के लिए, सब्जेक्ट नॉलेज ही नहीं है कुछ बोलने के लिए, तो बोलो आप क्या बोलेंगे और क्या ग्रुप डिस्कशन में करेंगे आप. डिप्लोमेटिक आर्गुमेंटेशन एंड काउंटर आर्गुमेंट्स, तो आपको ये देखना पड़ेगा कितना डिप्लोमेटिकली आपको उस चीज़ को हैंडल करना है. एंड वॉइस मॉड्यूलेशन ऑल्सो. वॉइस मॉड्यूलेशन अगेन, ऊपर कब जाना है, नीचे कब जाना है, किस वर्ड पे एम्फोसाइज करना है, किस वर्ड को ढीला छोड़ देना है. तो बोलने के लिए आपको थोड़ा सा ये कला आनी चाहिए. Structure your thoughts, follow your PREC approach. So what is this PREC approach? We will have to know next slide. So the most important is point. आपके पास point होना चाहिए which is logical with good example, and then you have to conclude. तो ये सब चीजें मेन है. आपको PREC approach को ध्यान में रखते हुए आपको group discussion को आगे बढ़ाना है. So you know how to enter, how to sustain, what skills you need to carry, and at the same time all these approaches which you need to. And with this, what we are doing, we are actually let's see, do's and don'ts देख लेते हैं, but let's take a quick look on this. And well, in case if you have any confusion, any more questions to ask, you can ask me. And then only after concluding this, Then only we'll start with personal. I'll give you tips on personal interview around 3:30. Fine, let's finish this up fast. Speak for long, use too many examples, ये नहीं करना है, ये don'ts हैं. Bluff statistics, झूठा statistics मत लेके आना, आप ही फंस जाएंगे. Wrong facts. Take a direct stand in the favor and against. We'll start. Very important. And forcefully reach the conclusion. जबरदस्ती conclusion में नहीं पहुंचना. अगर आपको आज इतने साल हो गए हम कोई टॉपिक जो हमारा करंट अफेयर है चलता चला आ रहा है और उसकी कोई भी अभी कंक्लूजन नहीं निकला, आप 10 मिनट के अंदर कंक्लूजन कैसे ले सकते? यू कैन समराइज द टॉपिक बट यू कैन नॉट कंक्लूड द टॉपिक. इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. मींस आप उसको कल्मिनेट कर रहे हो, आप उसको बंद कर रहे हो. बंद तो कर ही नहीं सकते आप, बिकॉज इट ओपन डिस्कशन है. हमने कैसे मत निकाल लिया कि नहीं अब ऐसा ही होगा. नॉट पॉसिबल. Such type of conclusions you should not take. You should always summarize your topic. Force your ideas and points on others. Please do not force. Do not force your ideas. नहीं आपको मानना ही पड़ेगा red color is the best color because I like it. If you like it, it doesn't mean that everybody likes it. Right? So most important thing you need to take care is that should not be too aggressive and should not force your ideas on anyone. And do's क्या करने हैं आपको? हमने सारा डिस्कस कर ही लिया एक बार. बी वेरी क्लियर, कंसाइज ऑन योर थॉट्स, रोटेट योर आईज अक्रॉस द ग्रुप. हमेशा बात करते हुए सबको देखना आप, लेकिन मॉडरेटर को नहीं देखना. दैट इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट. एंड देन प्रोवोक अदर्स टू कंटिन्यू and try and identify the core of the issue. Then statistics to support your viewpoint and read editorial of leading. Very important. You can start with, अगर थोड़ा सा अंग्रेजी कमज़ोर है आपकी तो आप ट्रिब्यून से शुरू कर सकते हैं चंडीगढ़ में, अगर आपको पता है कि इस एरिया में आप रहते हैं. एंड सेकंड इज अगर आपको थोड़ा सा बेटर हो रहा है आपको तो आप इंडियन एक्सप्रेस से शुरू करो. फिर उसके बाद आप हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स पे पहुंच जाओ. फिर उसके बाद आप टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में आ जाओ. एंड देन फाइनली उसके बाद आप हिंदू में आ जाओ. So editorial column of all these newspapers have different vocabulary, and because of different vocabulary, as per your caliber, you will understand the thoughts and of various editors, and then maybe you will understand what is written out. So आप contextual meaning के साथ साथ उनके literal meaning भी जानने की कोशिश करो through dictionary. Very important. Because अगर आप contextual meaning जान लेते हो हर एक चीज़ का, जब आप पेपर पढ़ते हो क्या करते हो? अच्छा इसका मीनिंग यही होगा. आपने पूरा पैराग्राफ पढ़ लिया, हाँ इसका मीनिंग यही होगा, पर आप ये नहीं समझते हो कि उस वर्ड का मीनिंग क्या है. उस वर्ड के मीनिंग को जानने के लिए आपको डिक्शनरी हाथ में रखना है. एंड इफ यू विल नॉट डिक्शनरी हाथ में रखते हो तो बोरिंग लगती है, then you will not understand. So then it is important for you to make sure that at least start reading newspaper as per your own caliber, and these are do's and don'ts which you have to remember. So any frequently asked questions आप मुझे बता सकते हो तो मुझे बता दो. If you can connect me to various places, so at least I can ask them one, and they can tell me that in case if they have any questions to ask about this topic. Shall we connect? They have no other. You can ask one to one. Any questions to ask? Any doubts you have? You can ask me and then we can just clear it up. And before I just starting, because I already worked with Bharti Airtel IT Park Chandigarh and IDEA, NIT, and then also with Bullseye, an institute which actually prepares students for CAT examination. So in case of, because of these workstations at MNCs, working with MNC, I can share what kind of problems you may face while entering even after taking such sessions of group discussions and personal interview. So in case if you find there's any problem or any question you would like to ask, आप हिंदी में मुझसे पूछ सकते हो. No problem. No? Then maybe we'll take 2 minutes break. अगर आपको कहीं जाना है, go to washroom and maybe you want to have a glass of water, go and have it and we'll meet after 5 minutes once again.
मैम अगर मैम जीडी के अंदर जो क्वेश्चन है जिसके बारे में मैम हमें डिस्कस करना है, अगर वो क्वेश्चन हमारे माइंड में ना हो कि इसका आंसर क्या देना है तो हम इसके बारे में क्या डिस्कशन करें हम जीडी के अंदर.
तो आप दूसरों को सुनना शुरू कर दो. अगर आपके पास आंसर नहीं है तो कम से कम आप दूसरों को सुन तो सकते हैं. So what you can do when other person start speaking, क्योंकि जैसे आपको मैंने कम
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Is it okay now? Can you hear me?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you are not aware about the topic, अगर आपको subject knowledge ही नहीं है और आपको समझ ही नहीं आया कि आपको क्या बोलना है, तो उस टाइम में क्या करो, आप please start listening to other person. आप दूसरों को सुनना शुरू कर दो. आपको हो सकता है कि सुनने से थोड़ा टाइम, सेकेंड, थर्ड, फोर्थ, जितने भी लोग बात कर रहे हैं आसपास, और उनसे सुनने के बाद आपको समझ में आ जाए कि टॉपिक क्या है. और अगर उसके बारे में कहीं आपने पढ़ा है, तो then you can start talking about it after maybe 5 minutes, maybe after 3 minutes you can start, maybe possible. अगर आपको सारे डिस्कशन में बिल्कुल भी समझ में नहीं आया कि क्या बोलना है, तो आप इतना अच्छा सुनिए कि लास्ट में समराइज कर दो. तो आप बाद में ऐसा बोल सकते हैं कि लेट मी टेक दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ समराइजिंग दिस टॉपिक. मिस्टर सो एंड सो टॉक्ड अबाउट दिस वेरी वेल. मिस्टर सो एंड सो मैम हैज टॉक्ड अबाउट दिस टॉपिक सो वेल. आपने किसी के बारे में जो जो बोला है आप लिखते चले जाओ और उसके बाद लास्ट में समराइज कर दो. जब आप लास्ट में समराइज कर दोगे, एटलीस्ट मॉडरेटर आपको एक बार तो सुन लेगा. दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इज दिस आंसर टू योर क्वेश्चन?
Thank you, ma'am.
ठीक है. बाकी और कोई पूछना चाहेंगे? welcome all of you once again. And let's start with the second topic, that how to attend an interview. So how to groom yourself for personal interview, that is PI. Most importantly, I would like to tell you that when I faced number of interviews, especially my first job with NIT and thereafter with Escotel, and I took a long gap of 9 years and I joined Bharti Airtel IT Park Chandigarh, and as the CSD head, that is the customer service delivery, and looking after whole Chandigarh zone, and where we had all these small towns like Patiala, then Mandi Govindgarh, Ropar, Chandigarh, and all these Nangal and these places are actually attached to this region of Chandigarh zone. And there I have noticed that when I used to recruit students and when I used to take interview of participants for CSD, that is customer service delivery, my aim was at that point of time to recruit those personnel who have more good communication skills and good listening skills too. Because whenever the customer used to come to us, it is very important for us to groom those candidates to be a good listener. Because whenever they have any posting problems, कोई उनको बिल में प्रॉब्लम आ रही है कस्टमर्स को और उनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा नेटवर्क की किस तरह से हम लोग उनको हेल्प करेंगे. So there the most important thing is that they need to know how to listen and how to communicate good with different customers of different age group. So very important. There I have realized that even at NIT when I was teaching, I was faculty there and was taking sessions, and there once I took interview of few students, mock interview for few students, because if they have to be in industry after finishing their diploma, it is important for them to be placed somewhere. So small tactics which I have which I used to tell them initially maybe 20 years back, this time also when I realized that whenever I go to an interview to give my own personal interview, so there I've noticed the basic things remain same. That is your own inner self and your genuineness. Most important. If you are genuine and if you exhibit and explicit your this personality part, that you are very genuine and you are very honest, you are very serious about your own feelings, about your own things, and but at the same time a bit diplomatic. थोड़ा सा आपको डिप्लोमेसी भी दिखानी पड़ती है. आप इतना ज़्यादा स्ट्रेट भी नहीं हो सकते. I'll tell you where actually you will be आपको लगेगा situations जहाँ पे आप you are being actually caught up between the employer and that situation. So very important for all of you, because interview is a two-way street. Two-way street means for an employer it is to determine that if candidate is actually appropriate, is pertinent for that particular job or not. Pertinent means appropriate for that particular job. On the other hand, second way street का क्या है for the candidate, because candidate needs to decide that whether he or she should accept this job which should meet their expectations. जो उनकी expectations है उनको meet करने के लिए, उनकी requirement को पूरी करने के लिए भी बहुत जरूरी है कि candidate को भी देखें. So important is that at the time of interview, how successful you are, and that totally depends on you. And to some extent, yes, circumstances जो आपको बाद में मिलते हैं वो भी आप ही के बनाए हुए होते हैं. The most important is start believing in yourself, start introspecting yourself. जब तक आप अपने आप को इंट्रोस्पेक्ट नहीं करोगे, अपने आप का अंतर्ध्यान नहीं करोगे, आप अपने बारे में जानोगे नहीं, तो आप किसी को बता ही नहीं पाओगे कि आप कौन. और जब आप within 5 minutes or 10 minutes, if you cannot make good impact on the other person, you will not be seen. Right? I told you before also in group discussion, it is a tool for rejection, not for selection. And here when I talk about this, it is interview, that is also a tool to select the most appropriate, most be hai an appropriate person for that particular organization, for that particular post. Fine. So the punchline is that you should understand the nuances of this type. आपको कुछ ऐसे questions पूछे जाते हैं आपको meaning ही नहीं पता होता होगा. अगर आपको उन्होंने पूछा can you do this job, आपको कोई भी employer आके ये बोलता है can you do this job, तो आपका मतलब क्या है कि वो पूछना चाह रहा है कि आप में क्या वो skills हैं, आप में वो qualification है जिससे कि आप इस जॉब को कर सकोगे. So you should understand what is the meaning of this question. Second question, अगर वो आपसे ये पूछ ले, will you do the job? Because there is a difference between both. Can you do the job? Will you do the job? Will मतलब आपसे ये पूछ रहे हैं कि आपका attitude कैसा है, कि whether you have attitude towards work or not. क्या आपको उस काम को करने के लिए क्षमता, अच्छी क्षमता है कि नहीं, अच्छी तरह से आप करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे. आपका एटीट्यूड जानने के लिए वो पूछ रहा है विल यू डू दिस जॉब. पहला क्वेश्चन वो पूछ सकता है आपसे कैन यू डू दिस जॉब, एंड सेकंड इज विल यू डू दिस जॉब, एंड लास्ट क्वेश्चन इज हाउ यू विल डू दिस जॉब. जब हाउ विल है इसका मतलब आपकी पर्सनालिटी जानेगा कि किस तरीके से आप किसी भी काम को करते हैं. तो सच टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चंस if they will going to ask you, they need a platform where candidate and an employer will come together and talk to each other, and this could only be possible on the platform of personal interview. Today the session which we are going to start is that what is PI? Informal meeting in the person, especially one arranged for the assessment of the qualification of candidate. इसका थोड़ा चेंज कर लें, इसका कलर बैकग्राउंड कलर आप कर दो, इससे मैं मेरा हो जाएगा तो इससे हो जाएगा. आपको करना पड़ेगा, आपको थोड़ा चेंज कर दो इसका कलर. You can just go on the background color and then you will just change. A formal meeting in a person, especially one arranged for assessment of qualification of the candidate. आप कोई भी कलर चेंज कर दो तो उसको फर्क पड़ेगा. चेंज क्यों नहीं होगा, दोबारा करना. Okay. So the formal meeting in person, especially one arranged for the assessment, again I am telling you, qualification of the candidate. Normally 2-3 panelists होते हैं जो लेते हैं around 15 to 25 minutes interview. इतना टाइम ले लेते हैं. अगर आप बहुत बोरिंग हुए तो 2 मिनट में हटा दिए जाएंगे. अगर आप बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग हुए अपनी चीज़ें बताने में और जेन्युइन हुए, एंड इफ दे आर शोइंग देयर इंटरेस्ट इन you, maybe because you are the right candidate, at that point of time it is not okay, still not okay. Okay, then 2-3 panelists take 15-25 minutes for an interview, and the next one is approximate weightage of 10 to 20% in most B schools. जितने भी हमारे B schools हैं, that is IIMs, जहाँ पे हमारा MBA के students जाते हैं, तो वहाँ के लिए weightage आपकी 10 to 20% रहती है interview. And panelists are mostly professors होते हैं, alumni होते हैं, psychologists होते हैं. And let me tell you that because I've been into this field of psychology for 5 years and I'm again pursuing further, and also I've did a TESOL American Institute, a soft skill training program. It is very important for me to groom myself to that position where I can judge people for a particular job. Okay? So panelists are mostly, I'm telling you, alumni, psychologists and industry experts. Then may or may not have fixed structure or direction. It is not a regular fixed direction. ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हो. And then why it is important? Because it is to understand your thought process going on in your mind, your attitude towards work. I told you before, there's different questions. Can you do this job? इसका answer different होगा. Because अगर मैंने पूछा can you do this job, it means that whether you have that qualification to conduct that job or not. Number 2, will you do this job? इसका मतलब आपका attitude पूछने की कोशिश किया जा रहा है. And how you will do this job? इसका मतलब आपसे ये पूछा जा रहा है कि आप इस job को कैसे करेंगे. It means they would like to know about your personality part. So it depends on them how they will ask questions, and according to the question you have to answer. Your commitment level definitely they will going to check, and to analyze your reaction to different situations. How you analyze the different situations and how you react. Domain of interview, knowledge about you. The most important thing is your success of an interview is in your hands, and there are few things which are out of control, but which are things which is within your control. Please try to brush up and polish that very quickly. And it is very important to have a complete knowledge about yourself. So know how about yourself. आज से सबसे पहले अपना ये काम करिए, घर जाके अपने साथ समय बिताइए, स्पेंड टाइम विद योरसेल्फ। आप चाहे रूम बंद कर लो, चाहे आप गार्डन में निकल जाओ, चाहे आप चुपचाप ऊपर टेरेस पे चले जाओ या बालकनी में बैठ जाओ, एंड स्टार्ट थिंकिंग अबाउट योरसेल्फ दैट व्हाट इज योर, अभी तक आपने जितना एक्सपीरियंस लिया है लाइफ में, तो व्हाट यू वुड लाइक टू बी आफ्टर फ्यू इयर्स फ्रॉम नाउ। अब से आप क्या करना चाहोगे, एंड व्हाट इज योर बेसिक एम टू बी हियर इन दिस पर्टिकुलर प्लेस, और आप क्या क्या आपने सीख लिया है और क्या क्या अभी आपने और सीखना है। तो स्मॉल इंटरव्यू, रॉन्डेवू विद योरसेल्फ, कहते हैं ना रॉन्डेवू विद सिमी ग्रेवाल, एक आता था प्रोग्राम जहाँ पे वो इंटरव्यू लेती थी किसी और से और उसके बारे में जानने की कोशिश करती थी। सिमिलरली यू कैन नो अबाउट योरसेल्फ एंड यू हैव इंटरव्यू विद योरसेल्फ, रॉन्डेवू विद। So start spending time with yourself. आज के बाद और आज से ही इनफैक्ट आप घर जाके अपने लिए मी टाइम निकालिए। मी टाइम मीन्स ओनली टाइम फॉर योरसेल्फ। वो अगर आप 10 मिनट भी अपने लिए रोज निकालते हैं, करते करते आप 12 मिनट करिए, फिर आप 15 मिनट करिए, फिर आप 22 मिनट करिए, फिर आप 25 मिनट करिए, फिर आप 30 मिनट तक ले जाइए। तो 30 मिनट्स टाइम स्पेंड अपने साथ जरूर करिए, एंड विद दैट दिस विल गोइंग टू हेल्प यू टू नो दैट अभी मेरा शॉर्ट टर्म गोल क्या होगा। अभी सबसे पहले, बिकॉज अगर आपने अभी खत्म कर लिया अपनी एजुकेशन, हार्ड स्किल आपने ले लिया है, हार्ड स्किल्स आर नथिंग बट योर सर्टिफिकेट्स, योर डिप्लोमास, व्हाटएवर यू हैव गेन्ड, जो आपने ले लिया है, तो उसके बाद मुझे आगे और क्या करना है, मुझे कौन सी जॉब लेने जाना है और उस जॉब के लिए क्या के लिए मुझे प्रिपेयर करना पड़ेगा अपने आप को। कोई भी चीज़ खाना बनाने से पहले भी हम लोग क्या करते हैं, वी ऑलवेज टेक केयर ऑफ ऑल द इंग्रेडिएंट्स which we need to prepare that. तो अगर हमें ये चीज़ देखना है तो most importantly you need to know that in case if you would like to be a part of that particular company, उस कंपनी में ऐसे कैंडिडेट्स कैसे एक्सेप्ट किए जाते हैं और उसको एक्सेप्टेंस के लिए आप में वो काबिलियत है कि नहीं, आप में वो स्किल है कि नहीं, that is you can only come to know if you spend time with yourself. अगर आप अपने साथ समय व्यतीत करेंगे तभी आपको पता लग जाएगा कि आप किस तरह से उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में फिट हो। टू सक्सीड इन एन इंटरव्यू इज एन आर्ट, ये भी एक आर्ट है, जो कला है जो आपको सीखनी है। और सबसे पहले कला ये है कि आप अपने बारे में जब सीखेंगे, आज घर में जाने जब जाएंगे आप, तो एक फोल्डर जरूर बाजार से खरीद लीजिएगा, एंड दैट फोल्डर विच हैज क्वाइट फ्लिप्स इन दैट, ऐसे करके ऐसा नहीं आएगा फोल्डर, फोल्डर थोड़ा सा बड़ा होगा, ऐसे करके बड़ा सा होगा, उसके बीच में छोटे छोटे आपके बीच में एक वो होंगे, फ्लिप्स होंगे, इसके अंदर ऐसा फ्लिप्स होंगे, ऐसे मैंने पेपर्स रखा है, ऐसे पेपर्स नहीं होने चाहिए, उसके बीच में जैसे एक होता है ना आपका एक कवर फाइल होती है, ऐसे आपके पास एक फ्लिप फाइल होती है जिसमें आप बहुत सारे आपके बैग्स होते हैं जिसके अंदर आप अपने सर्टिफिकेट्स डाल सकते हैं। तो सबसे पहले आप क्या करेंगे, आज सबसे पहले जब आप जाएंगे स्टेशनरी शॉप से, अगर आपने नहीं खरीदा हुआ है, प्लीज बाय दैट, यू बाय दिस कवर फाइल एंड लास्ट पेज या उसके पहले एक दो छोड़ने के बाद आप लास्ट से शुरू करिए। सबसे पहले मे बी 4 years old, फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ योर नेम इज अनुप्रिया, तो अनुप्रिया 4 years old अनुप्रिया। अगर 4 साल का कोई सर्टिफिकेट है आपके पास, आपने कोई फैंसी ड्रेस में पार्टिसिपेट किया हो नर्सरी में और वो आपकी मम्मा ने संभाल के रखा हो, तो प्लीज पुट दैट इन दिस, इसके अंदर आप डालेंगे। नेक्स्ट उसके बाद हो जाएगा आपका, मे बी हो सकता है कि 5 years old, 5 years old अनुप्रिया या मे बी रोहन, कोई भी अगर सपोज यहाँ पे है तो आप उसके अंदर आपने वो भी अपना जो सर्टिफिकेट है 5 years का वो आप डाल सकते हैं। देन यू कैन टॉक अबाउट 6 year old, उसके बाद 7 years old, हो सकता है ग्रुप डांस, ग्रुप कहीं पे भी आपने पार्टिसिपेट किया हो उसके अंदर आप डाल देंगे। फिर उसके बाद एक नेक्स्ट फ्लिपकार्ट में आप क्या कर देंगे, you start inserting that for the another year। तो इस टाइप में आप क्या करते चले जाएंगे, जितने भी आपके पास सर्टिफिकेट्स हैं, आपका 8th का सर्टिफिकेट, आपका 10th का सर्टिफिकेट, आपने साइंस फेयर में लिया हो, आपने कुछ सोलो सॉन्ग में पार्टिसिपेट किया हो, ग्रुप डांस में पार्टिसिपेट किया हो, प्लीज पुट देम इन वन प्लेस, अपनी एक जगह में रखो, मैट्रेस के नीचे या गोदरेज की अलमारी के नीचे या कहीं पड़े हुए हैं, प्लीज वहां से निकाल के एक जगह आप रखो। मेक वन फाइल, तो इफ यू मेक वन फाइल, उसके बाद आप उसको अपना ध्यान से साइड में आप रख सकते हैं। नाउ if your this part is over, it means that yes, you have everything in place. आप organized हैं और आपने सारी लास्ट में आप क्या करेंगे, आपने 10th का सर्टिफिकेट रख लिया, 12th का सर्टिफिकेट रख लिया, फर्स्ट ईयर, सेकेंड ईयर, फाइनल ईयर, और उसके बाद आपने अपना सीवी या रिज्यूमे, आपने अपना सीवी अपना बना लिया, और सब कुछ रखने के बाद आपने आगे के बहुत सारे जो पेजेस हैं वो ब्लैंक छोड़ दिए, आगे बहुत सारे जो फोल्डर्स हैं वो खाली रह गए, डजंट मैटर, उसका कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। बाय, बिकॉज आपके आगे का मतलब यह है कि यू हैव मेनी मोर टू गो, अभी आपने और बहुत कुछ सीखना है, आपने और बहुत कुछ अचीव करना है, तो आपको ये सारे आगे खाली रख सकते हो, सो देयर इज नो प्रॉब्लम। तो द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग विच यू हैव टू टेक केयर, जो बहुत ज़रूरी है आपका, कि इसके अंदर कि आपको बहुत क्लियरली व्हाट यू विल डू, you will add on everything in one folder and keep it aside. ये आपके हो गया know how about yourself, ठीक है। और बेस्ट पार्ट है, आज ही घर जाकर सबसे पहले आप एक बायोग्राफिकल स्केच लिखो अपने बारे में, write one biographical sketch about yourself, what kind of person you are, what have you achieved so far, what are your weaknesses and what are your strengths, on what strength you would like to proceed further, and और आगे आपने क्या करना है, फाइन। सो इस टाइप की सारी चीज़ें आपने इकट्ठा करने के बाद अपने बिहेवियरल ट्रेट्स को पहचान लो आप, यू नो यू आर ऑलवेज कनेक्टेड टू पीपल एंड कॉन्स्टेंटली मल्टीटास्किंग हो आप, एंड वैरायटी ऑन ऑनलाइन, एंड क्या क्या आपकी इम्प्लीकेशंस हैं, आप किस तरह से अपने आप को और इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, सारा का सारा आप अपने बारे में लिख लोगे, आप अपना एक बायोग्राफिकल स्केच। जब आप अपने बारे में इतनी मेहनत कर लेंगे, definitely for 10 minutes or 7 minutes you can easily talk about yourself in front of everyone. And when you talk about a very important question, that is tell me something about yourself, एक क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं आपसे, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जब वो पूछते हैं कि टेल मी समथिंग अबाउट योरसेल्फ, मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग जो आपको 3 चीज़ें याद रखनी है उसके अंदर, वन इज एजुकेशन, सेकंड इज एक्सपीरियंस एंड थर्ड इज स्किल, EES। क्या क्या आपने अब तक एजुकेशन कितना सीख लिया आपने, अभी तक कोई एक्सपीरियंस गेन किया है आपने, हैव यू एवर अचीव्ड सम एक्सपीरियंस, एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ व्हाट काइंड, जैसे कि आपको हो सकता है कि आपने कोई वॉलंटरी सर्विसेज की, कोई आपने एनजीओ ज्वाइन कर लिया हो, या आपने कुछ कॉलेज के अंदर ऐसा कुछ प्रोजेक्ट बनाया हो, so that kind of experience if you had in your life, so those experiences you should remember and you should tell the other person in 5-7 minutes. So now let's see how master you will face this. Once you are thorough with your file, second most important thing is to know about the company. जिस कंपनी में आप जा रहे हो उसके बारे में थोड़ी जानकारी रखें आप, जब आपको पेस्ट एनालिसिस कर लीजिए आप। Now the most important thing is that you should know about political, you should know about the economic, you should know about the social, you should know about the technological factor of that company. उस कंपनी की जानकारी रखने के लिए आपको पता होना चाहिए कि उसका पॉलिटिकल प्लेटफॉर्म क्या है, किस तरह से वहाँ की गवर्नेंस क्या है, वहाँ के कितने लोग हैं जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में हैं, वहाँ का CEO कौन है कंपनी का, उसके नीचे उनकी हायरार्की क्या है, तो एवरीथिंग यू शुड बी अवेयर अबाउट दैट कंपनी। नंबर 2, उनके हालात कैसे, उनकी टर्नओवर कैसी, किस तरह से वो पे करते हैं आपको यू नो सम इंसेंटिव्स, वहाँ पे लास्ट उनका टर्नओवर कैसा आया था, उनकी बैलेंस शीट के बारे में थोड़ी सी अगर आपको जानकारी हो, तो इफ़ यू कैन टेक इट आउट फ्रॉम गूगल, तो काइंडली फाइंड आउट दैट फॉर गोइंग फॉर एनी इंटरव्यू। अगर हम कोई रिश्ता भी करते हैं तब भी हम लोग क्या करते हैं, द बॉय एक्चुअली should know about the girl's family and the girl should also know about the boy's family. Similarly, when you are going to get connected with a particular organization, you need to know, आपको पता होना चाहिए कि आप उस कंपनी के बारे में, और उस कंपनी की जानकारी लेने के लिए आपको गूगल आपको हेल्प करता है। So, social, किस तरह से वो कुछ CSR में कंपनी सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, वैसे रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो नहीं ले रहे हैं, इन केस इफ दे आर टेकिंग दैट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, and please you should be aware about that, थोड़ा सा पेपर में देखो उसके about that particular company, has that company ever came in picture before, कभी वो उस पिक्चर में कभी आई है, कभी I mean to say कभी न्यूज़पेपर में आई है, कभी न्यूज़ में आई है वो वाली कंपनी, अगर वो न्यूज़ में आई है तो किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में आई है, is it for employees benefit, is it for turnover benefits, is it for product benefit, किस चीज के लिए वो कंपनी हाईलाइट हुई है पेपर के अंदर, उसकी कोई न्यूज छपी है तो वो क्यों छपी है. So you should be aware about that, and that also the source is Google. आप Google से सर्च कर सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट हमारे पास आ जाता है हमारा टेक्नोलॉजिकल. किस टेक्निक और कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी को अपनाते हैं वो लोग. आर दे यू कैन से टेक्निकली सेवी. खूब सारा स्पेंड करते हैं मनी. दे इन्वेस्ट लॉट ऑफ मनी ऑन इंफ्रा or maybe on technological background. So in case if the company is doing that, अगर आपको pest analysis कर लोगे political, environmental, economic, social and technological, अगर आप उस company की know how जान लेते हो, then it will be very comfortable for you to join any company. And because आपको अपने बारे में पता लग गया, आपने folder बना लिया, आपको company के बारे में सारा पता लग गया जहाँ आपने जाना है. So the third question is how to face. आपको जाना चाहिए. अब आपको जाने के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा. आपको सबसे पहले मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज आपको देखो कि नर्वसनेस तो नहीं है ज़्यादा. अगर नर्वसनेस है तो काइंडली स्टार्ट वर्किंग ऑन योर योगा. थोड़ी सी योगा करना शुरू करो. और द बेस्ट क्विक मेथड ये है कि ठंडा पानी रखो. फ्रीज़र का पानी अपने साथ छोटी सी बॉटल जो आपको बिस्लरी की आती है वो रख लो. अगर बाय चांस कुछ ज़्यादा ही आपको स्ट्रेस हो रहा है, बहुत ज़्यादा आप कुछ नर्वस हो रहे हैं, तो छोटा सा पानी की बोतल जो है वो आपको एक सिप लेने के बाद रखें. तो क्विक स्ट्रेस रिलीव हो. आपको जो बहुत ज़्यादा अगर जो स्ट्रेस हो जाता है तो इट्स आइस कोल्ड वाटर इन योर बैग. प्लीज कीप इट एंड जस्ट ड्रिंक अ सिप ऑफ इट एंड कीप इट. तो व्हाट हैपेंस एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, जो आपको ज़्यादा थोड़ी सी आपकी जो पैल्पिटेशन बढ़ जाती है या आपको लगता है कि आप बहुत घबरा जाते हो अचानक, वो एकदम थोड़ा सबसाइड होता है. Number 2, what you can do, you can start doing some pranayama and some meditation beforehand. So at least by the time the day approaches, so you feel comfortable and confident to face such scenarios. तो नेक्स्ट आ गया आपको SWOT एनालिसिस कर लिया आपने. अपनी स्ट्रेंथ, वीकनेसेस, अपॉर्चुनिटीज और अपने थ्रेट्स देख लिए. सिमिलरली आप अपने स्ट्रेंथ, वीकनेसेस ऑफ इंडस्ट्री भी देख लो, उनकी अपॉर्चुनिटीज देख लो क्या देते हैं, एंड ऑल्सो थ्रेट्स टू द कंपनी. हो सकता है कि वो कंपनी जहाँ पे आप इंटरव्यू देने जा रहे हैं वो 2 साल बाद बंद ही हो जाए. अगर आप पहले से ही वो सिनेरियो देख रहे हो, maybe you can see that your expectations, or maybe you are also preparing yourself to work only for 2 years. आपको लगता है कि 2 साल मैं भी एक्सपीरियंस ले लूँ, उसके बाद मैं अपना कुछ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप शुरू करूँगा, because of the skills which you have and maybe instinct you have. So for that, what you would like to move further somewhere else. So it depends on you whether after company know-how, अपनी know-how के बाद आप वहाँ पे कितनी देर तक रहना चाहेंगे. Then remember, do not use many foghorns, because जब आप बहुत ज़्यादा बातें कर लेते हैं, ज़्यादा बोलना शुरू करते हैं, तो हो सकता है बीच में गैप आना शुरू हो जाए बहुत ज़्यादा. और जब बीच में ज़्यादा बात करने का गैप आ जाता है, that means you are not confident about yourself. So to tell something about yourself in a very decent and a very brief manner, most important thing is that don't ramble on. आप ramble मत करो, घुमा फिरा के बात मत करो. It's better that whatever you know, you need to talk very straight, and that could only be possible अगर आपकी homework, आपका knowledge, आपको company का knowledge, आपकी अपनी physical awareness बिल्कुल सब ठीक ठाक. And next आ गया आपको dress code. आपने पहन के क्या जाना है वहाँ पर. Most important thing, which dress you have to select for that particular day. Girls, they have to see. Winters हैं, so of course you can also go for coat, blazer. You can go for trousers. At the same time, trouser color, blazer color should be very sophisticated, very professional. And at the same, it should not be very jazzy. पता लगे यहाँ पे red rose लगा के चले जाओ आप, और यहाँ पे एक red rose लगा दिया आपने, तो वो जो इंटरव्यू ले रहा है वो कहेगा आपके आप रोजेस ही बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं. ऐसा नहीं हो. और पता लगे यहाँ पे भी आपने खूब सारा, यहाँ पे जैसे कैटरीना कैफ ने पहना हुआ था कल, yesterday was wearing a very smart ऊपर से साड़ी से ब्लाउज पहना हुआ था. So that is quite attractive because she actually attended the show of couple comedy show. That's what I'm talking about. So kindly relate yourself. Don't relate yourself with such celebrities, because Deepika Padukone, and that is again Katrina भी है, वो भी देखो कई बार कई चीज ऐसे कपड़े पहन रहे हो आप, because they are celebrities. So when they are exhibiting their celebrity version, of course they have to wear that, they have to show, and they are actually carrying themselves according to their platform. Similarly, you are going for a particular platform, So think about it very seriously and behave and dress up accordingly. So girls, make sure at least winters हैं तो आपको मैंने आप western में भी जा सकते हैं and if you are wearing long skirts depend on the company where you are going. तो अगर लॉन्ग स्कर्ट्स आप पहन रहे हो उसके साथ आपने स्लैक्स पहनी है कि नहीं ठीक से आपने जो नीचे आपके जो शूज़ हैं वो भी कैसे स्मार्ट हैं डिपेंडिंग अपॉन विच काइंड ऑफ इंटरव्यू यू आर फेसिंग विच काइंड ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन यू आर गोइंग तो अगर आप किसी ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जा रहे हो जहाँ पे एकेडमिक्स है एंड दे ऑल आर क्वाइट कंजर्वेटिव so you cannot afford to wear such type of dresses. What you need to do, you can wear your salwar kurta आप पहन सकते हैं and जब आप सलवार सूट पहनते हैं so make sure the texture should not be that glossy. ऐसा कुछ चमक धमक वाला ग्लॉसी वाला टेक्सचर ना हो. You can also go the attire of Fab India से आप कुछ ले सकते हैं खादी से ले सकते हैं खादी सिल्क पहन सकते हैं. You can go to Lucknowi that is chikankari kurtas. You can wear that sophisticated good color lime, pastel, sandal, all these colors you can go for and which actually will make you feel quite decent from inside. At the same time, you are also exhibiting to the other person that you are well sophisticatedly dressed up. आपने ठीक से अगर आप dressed up हो गए हो तो similarly whenever you talk in that manner आपकी body attire and your body language plus your communication everything will go in hand एकदम सेम जाएगी और आपका जो इम्प्रेशन आएगा दूसरों के ऊपर बहुत ही ज़्यादा इम्प्रेसिव. सेकंड कुछ शूज़ के बारे में आप देख लो सैंडल्स ना पहने तो बेटर है बेटर क्लोज शूज़ यू कैन वेयर और यू कैन वेयर क्लोज्ड सैंडल्स एंड इफ इट इज समर so if you are wearing high heels make sure it should not sound too much while walking की आवाज़ ज़्यादा they are not too loud and your nail paint which you are using जो भी आप लगा रहे हैं it should not be too glossy. मेक श्योर इधर यू कैन वेयर क्लियर वन या तो क्लियर आप नेल पेंट लगा लो और ठीक से नीट हो ये ना हो कि अंदर बहुत सारी डर्ट हो या डस्ट हो कि अपने घर में बहुत काम करके आए हो तो पता लगे यहाँ पे कुछ फंसा हुआ बिकॉज दैट इज अ प्लेटफॉर्म वेयर यू आर एग्जिबिटिंग योर प्रोफेशनल एटीट्यूड अपना प्रोफेशनल आप आउटलुक लेके जा रहे हो एंड ओनली व्हेन small small things have been taken care by you and this will going to have good impact on the other. Second most important thing is for boys. अब अगर आपकी उनकी अटायर की बात की जाए तो उसमें मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट है कि आपने सबसे पहले आपका फिजिकल आपका वेदर यू आर वेल केप्ट बेड आपकी जो बेड है जो आपकी वो ठीक होनी चाहिए पता लगे कि आप बहुत दिनों से आपको टाइम नहीं मिला तो आप खूब अपना तैयारी करते रहे पढ़ने की या कुछ करने की और खूब सारी दाढ़ी बढ़ा के चले गए आप अगर आपने बढ़ा भी लिया इट शुड बी वेल ट्रिम्ड दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड नेक्स्ट मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट बिकॉज ये भी हो सकता है कि आप मोदी की तरह नकल करना शुरू कर दो बिकॉज ही इज़ क्वाइट पॉपुलर एंड ही इज़ लुकिंग क्वाइट गुड एंड ही इज़ वेरी वेरी यू नो observant at the same time he himself carries himself with a very peculiar style. अब उन्हीं का स्टाइल आजकल जो उनका कपड़े पहनने का ढंग है वो बहुत ज़्यादा क्या हो गया वेरी मच इन टॉप. आजकल बहुत लोग बातें करते हैं द काइंड ऑफ कलर्स ही चूजेस द काइंड ऑफ जैकेट नेहरू जैकेट विच ही वेयर्स and at the same time the way he changes his color as per the occasion that is also equally important because that plays very important role. There are people who are critics but at the same time आप जिस प्लेटफॉर्म पे जा रहे हो and if you are decently dressed up not possible कि आप अपना मूस लगा के मुंह नॉक लगा को करके चले जाओ आप पता लगे आपने यहाँ से कटिंग करा के बीच में बाल रख लिए and you cannot express yourself well. तो पैनलिस्ट में कोई पूछता है आपसे कि सर आपने क्या कराया सर मुझे नहीं पता मेरे नेबर ने कराया था मैंने भी कराया ऐसा नहीं करा सकते आप बिकॉज इन केस इफ यू रियली वांट टू गो फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर स्टाइल और अचानक इंटरव्यू आ गया नाउ यू कैन नॉट चेंज योर स्टाइल आप रातों रात अपना चेंज तो नहीं कर सकते हो सो यू नीड टू नो व्हाई यू वर इम्प्रेस्ड एंड व्हाई यू आर कैरिंग दिस काइंड ऑफ हेयर स्टाइल एंड विच दिस हेयर स्टाइल कॉल इसको कहते हैं क्या विच काइंड ऑफ हेयर स्टाइल यू आर एक्चुअली कैरिंग फॉर योर मेकओवर आप अपने मेकओवर के लिए वो कौन सा वाला स्टाइल यूज कर रहे हैं यू नीड टू नो आपको कुछ पता नहीं है आप बस चले गए बस ठीक है चलता है बिकॉज इट इज लुकिंग गुड एंड सर ये कौन सा स्टाइल है ऐसे मुझे नहीं पता अच्छा आपने क्यों कराया था ये वैसे अच्छा लग रहा था मैंने कर लिया इट इज वेरी वेग आंसर तो यू शुड बी वेरी डेफिनेट अगर आपके पास कोई ऐसी चीज़ हो गई है जिसको लगता है कि आपको इंटरव्यू के प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए ठीक नहीं है बट अगर आपका आंसर ठीक है उसको एक्सप्लेन करने का यू विल बी सिलेक्टेड फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर course. उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, बिकॉज आप जो चीज़ बोलते हो आप सोच समझ के करते हो, और सोच समझने के बाद आपको एक्सप्रेस भी करना अच्छी तरह से आता है, राइट। नेक्स्ट आ गया आपका कि आपने कलर कौन से चूज़ किया। चेक्स, छोटे चेक्स ना पहनो। बेटर ये है कि अगर आपने बहुत छोटे चेक्स पहने हैं तो कलर अच्छे हों, और बहुत बड़े बड़े चेक्स नहीं पहनने की जरूरत। आप चेक्स छोटे पहन सकते हो लेकिन बहुत बड़े चेक्स नहीं पहनोगे आप। स्ट्राइप शर्ट पहन सकते हो, बट विद दैट राइट कलर ऑफ यू नो योर टाई, दैट इज इक्वली इम्पोर्टेंट। बिकॉज अगर आपको टाई ठीक से नहीं पहननी आती है, आपको कल्चरल शॉक लगता है बार बार, तो आप बार बार हाथ लगाते चले जाओ। दैट इज वेरी वेरी बैड, बिकॉज यू शुड बी वेरी कंफर्टेबल। नाउ नेक्स्ट इज आपको ड्रेसअप, आप शूज आप देख लेना कि अगर आपने ऊपर ब्लू कलर का, आपने लाइट स्काई ब्लू कलर की शर्ट पहनी है, नीचे नेवी ब्लू कलर की आपने ट्राउजर पहनी है, और आपको नीचे भी क्या पहना है, आपको ब्लैक कलर पहना है। अगर आपको बेज कलर की, फॉन कलर की या फिर क्रीम कलर की शर्ट पहनी है, नीचे ब्राउन कलर का ट्राउजर पहना है, तो आपको नीचे शूज भी ब्राउन कलर के ही होने चाहिए। अगर आपको लाइट ग्रीन कलर की आपने शर्ट पहनी है और चेक वाइट पहना है, और नीचे बॉटल ग्रीन कलर की आपने ट्राउजर पहनी है, तो नीचे ब्लैक कलर का शूज भी। So small things you should be very, you cannot wear green shoes. अब मैंने आपको बोला कि ब्राउन है तो नीचे ब्राउन शूज पहन लेना, ब्लैक है तो नीचे ब्लैक कलर की शूज पहन लेना, और अदरवाइज अगर आपने ऊपर ग्रीन कलर की ट्राउजर शर्ट पहनी है और ग्रीन कलर का ट्राउजर है और आप पता लगे ग्रीन शूज पहन के चले जाओ, दैट इज नॉट एक्सेप्टेबल। So make sure at least you should know about the clear right combination. And जो हाथ में आपने वो जो पहना हुआ है, अगर शाहरुख खान, नॉट शाहरुख, सलमान खान स्टाइल ब्लू कलर का फिरोजा जो ब्रेसलेट है, तो अगर आप पहन करने का शौक रखते हो तो कृपया उस दिन शौक उतार के जाइए, अदरवाइज इसको क्लोज कर दो, बिकॉज आस्किंग फॉर एन नहीं होता है, यू आर नॉट प्रोफेशनल। Now the next important thing which you have to remember, once you are thorough with what kind of dress you are wearing for that occasion, are you comfortable? आपने देख लिया, ऊपर पहन के देख लिया, कोट वगैरह देख लिया, सब साइज की, ये साइज बिल्कुल ठीक होना चाहिए। ये ना हो कि ओवर साइज बनवा लिया हो कि चलो कभी कभी पहनेंगे हम, एंड वेरी यू नो हम बहुत कम पहनेंगे वो वाला ट्राउजर, तो बेटर है कि थोड़ा सा बड़ा सिलवा लिया जाए कि कल को मोटी भी हो जाए। और उस चक्कर में पता लगे इसका जो ये है, आपने कभी नोटिस किया होगा, व्हेन प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैड गॉन टू मीट देयर, जब आप सबसे पहले वो जब यूएसए में भी गए और जब उनकी मीटिंग हुई, द काइंड ऑफ कोट विच ही वाज वेयरिंग, आपने कभी नोटिस किया, साइड दिया था उसने, मजाला उसकी एक भी वन, नॉट इवन अ सिंगल स्लिट, यहाँ पे कुछ हल्की सी भी कोई उलझन नहीं थी यहाँ पे। इतना स्ट्रेट कोट था, और उसका जो शोल्डर का जो पैच था इसके साथ, इफ यू हैव नोटिस्ड इन न्यूज, आपने नोटिस किया होगा जब भी वो हैंडशेक करता था कभी भी सिल्वट नहीं पड़ती थी यहाँ पे। दैट फिट कोट ही वाज वेयरिंग, दैट ही इट शुड बी prim and proper, बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक। Similarly, when you are wearing that kind of clothing, कुछ भी आप ऐसा फॉर्मल ले रहे हो, make sure to be well fitted to your body, आपका फिजिक के साथ बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक। So that plays very important role because you are going for that particular day. Next आपके पास आ गया कि कल इंटरव्यू है और आपको पता होना चाहिए कि वेन्यू आपने कहाँ पे जाना है, आपने कंपनी की नो हाउ रख ली। मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज दैट हाउ मच टाइम इट विल टेक फॉर यू टू रीच देयर, कितना टाइम लगेगा आपको वहाँ तक पहुँचने का, और पहुँचने के लिए आपको मिलेगा क्या। Maybe you have to go by car, you have to go by taxi, you have to go by bus, you have to go by train, you have to go by plane. So अगर आपकी इंटरव्यू है तो आपने वो सब चीज़ें टिकट बुक हो गई हैं कि नहीं आप, This should have happened 1 week before. वहाँ से जाने का रास्ता कितना दूर है, कितने बजे आपने पहुँचना है वहाँ पर, everything you should be well aware of. So once you are thorough with that, it means you know about yourself, आपने फोल्डर तैयार कर लिया। नंबर 2, आपने एक नो हाउ जान ली कंपनी की इंटरनेट के थ्रू। नंबर 3, आपने ड्रेस देख लिया आपने क्या पहनना है। नंबर 4, आपने ये देख लिया कि आपकी कोई नर्वसनेस नहीं, तो आपने प्राणायाम भी करके देख लिया। एंड नंबर 5, आपको पता लग गया वेन्यू कहाँ है, आपको कितने देर तक पहुँचोगे। So everything, once you are well prepared, then you are there for that particular day. आप डिनर भी लेस थोड़ा सा ठीक ठाक करेंगे। लेट्स गो थ्रू दिस वंस अगेन क्विकली। एंड आपको मैंने बता दिया, नो हाउ, नॉलेज अबाउट योरसेल्फ, नॉलेज अबाउट योर एनवायरनमेंट। आपको पता होना चाहिए आप कौन सी सिटी में जब जहाँ पे रहते हो वहाँ की पॉपुलेशन क्या है, वहाँ की why that city is important, मतलब why that city is so famous, it is important and famous, then why it is so, and social and political, उसके environment कैसा है उस city का जहाँ को आप belong करते हो. Next is assessment parameters. आपको कहाँ से जज किया जाएगा? आपकी personality, right? आपकी journal disposition क्या है? आपका walk and mannerism. 10% body language, sitting style, eye contact. ये मैं आपको discuss कर चुकी हूँ group discussion के अंदर. Subject knowledge होना चाहिए आपको. Of course, you should know about yourself. And why I'm saying 20? Because subject knowledge का मतलब है कि जिस post के लिए जा रहे हो, आपको उसकी knowledge उस time पे वैसे आपको 100% होनी चाहिए. But at that point of time, they will give you weightage for only 20%. Why? Because they are taking it 100% कि आपको knowledge है तभी तो आप उस post के लिए आ रहे हो. जब आपको उस चीज़ की knowledge ही नहीं है तो आप करने क्या जा रहे हैं वहाँ पे? तो यहाँ पे अगर आपको 20% बहुत अजीब सा लग रहा है, it doesn't mean कि सिर्फ knowledge को सिर्फ 20% दिया जा रहा है. 20% means how you can express yourself at that point of time. Otherwise वो ये चीज़ लेके चल रहे हैं for 100% default, by default लेके चल रहे हैं कि जिस भी subject के लिए, अगर academics है, अगर आप किसी भी technical position know-how के लिए जा रहे हो, आपको उसकी technical know-how होनी चाहिए. But 20% it means at that point subject knowledge is आपको उसके आसपास ही कोई knowledge है ज़्यादा, तो वो भी आप थोड़ी सी extra जानकारी रखेंगे. That is what they are talking about. Communication skills, command over language, general awareness and clarity of goals. आपको clear होना चाहिए कि आपको 5 साल बाद क्या बनना है, 10 साल के बाद आप कहाँ जाना चाहते हैं, immediate goal क्या है आप, अभी आप अगर job join कर रहे हैं तो क्यों कर रहे हैं, and why you are not going for an entrepreneurship. So such type of things you need to be aware of. Some typical questions. Tell me something about yourself. मैंने बता दिया आपको. EES, that is about your education, about your experience and about your skills. यही 3 चीजें बताएंगे आप इस question के अंदर. Tell me something about yourself. Okay? So आप अपने थोड़ा सा 2 लाइनें बताएंगे कि I have done so and so from this university and with these subjects. Number 2, that during my learning experience, then I have made this project. Maybe after that, if you have done some 6 months course or maybe 6 months job somewhere, so you can also talk about it. And what skills you have. Sir, I have a good listening skill, sir. So I am also managing my time quite nicely. मेरे को बहुत अच्छी तरह से मैं कर लेता हूँ. I don't believe in procrastination. तो मैं कभी भी काम को टालता नहीं हूँ कि आज जो काम करना है वो कल करूँगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं. This is how you can talk. Why do you want to pursue MBA? Why do you want to do this job? Why you want to be here in Infosys? You need to know IELTS. That is very important. And what are your career goals and the objectives? आपके career goals क्या हैं? आपके objectives क्या हैं? You should be well aware about all these things. What are your strengths and weaknesses? आपकी strength क्या हैं? आपके weaknesses क्या हैं? ये भी सब आपको पता होने चाहिए. So these are the questions. Some typical questions. Your favorite subject क्या है? और आपने कौन से favorite subject जो study किए हैं? That is very important. About your values and beliefs. आपको पता होना चाहिए कि आपके principle कौन से हैं और आपके values कौन से हैं. अब now आपको ये नहीं difference पता चल रहा है कि आपकी values कौन से हैं और आपके principles कौन से हैं. तो then आपको पहले तो meaning ही पता होना चाहिए कि difference क्या है दोनों में. Value क्या है और principles क्या है. आप कैसे कह सकते हो कि कौन सा principle है आपका, कौन सा value. Value तो आपको parents ने बहुत सारे सिखाए. Maybe they have told you that be honest. They told you that you need to help needy. Number 4, you should be truthful. So all these are value system which you carry. But at the same time, how many you are practicing? कितने आप practice करते हैं? That is very important. जिन चीज़ों को आप practice करते हैं, वो आपके principle बन जाते हैं. And these principles, when you talk about, so they are about you need to know they become your principle in life. So values बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं, but जिन चीज़ों में आप believe करते हो, वो आपके principle बन जाते हैं. So that is about your hobbies and interests. So what is the basic difference between hobby and what is the basic difference? दोनों में फर्क क्या है? Sorry, I could not move that side. Otherwise, you cannot see me then. क्या hobbies और interest में क्या फर्क है? अब आपको सोच रहे होंगे इस time, because I cannot hear you. But in case if you are not very clear about your hobby, tell you very clearly. Hobbies जो होती हैं उनमें क्या रहता है? You spend something. It never comes free of cost. हॉबी जो होती है आपकी, बिकॉज यू हैव टू ईदर स्पेंड योर टाइम और यू स्पेंड योर एफर्ट्स और यू स्पेंड योर मनी। अगर आपको गार्डनिंग का शौक है तो आप कभी कुछ ना कुछ टाइम लगाएंगे आप गार्डनिंग करने में, इसका मतलब आपने टाइम स्पेंड किया। अदरवाइज आप कुछ थोड़े सीड खरीद के लेकर आएंगे बाजार से और आप उसमें कुछ फ्लो करेंगे फील्ड को अपने, तब भी आप पैसा भी खर्च कर रहे हो, प्लस ऊपर से आपने टाइम लगाया, आपने एफर्ट्स लगाए। तो इट मीन हॉबीज नेवर कम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, व्हाइल इंटरेस्ट इज जस्ट एन इंटरेस्ट। हो सकता है कि आपको बहुत इंटरेस्ट है घूमने का, बहुत सारे शहर देखने का, पर कितनी बार आपने टाइम निकाला और शहरों को घूमा, कितनी बार आपने पैसा खर्च किया और आप उस शहर पे गए? हार्डली। So you need to know what is the difference between interest and hobbies. Hobbies never come free of cost. Interest you can have without any cost. Right? So the most important thing which you have to remember is your hobbies and your interest. Then extracurricular activities about your work experience अगर आपके पास कोई है तो, and most stated strengths कौन से होंगे और weaknesses क्या होंगे आप देख सकते हैं। स्ट्रेंथ में अगर आपको नहीं है तो आप लिख लीजिए कि हार्ड वर्क, परसुएसिवनेस, मतलब किसी को आप कन्विंस करते हैं तो परसुएसिवनेस भी आपकी स्ट्रेंथ हो सकती है। नेक्स्ट, इनिशिएटिव, अगर आप में वो कैपेबिलिटी है कोई चीज इनिशिएट करने की, दैट इज ऑल्सो योर स्ट्रेंथ। देन मेटिकुलसनेस, हर एक काम बहुत अच्छे तरीके से करते हैं, जब बहुत अच्छे तरीके से करेंगे ये भी क्या हो जाएगा, मेटिकुलसनेस है। देन लीडरशिप, देन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप अगर आप में वो स्किल है, बॉटलनेक, कोई भी अड़चन आ रही है शुरुआत में उसको सॉल्व करने की, छोटी छोटी प्रॉब्लम को भी सॉल्व करने की अगर आप में क्षमता है, इट मीन्स दैट यू हैव दैट एंटरप्रेन्योर स्किल। फाइन। एंड देन वैल्यू फॉर वैल्यू, अगर आप वैल्यूज की कदर करते हैं, वैल्यू करते हैं, तो वो भी आपकी एक स्ट्रेंथ है। देन परसिवियरेंस, इसका मतलब आज जो काम किया है वो भी कल भी ऐसा ही करेंगे आप, इसका मतलब आप में कंसिस्टेंट काम करने की आदत है। So if you have this habit of consistent working, that is known as perseverance, and then you have team skills. आप में कौन सी skills है, टीम को साथ लेके जब आप चलते हैं, काम करते हैं, that is also your most stated strength. Then we talk about weaknesses. Weaknesses में कि आप over confident तो नहीं है. Once you're over confident, you're slow starter. मतलब अगर एक तो confidence होता है और एक होता है over confidence. ये काम कर सकते हैं, हाँ जी सर मैं कर लूंगा, शाम को आ जाएंगे, यस सर, सुबह सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग आ जाओगे, यस सर, सारी रात नाइट ड्यूटी दे दोगे, यस सर। आप हर एक चीज में यस करते चले जा रहे, आप क्या सुपर ह्यूमन हो? इसका मतलब आपको अपनी कैपेबिलिटीज के बारे में पता ही नहीं है। इफ यू आर नॉट अवेयर अबाउट योर कैपेबिलिटीज, इट मीन्स दैट यू आर ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट, यू डोंट नो अबाउट योरसेल्फ, सो दैट इज वीकनेस। एंड फॉर दैट यू नीड टू नो, जब भी आप अपनी वीकनेस बताएंगे, प्लीज टेल, please you need to know that what are the ways you have curb your weaknesses. आपने उनको weaknesses को बंद कैसे किया है, या आप बंद करने की कैसे सोच रहे हैं। आप weakness खोल के नहीं जा सकते, सर मेरे में ये weakness है, मेरे में ये weakness है, मेरे ये weakness है, क्योंकि जब इतनी सारी weakness है आप में, आप कर क्या रहे हो उसके लिए? सर मैंने कभी सोचा ही नहीं। अगर आपने सोचा ही नहीं तो क्यों मैं आपको एक्सेप्ट करूँ इतनी weaknesses के साथ? फिर मैं उसी को क्यों ना एक्सेप्ट कर लूँ जिसको अपनी वीकनेस पता भी है और उसके लिए वो काम भी कर रहा है। सर आई एम वेरी मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होती है कि मैं बहुत इमोशनल हूँ सर, तो उसके लिए आपने क्या किया? सर जब दूसरा बंदा कहता है ना, रो के बताता है कि मेरे से काम नहीं हो रहा, तो मैं सारा काम उसका कर लेता हूँ। तो भैया फिर आप ऐसे करो ना, किसी NGO ज्वाइन करो, फिर हमारी कंपनी क्यों ज्वाइन कर रहे हो? बिकॉज अगर मैंने 4 काम और दे दिए, इफ आई हैव गिवन यू 4 मोर वर्क्स टू डू, देन यू विल डेफिनेटली इमोशनली आप किसी के साथ अटैच्ड हो गए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर, अब पता लगा आप उसी का काम करते चले जा रहे हो, अपना काम तो कर ही नहीं रहे हो। So most important thing is you need to know about your weaknesses, and for that weakness what you are doing. Then now to overcome this weakness of emotional, अभी आजकल मैं क्या ना, I try to be more analytical. आजकल मैं एनालाइज करता हूँ सिचुएशन। फाइन, somebody has to learn. अगर हर बार जब बच्चा रोए और हर बार जब बच्चा फेल हो, आप उसको क्लास छुड़वा देंगे क्या? नॉट पॉसिबल। यू हैव टू वर्क अगेन हार्ड, शायद सारी रात जागना पड़ेगा। 2-3 बार जब आप ऐसा करके आगे बढ़ोगे और आप पास हो जाओगे, तो नेक्स्ट टाइम आप और थोड़ा सा लाइफ में तो आपको डिफिकल्टी सहनी पड़ेगी। सो इफ टिल द टाइम you need to understand that why that person is emotional and why you are getting emotional because of that person's behavior. So after that, what you need to do, you become more strong and you become more analytical. आप ज़्यादा understand करते हो situation को और उसके accordingly आप behave करो. That is very important. And next is weakness. क्या होगी आपकी? Set very high goals. बहुत ज़्यादा ही high सर, कोई problem नहीं है सर. आज अगर आपकी turnover कंपनी की 10 करोड़ है सर, मैं इसको 50 करोड़ तक ले जाऊंगा. कैसे लोगे सर? ये नहीं मुझे. इतने गोल्स हाई मत रख लो कि आपको अचीव करना ही मुश्किल हो जाए. तो मेक श्योर मूव स्टेप बाय स्टेप एंड देन थिंग्स विल हैपन. सो ऐसा इट मींस यू डोंट हैव क्लैरिटी ऑफ गोल. अगर आपको क्लैरिटी नहीं है तभी आप ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस से ये काम कर सकते हो. स्टबर्ननेस इज अनदर वीकनेस. आप बहुत जिद्दी हैं. प्रोक्रेस्टिनेशन, हर काम कल पे टालते हैं आप. इसका मतलब आपको टाइम मैनेजमेंट में प्रॉब्लम है. आप हर एक काम जब कल तक करते हैं और एंड मोमेंट पे जाके फंस जाते हैं, दैट इज ऑल्सो योर वीकनेस एंड यू हैव टू वर्क ऑन इट. सो हाउ यू आर वर्किंग टूवर्ड्स इट, आप कैसे वर्क कर रहे हो. अब मैं क्या करता हूँ, आज जो काम किया है मैं थिंग्स टू डू का रजिस्टर बना के चल रहा हूँ. तो आई हैव दिस रजिस्टर वेयर आई हैव मेंशन थिंग्स टू डू. मुझे आज कौन से काम करने, मैंने लिख लिए सारे. उसके बाद जो जो काम करते चले गए टिक मार्क करते चले गए. मैंने ये काम कर लिया, ये काम कर लिया, ये काम कर लिया. अब पेपर पे मुझे अगर सपोज 2 काम नजर आ रहे हैं जो मैंने नहीं किए हैं, वही 2 काम मैं नेक्स्ट डे नेक्स्ट पेपर पे मैं क्या कर दूंगा, मैं यहाँ पे लगा दूंगा, यहाँ पे लिख. जब मैं वो 2 काम लिख लूंगा तो नेक्स्ट डे मॉर्निंग में सबसे पहले आके मुझे वही 2 काम नजर आएंगे जो मेरे पिछले दिन के. और जब मुझे पिछले दिन के जो नेक्स्ट काम में आ जाएंगे हमारे पास, तो क्या हो जाएगा, दिस इज हाउ आई एम गोइंग टू इम्प्रूव माई दिस वीकनेस. दिस इज हाउ यू आर इम्प्रूविंग योर वीकनेसेस टू. एंड स्टेजेस हमने देख लिए. हम हमारे पास आ गए हैं कि हम कौन से स्टेजेस हैं हमारी. प्री इंटरव्यू प्रेपरेशंस हमने देख लिया, हमने क्या क्या करनी थी मैंने आपको सारा बता दिया. नेक्स्ट आ गया आपके पास ड्यूरिंग द इंटरव्यू. इंटरव्यू के टाइम क्या करना है आपको, ये चीज़ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, थोड़ा मैं बता देती हूँ आपको. यू हैव टू बी देयर ऑन टाइम. जब आप टाइम से आ जाएंगे वहाँ पे पहुँच जाएंगे. नाउ देन हाउ यू हैव टू एंटर, दैट आपने एंटर किया किस तरह से करेंगे. लेट मी जस्ट टेल यू. लेट मी जस्ट पुल दैट चेयर. आप आए और उसके बाद आने के बाद आपने जैसे एंटर किया आपने, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज यू हैव टू एक्नॉलेज all the panelists who are sitting there. So most importantly, if you are coming from that door, because my door where I am standing, the door is on the right hand side. So if you are coming that side and the panelists they are sitting here, you need to see everyone. बहुत important है कि आप सबके eye contact maintain करो. जैसे आप enter करते हैं हाथ में आपके folder होता है. For example, if this is my folder, you just keep it like this. Do not make इसकी गोली नहीं बनाना है इसको. और ऐसे घुमाते घुमाते भी नहीं आना, हाथ चलते चलते. जितनी भी फिजिकल एक्टिविटी है वो बाद में कर सकते हैं आप सबसे पहले क्या करेंगे, अपने हाथ में एक फोल्डर रखो एंड बी वेरी फर्म. योर शोल्डर्स नीड टू बी स्ट्रेट एंड देन व्हेन यू आर एंटरिंग फ्रॉम देयर, आते ही आप पहले क्या कर रहे हैं, सर गुड मॉर्निंग सर, गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग. यू कैन से 3 times if there are only 3 or 4. बट इफ there are so many, इसमें मेल भी है और फीमेल भी है, तो मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज देन यू कैन से गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू. आप ऐसे भी कर सकते हैं. एंड बट आप गुड मॉर्निंग करने के बाद सबको एक ही बार गुड मॉर्निंग बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन आप आई कांटेक्ट सबके साथ मिला रहे हैं. दैट इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट. अगर आप ये चीज नहीं कर रहे हो, देन व्हाट हैपेंस, इट मींस इफ यू आर नॉट एक्नॉलेजिंग देम, दे मे फील दैट यू हैव नो कॉन्फिडेंस इन मेंटेनिंग आई कांटेक्ट विद देम. जब उनसे आई कांटेक्ट नहीं मेंटेन करा पा रहे, तो यू कैन नॉट बी अ गुड टीम लीडर. You can be a good team player. कल को आपको एक छोटे से रोल के लिए एग्जीक्यूटिव रोल के लिए रख सकते हैं, but if they are looking for managerial post, so there you will definitely get a second point, not the first point, and you will not be their first choice. The most important thing, if they ask you to sit, then you may sit, but otherwise you should sit, in fact not may, but otherwise अगर आपके पास लगता है आपको कि उन्होंने आपको नहीं बोला है और आपका दिल है बैठने का, then you may ask them, so may I have a seat please. So then they will say कि yes, why don't you sit? Then you may sit like this. आप बैठ गए हैं, आपने ऐसा अपनी फोल्डर पास कर दिया, एंड देन फोल्डर रखने के बाद अब आप बात करना शुरू कर रहे हैं उनके साथ. एंड प्लीज डू नॉट पुट दिस फोल्डर ऑन देयर टेबल बिकॉज दैट इज नॉट योर विसिनिटी. वो आपकी जगह नहीं है, उनकी जगह. यू मे आस्क देम, सर मे आई पुट दिस हियर, एंड देन यू कैन पुट इट ऑन द टेबल. अदरवाइज यू कैन पुट इट ऑन योर लैप. अपने लैप पे रखो इसको और आप उनके साथ इंटरव्यू के लिए शुरू कर सकते हैं। आपकी पहले ग्रीटिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, आपका बैठना आराम से बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और बैठने के लिए आप बिल्कुल आगे तरह नहीं बैठेंगे, और ऐसा भी नहीं बैठेंगे कि जल्दी पूछ लो फिर जाना भी है, और ऐसा पीछे भी नहीं बैठेंगे चलो अब तो आए गए अब तो जाएंगे नहीं, पूरा जो भी आप खिलाना चाहो खिलाओ, और जो चीज़ पूछना पूछो, आराम से बैठो। Not with this kind of attitude, you should sit straight and make sure at least your आपके बिल्कुल जो आपकी जो toes हैं बिल्कुल straight हों, एकदम straight, and then you can just sit and in the right posture and with a very enthusiastic posture and cheerful manner. Should not be like this. पता नहीं क्या पूछने वाला है. You know, with this kind of body posture, आपके frown पड़े हुए हैं head पे, forehead पे, और maybe you are so nervous and आंखें कहीं इधर जा रही हैं, और बहुत सारी चीजें जो टेबल पे पड़ी हैं आप उनको बहुत ज़्यादा देख रहे हो. That is also very wrong kind of behavior, because in case if you keep watching here and there, से पता नहीं क्या क्या ढूंढ रहे हो, so that should not happen. So make sure at least you should be very professional in your behavior and your body language. So the moment you sit and you start talking and they'll say कि okay, would you like to have glass of water? So if you would like to have, अगर आपका थ्रोट बहुत ही सूख रहा है और मफी मंकी ने पकड़ रखा है आपको and you are breathless, then you may ask for it. आप कह सकते हैं सर I don't mind, I can have. और yes sir, और सिंपल आप yes sir करो, इतना लंबा नहीं बोल सकते तो आपको पानी का ग्लास मिल जाएगा, आप पी सकते हैं. बट आप ये नहीं कह सकते हैं कि अगर आपको उन्होंने आराम से पूछ लिया है तो आप थोड़ा ज़्यादा इनफॉर्मल हो जाओ उनके साथ. वुड लाइक टू हैव ग्लास ऑफ वाटर, अगर वो आपको पानी पूछे आपको नहीं सर अभी तो चाय का टाइम है, तो अभी आप ऐसे करो शाम को चाय पिला दो. That is not the way you should ask. Okay, so the most important thing is your sitting posture. और सिटिंग पोस्चर के बाद आप जब बैठ गए हैं, अब आपका इंटरव्यू शुरू हो चुका है. जब इंटरव्यू शुरू हो गया आपका, and now the next step is to they'll ask you few questions, and questions अभी बताने का, there are number of questions which they may ask. I can also answer that, but the only thing is right now the time doesn't permit. We have to यहाँ तक हमने क्लियर समझ लिया है कि प्री इंटरव्यू प्रिपरेशन में क्या क्या करना है. बताया था मैंने आपको, फोल्डर तैयार करना है, कंपनी की नो हाउ जानना है, अपने बारे में जान लिया आपने, आपको ड्रेस तैयार करनी है, अपनी मेडिटेशन करना है आप, एंड आपको वेन्यू डिसाइड करना है. वेन्यू जब उन्होंने डिसाइड किया आपको वे देखना है उसका. उसके बाद ड्यूरिंग द सेशन यू हैव टू ग्रीट and you have to sit properly and you have to have a complete know-how about yourself. Third thing is post interview. जब आपका इंटरव्यू खत्म हो जाए तो उठने से पहले आपको क्या बोलना है? थैंक यू सर फॉर द वंडरफुल opportunity given to me to enhance my experience. Because जैसे कोई क्वेश्चन आपसे पूछता है, कुछ तो क्वेश्चन के आंसर्स आपको आ जाएंगे और कुछ क्वेश्चन के आंसर्स जो नहीं आते वो आपके एक्सपीरियंस में ऐड हो गए, वो नेक्स्ट टाइम आप प्रिपेयर करके जाएंगे तो आपकी नॉलेज और बढ़ेगी. दिस हाउ यू हैव टू इम्प्रूव. प्लस इन केस इफ दे आस्क यू कि सर आपको कुछ पूछना जाने से पहले, तो आप क्या पूछेंगे? आप ये नहीं पूछेंगे सर कि मुझे जॉब कब मिल जाएगी. इट्स नॉट द राइट क्वेश्चन टू आस्क. व्हाट यू नीड टू आस्क देम इज प्लीज सर डू लेट मी नो दैट व्हाट आर योर ट्रेनिंग प्लान. आप पूछ सकते हैं कि सर आपके ट्रेनिंग प्लान्स क्या हैं. एनी कैंडिडेट who is being employed in your organization, उनकी ट्रेनिंग किस तरह से आप देते हैं, and what is the future vision of your company ahead. आगे ये कंपनी क्या क्या करना चाहती है और कितना इसको आगे बढ़ा के लेके जाना चाहती है. इट मीन्स यू आर विजनरी. एट द सेम टाइम आप ये भी देख रहे हो कि यहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग आप सीखने की कौन सी आप सीखने की चाह रखते हो, और इसीलिए क्या है कि आप पूछ रहे हो उनसे कि ट्रेनिंग के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए कि किस तरह से आप ट्रेन करते हो अपने एम्प्लॉयज़ को और उनके फ्रीक्वेंट ट्रेनिंग के लिए कैसे कैसे भेजते हैं आप. Such type of questions seem very interesting and very genuine and very authentic. So make sure at least such type of questions may ask. Fine. So ये सब हमने इंटरव्यू के लिए सीखा, हमने सब कुछ. So let's talk about any questions if you have. Please do let me know, and we'll just quickly take one by one each and every session. And with this we'll finish today our PI session. ये तो आपको मैं बता ही चुकी हूँ. This is all about
Good afternoon, ma'am. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, during interview, the first basic question asked by the interviewer, tell me about yourself. Then what should be included in this, ma'am?
ये मैंने आपको पहले अभी भी बताया था कि आप SSES का ध्यान रखेंगे. पहले अपनी तो एक दो लाइनें आप एजुकेशन के बारे में बता दो अपनी, कि सर आई हैव डन सो एंड सो फ्रॉम दिस प्लेस, दैट्स इट, नॉट मोर देन दिस. क्योंकि अगर आप थोड़ा ज्यादा बताते हो, एवरीथिंग इज रिटन आउट देयर इन योर CV. सब कुछ आपके CV में लिखा है. आप CV लेके जा रहे हो और आपने फोल्डर अपने हाथ में रख रहे हो. सो जब आप फोल्डर अपने हाथ में रख रहे हो, इतना सारा कुछ आपने लिया हुआ है, so you can talk like this, sir, I have done my graduation, जहाँ से आपने किया. नंबर 2, आपने कोई एक्सपीरियंस गेन किया हो, कोई आपने प्रोजेक्ट बनाया हो अपने कॉलेज के टाइम में, सो प्लीज शेयर दैट विद द पर्सन. एंड थर्ड थिंग, अगर आप में कोई अच्छा स्किल है, सर आई एम अचीवर थ्रू आउट. तो शुरू से मुझे अचीवमेंट कुछ ना कुछ लेने की बहुत आदत है. यू नो, आई रिमेम्बर इन क्लास nursery, I participated in fancy dress and I was awarded with this kind of मुझे को बहुत अच्छा award मिला था, certificate. Then number 2, sir, I also participated in solo song and group dance in class 3rd. उसमें हमारे को यहाँ मिला. उसके बाद 5th class में sir I donated, मुझे बहुत अच्छी, मेरे को charity के कुछ हुआ था. Then मैंने कुछ seedlings अपने स्कूल को हमने डोनेट किए थे, and I wanted to plant some seedlings in my school. तो नंबर 5 सर, मैं 7th में जब मैं गया तब मैंने वहाँ पे साइंस फेयर में मैंने पार्टिसिपेट किया, एंड माय प्रोजेक्ट टर्न्ड आउट टू बी नंबर 1, हेंस आई गॉट दैट सर्टिफिकेट. अगर आपके पास आपके फोल्डर में बहुत सारे सर्टिफिकेट्स हैं एंड यू वुड लाइक टू शो ऑल दो सर्टिफिकेट्स टू योर पैनलिस्ट, सो इनकरेज, उसको इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट करने के लिए आपने एक लाइन सिर्फ बोली है वहाँ पे कि सर आई एम अचीवर थ्रू आउट. अगर आपकी कम्युनिकेशन अच्छी है, सो यू कैन से सर आई एम अ गुड कम्युनिकेटर. इसका मतलब आपको नो हाउ है कम्युनिकेशन की. नंबर 3, इफ यू आर वेरी पंक्चुअल, यू कैन से सर आई लाइक टू बी वेरी पंक्चुअल ऑन ऑल द ओकेजन्स विच एवर आई अटेंड. सो इन केस इफ यू हैव दो स्किल्स एंड यू वुड लाइक टू एक्सप्लिसिट दैट, so that you can share in tell me something about yourself. पर जो भी चीज CV में लिखा है ना आपने कि 10th यहाँ से पास किया था, 12th यहाँ से किया था, इतना डिटेल में बताने की जरूरत नहीं है, बिकॉज वो सब कुछ आपके रिज्यूमे में लिखा हुआ है. एंड डू नॉट रीइटरेट अगेन एंड अगेन, बार बार उसको रिपीट करने का कोई फायदा नहीं. इज दिस द आंसर टू योर क्वेश्चन?
मैम, वन मोर क्वेश्चन, कैन वी इंक्लूड हॉबीज और पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट इन बेसिक इंट्रोडक्शन?
बेसिक इंट्रोडक्शन आप थोड़ा सा बता सकते हैं कि सर आई एम फ्रॉम अ मिडिल क्लास फैमिली और माय फादर इज अ फार्मर एंड माय मदर इज अ हाउसवाइफ. फार्मर सर मॉर्निंग में से अराउंड 4 o'clock 3:30 ही गेट्स अप एंड वेरी हार्ड वर्क ही डज. अगर ऐसा है कुछ, तो अगर आपको लगता है कि अगर आप हॉबी आप पूछ रहे हैं, मुझे लग रहा है कि आपने अपने अपने बारे में पूछा, टेल मी समथिंग अबाउट योरसेल्फ. हॉबी अगर आप बता सकते हो तो आर यू वेरी श्योर हाउ मच टाइम यू स्पेंड ऑन योर हॉबी? अगर आपको इतनी क्लैरिटी है अपनी हॉबी के बारे में तब तो आप बताइए, अदरवाइज देयर इज नो नीड टू, क्योंकि आप थोड़ा सा और आगे, हॉबी अगर आपको अच्छी तरह से पता है, लेट्स से अगर आपको आर्ट की हॉबी है आपकी एंड यू आर स्पेंडिंग सम आवर्स एवरी डे ऑन आर्ट इन पेंटिंग समथिंग एंड यू नो अबाउट वेरियस आर्टिस्ट्स ऑल्सो, जिनको आप रेफर करते हो, जिनको आप आइडल बनाते हो, जिनको सोचते हो, उनके बारे में नो हाउ रखते हो, एंड देन ओनली यू कैन टॉक अबाउट योर हॉबीज. If you don't know much about particular thing, please do not initiate. वो चीज वर्ड मुंह में लेके ही मत आओ, क्योंकि आपके पहले क्वेश्चन से ही आगे इंटरव्यू चलेगी सारी. ठीक है? हॉबी के बारे में बहुत अच्छी तरह जानते हो किस चीज के बारे में, प्लीज डू दैट, प्लीज मेंशन, नो प्रॉब्लम.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, does it make a good impact over an interviewer for a technical student if we have more cultural event certificates than technical event certificates?
आपके पास है? आप क्या कह रहे हो कि टेक्निकल बहुत सारे आपके पास सर्टिफिकेट्स हैं?
मैम, कल्चरल सर्टिफिकेट्स अगर ज्यादा हैं और टेक्निकल सर्टिफिकेट्स कम हैं, तो ये टेक्निकल स्टूडेंट के ऊपर.
ओके, हाँ, नहीं कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, पर आप उसको एक लिमिट तक ही बताएंगे. आप ये नहीं करेंगे कि आप कल्चरल इवेंट में बताते रहोगे सर मेरे को भांगड़ा का मिला, मुझे डांस का मिला, सर मेरे को इसका मिला. टेक्निकली आपको कुछ मिला, कभी प्रोजेक्ट किया आपने, कभी लाइकिंग हुई किसी तरफ से, आपको नहीं सर वो इतना नहीं हुआ. इसका मतलब यू आर मोर कल्चरल एंड एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज में ज्यादा पार्टिसिपेट करते हो एज कम्पेयर टू ओन टेक्निकल नो हाउ. टेक्निकल नो हाउ तो होगी आपकी, बट अलोंग विद दैट यू ऑल्सो स्पेंड. आपका टेक्निकल कोर्स इतना ईजी नहीं होगा, बिकॉज इफ यू आर डूइंग टेक्निकल कोर्स डेफिनेटली एंड इफ यू आर स्कोरिंग गुड मार्क्स इन दैट, then in that case you can say yes sir, because I have achieved so many extracurricular certificates also, मेरे पास बहुत सारे हैं, plus मेरे grades भी अच्छे आ रहे हैं. It means you are multitasking. आप all rounder हो, आपकी एजुकेशन भी बहुत अच्छा है, आपका नो हाउ, और प्लस आपकी कल्चरल कंट्रीब्यूशन भी बहुत अच्छी है. पर अदरवाइज आपकी सिर्फ कल्चरल कंट्रीब्यूशन ही बहुत ज्यादा है और बाकी सब्जेक्ट में आपको हर एक में सप्ली आ रही है और आप पास हो रहे हो, तो फिर प्लीज मत बताना. सो मेक बीइंग डिप्लोमेट एंड जस्ट ट्राई टू मेक श्योर एटलीस्ट थोड़ा बैलेंस रखना आप उस चीज में. ये ना हो जाए कि आप वो कहेंगे कि टेक्निकली तो कुछ किया नहीं आपने, जिसके लिए पढ़ाई करने के वो तो एबीसी नहीं आती है आपको, और वैसे आप इतना सारा, तो फिर आप एक्टर क्यों नहीं बन जाते? व्हाई यू आर कमिंग टू आवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन?
मैम एक इंटरव्यू कल्चरल सर्टिफिकेट्स पे ज्यादा से वो कंसंट्रेट करता है या फिर एक टेक्निकल?
क्या कह रहे हो, किसका?
मैम इंटरव्यू एक कल्चरल सर्टिफिकेट्स पे ज्यादा फोकस करेगा या टेक्निकल?
मैंने आपको दोनों को बोला ना कि आप दोनों में बैलेंस रखिए. यू कीप अ बैलेंस बिटवीन बोथ, बिकॉज जहां पे जिस चीज की रिक्वायरमेंट है उसी को ही आप इलेबोरेट करिए. सो डू नॉट इलेबोरेट ऑन सर्टेन थिंग्स विच आर नॉट, अगर आपको लगता है कि वहां पे टेक्निकल नो हाउ ज्यादा है, इंपॉर्टेंट है आपको, तो अगर आपको टेक्निकल नो हाउ इंपॉर्टेंट है, सो मेक श्योर एटलीस्ट यू शुड टॉक अबाउट योर प्रोजेक्ट वर्क, you should talk about your study interest, you know, about certain things more as compared to the cultural programs जो आपने participate किया हो. तो फिर इसमें थोड़ा सा impact आपका वहाँ पे negative हो जाएगा. So make sure according to situation you have to answer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you're welcome. Any other question? Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
या गुड इवनिंग.
मैम आपने जैसे बताया ना कि फाइल के अंदर
फाइल, हाँ फाइल बनाना सिखाया मैंने.
आपने रेज्यूमे जो है स्टार्टिंग में कितना है?
नहीं रेज्यूमे आप, हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हो कि जब मैंने आपको फाइल दिखाई थी, फॉर एग्जांपल इफ दिस इज अ फाइल, जो रेज्यूमे है वो लास्ट में, ये जो पहले के जो फ्रंट के पेजेस हैं कुछ तो छोटे होंगे, बिकॉज नॉट नेसेसरी कि सारे आपकी फाइल पूरी होगी. तो उसमें क्या है कि पीछे से आपने जो अपने एक्टिविटीज शुरू करी, आपने 10th का सर्टिफिकेट, 12th का सर्टिफिकेट लगाया, फिर आपने फाइनल ईयर लगाया, उसके बाद लास्ट में आपने रिज्यूमे लगाया और कवरिंग लेटर लगाया. तो यू कैन से सेकंड लास्ट आपका जो होगा वो होगा आपका रिज्यूमे, और उसके लास्ट जो होगा वो होगा कवरिंग लेटर. सो कवरिंग लेटर लिखने के बाद उसके बाद जो बाकी है आपका सारे पेजेस हैं जो खाली हैं, इट मीन्स यू हैव मोर अचीवमेंट्स टू परस्यू. अभी आपने बहुत सारे अचीवमेंट्स और गेन करनी है लाइफ में, इसीलिए आपने आगे के पेजेस छोड़े हुए हैं. लेकिन जो पहला वाला है वो आपका रिज्यूमे का ही आएगा और कवरिंग लेटर का आएगा.
गुड इवनिंग मैम. गुड इवनिंग.
गुड इवनिंग
मैम. myself Nitesh from JCDM College of Engineering Sirsa, and my question is मैम कुछ आप ऐसे कॉमन मिस्टेक्स के बारे में बताना चाहिए जो पीआई के ड्यूरिंग्स होती है, ताकि हम उससे बच सके. मैम
मिस्टेक्स पूछ रहे हैं? मिस्टेक्स?
यस मैम.
मिस्टेक का ये है कि एक तो आई कांटेक्ट नहीं बना रहे हैं आप, सबसे बड़ी मिस्टेक है. नंबर 2 आपका नो हाउ ठीक नहीं है, आपका जो पहनने का ढंग, जो मैंने आपको सारी चीजें बताई हैं, अगर आप उनमें से कोई भी चीज नहीं कर रहे हो, इट मीन यू आर डूइंग समथिंग रॉन्ग. एंड द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज, कभी भी आप पिछली कंपनी आपने क्यों छोड़ी है, अगर आप सेकंड टाइम जब जा रहे हो एज अ फ्रेशर नहीं जा रहे हो और आप उस पिछली कंपनी के बारे में सारी नेगेटिव चीजें बोल रहे हो, दैट इज एक्चुअली शोइंग योर पर्सनैलिटी. फाइन. सो मेक श्योर एटलीस्ट व्हेन यू आर गोइंग फॉर अ फ्रेश जॉब, अगर आप तो बिगनर हो, then you should talk about whatever achievements you had in your school, and also from your family members what kind of positive attributes which you have gained from them. ये आपको डिस्कस करना है. So never be negative. आप किसी भी चीज के लिए कभी भी नेगेटिविटी मत शो करना, या तो गेन करने की, या मेरे को ये अच्छा, मेरे को मार्क्स इसलिए नहीं आए थे, टीचर बेकार थी. So please do not pinpoint on anything negative or false. It's better that at least you should talk about something positive. हमेशा पॉजिटिव से शुरू करो. अपने बारे में भी कोई पॉजिटिव बता रहे हो, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट मत शो करो, एंड योरसेल्फ.
थैंक यू मैम.
यू आर वेलकम.
गुड इवनिंग मैम.
गुड इवनिंग.
My name is Neeraj from JCDM COE.
Yeah.
From Sirsa. Ma'am, many students are not know about where he fill up a form. मैम काफी स्टूडेंट ऐसे नहीं जानते कि जो फॉर्म हम फिलअप कहाँ पे और कौन सी कंपनी में करें, तो उसके बारे में इंक्वायरी मैम.
तो अगर आपको फॉर्म भरना है किसी कंपनी में, आप पेपर पढ़ते हैं कि नहीं पढ़ते?
मैम पढ़ते हैं मैम.
तो पेपर में आप टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में देखो, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स में देखो, हमेशा एक नया साथ अटैचमेंट होती है, उसकी असेंट आता है एवरी वेंसडे। और एम्प्लॉयमेंट न्यूज देखा करो आप सबसे पहले तो पेपर, जब हर एक पेपर में, अमर उजाला कोई भी हिंदी का न्यूज़पेपर है, इसमें एक न्यूज सप्लीमेंट आता है, जॉब्स एंड कैरियर्स भी आता है, ट्रिब्यून में आता है। तो हर एक न्यूज़पेपर में HT कैरियर्स आता है, दैट इज हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के साथ। तो एवरी न्यूज़पेपर हैज अ सप्लीमेंट, और उस सप्लीमेंट में वेंसडे को आपका टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में आता है असेंट, बाकी भी वेंसडे को आता है सर। तो वेंसडे को या आप मोस्टली वेंसडे को आप चेक करना, हर एक न्यूज़पेपर में एक सप्लीमेंट होता है, प्लीज गो थ्रू दैट एंड यू विल फाइंड प्लेंटी ऑफ जॉब। आजकल तो कोई भी मैगजीन भी उठाओगे ना आप, उसमें भी पीछे होता है रिक्रूटमेंट का। तो यू मे फाइंड इट एवरीवेयर, एंड प्लस हैव योर सोशल सर्कल ऑफ दोज गुड यू कैन से पीयर, जहाँ पे आपके आसपास जो अच्छे से आपके फ्रेंड्स हो, जो कि इन चीज़ों में इंडस्ट्री में आगे ध्यान रखने की मूवमेंट का वो रखते हो, दे आर इंटेलिजेंट इनफ। तो बिकॉज इफ यू हैव दैट सोशल सर्कल एंड एट द सेम टाइम आपको पढ़ने की अच्छी आदत है, न्यूज़पेपर, और रोज देखने की ठीक से आदत है पढ़ने की, आई मीन टू से, देन डेफिनेटली यू विल फाइंड गुड प्लेसमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिल जाती हैं बहुत।
Good evening, ma'am. Ma'am,
Good
my name
evening.
is Priya from GCD College. My question is, ma'am, if someone asks why are you doing this job, then what should we answer?
So why you would like to do this job, ये होगा ना मेरे का।
Yes, ma'am.
आपको why are you doing this job तो नहीं है ना, क्योंकि अभी आपको जॉब ही नहीं मिला वहां पे। आप कैसे कह सकते हो why are you doing this job? doing तो नहीं हो सकता। why you would opt for this job, ये हो सकता है, बिकॉज आप तो इंटरव्यू देने के लिए गए हो। जब कोई इंटरव्यू देने के लिए गए हो तो आपको ये थोड़ी ना कोई कहेगा कि आप ये जॉब क्यों कर रहे हो। अगर तो आप कर रहे हो इसका मतलब ऑलरेडी एम्प्लॉयड हो।
Ma'am, why you want to do this job?
Why you want to do this job? Okay, you want to do this job because you must have checked the skills which are required for that particular job. आपने जब देखा होगा न्यूज़पेपर में, यहाँ आपको उन्होंने प्रोफाइल भेजा होगा कि इसमें हमें क्या क्या ऐसे बंदे लोगों की जरूरत है। इट मीन्स आपको टीचिंग की जॉब चाहिए, और मे बी अगर आपको कोई ट्रेनर की जॉब चाहिए वहाँ पे, और आपको इस टाइप के प्रोफाइल उन्होंने सेट किया, प्रोफाइल सेट, स्किल सेट उन्होंने लिखा होगा जरूर कि वी वांट पर्सन टू बी गुड कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, एट द सेम टाइम नो लोकेशन कंस्ट्रेंट, कहीं पे भी हम उसकी पोस्टिंग कर सकते हैं। तो इस टाइप के कोई चीज़ वर्ड 2-4 लिखे हैं, उनमें से कोई एक वर्ड पिक कर लो आप, जो लगता है कि आपको मोस्ट सूटेबल है। इफ इट इज मोस्ट सूटेबल टू यू, व्हाट यू कैन डू, यू कैन डिस्कस दैट। आप उनको ये बोल सकते हैं, सर बिकॉज योर प्रोफाइल, योर कंपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रिक्वायर दिस टाइप ऑफ स्किल सेट एंड दिस स्किल सेट आई पोजेस, बिकॉज जब तक जहां तक मैं अपने आप को जानती हूँ मेरे अंदर ये स्किल है, और मुझे लगता है कि आई एम द राइट पर्सन फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर जॉब। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर आप किसी ट्रेनर के लिए जा रहे हो किसी भी कंपनी, इसमें अकेडमी, मे बी अकेडमिशिया, मे बी इन कॉलेज, और किसी कॉलेज में जाके अगर आप पढ़ाना चाहते हो, तो आप ये कह सकते हो कि सर व्हेन आई वाज अ स्टूडेंट एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम आई वाज वेरी क्यूरियस and I want to ask so many questions to my teacher about that particular subject. So because of so much curiosity I had, I always wanted to be a very good teacher where I can actually explain things to students to last. तो इसीलिए मुझे लगता है बेस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ पे मैं खुद खूब सीख सकूं, और इसलिए मेरे को लगा कि मेरे को दिस इज अ राइट जॉब विच आई शुड ऑप्ट फॉर, तो इसलिए मैंने ये जॉब लिया। सिमिलरली किसी भी अगर आप ऑफिशियल किसी MNCs में जाते हो और वहाँ पे आपको लगता है कि कॉर्पोरेट सर मेरी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स बहुत अच्छे हैं एंड आई वुड लाइक टू, आई कैन इजीली परसुएड द वेंडर्स, मैं अच्छे कस्टमर्स को परसुएड कर सकती हूँ, इसलिए मैं मार्केटिंग में जा, वो जो भी आपको पता है मार्केटिंग की स्किल्स में क्या होना चाहिए, क्या सॉफ्ट स्किल्स होने चाहिए, वो सॉफ्ट स्किल्स अपने बारे में जानो, और उन्हीं सॉफ्ट स्किल्स के ऊपर अगर आपके पास कोई सर्टिफिकेट है और आपको लगता है कि आपको दिखाना चाहिए पैनलिस्ट को, तो उसी की बेस के ऊपर आप बताओ कि बिकॉज ऑफ दीज प्लसेस, अपने स्ट्रेंथ को जान के अपने स्ट्रेंथ के बारे में बताओ, because of these strength I would like to do this kind of a job. ठीक है, is this okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are any question from any other center, if there are no questions, we like to conclude this session. Let me convey my heartiest sense of gratitude to Madam Meera Anand, who has taken 2 sessions consecutively, one on group discussion, the second one on interview techniques. And by this time, you must be all understanding the importance of communication skills, how important it is to know how you can effectively communicate to others, maybe through verbal modes or maybe through non-verbal modes. Both are very important when it comes to application part of that. In the morning, we were talking about the verbal and non-verbal communication. And now when you are appearing for an interview or you're participating in group discussion or you're writing your resume, you understand that how important it is for all of us to develop our right kind of communication skills if we want to be placed appropriately and also to grow in that place. I mean, if you are selected in the company, if you want to stay there and you want to grow further, it is very important for all of us to have a good communication skills. And let me make one request to all the coordinators in different centers that if there are any further questions from the students, they can always write me in the email to the best of our knowledge and ability. We'll try to get back to the experts again and we'll respond back to you. And the students have been given some inputs on resume writing. It's a good idea that if you can encourage your students to write a resume at this point so that you know, we can, and send us the sample resume or some of the students who want our inputs on resume writing, so we can give our comments on that. With this, we like to close this session and close today's program also. I request all the centers that tomorrow, with the next batch of students, we are going to have tomorrow again one-day program on the same topics of communication skills, resume writing, group discussions, and interview techniques. I will request all the centers to kindly enroll your students. जो आज का प्रोग्राम है उसके लिए मैंने आप लोगों को पहले से ही registration form भेजा हुआ है. Tomorrow also I have already sent you the registration form. So kindly fill it up from your students for our records and for your own records also. You may also issue the certificate. If any one of you want to have a format for the issue certificate, I can supply it on the email also. So the college principal and coordinator can sign that certificate. No certificate will be issued from NITTTR. From our side, we are only providing you guidance and counseling kind of thing on these topics. But the certificates, one-day certificate can be issued by the college itself. Thank you once again, and we tomorrow meet around 9:30, I would say. Try to call all the students in time so that there is no delay in the sessions. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Saab, kindly mail the certificates to us so that we can distribute to the students tomorrow.
I will not issue the certificates. I will send the format of the
sample of the certificate. Sample of the certificate.
I will send it.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Issue you one format. You can make modification according to your college name.
All right, sir. Right. Thank you so much, sir.